A little chilly out this morning. You guys want to go on a gimbal? I gotta stop real quick. If you guys want to get on a gimbal, you guys want to be on a gimbal? You guys trying to get all gimbly? You guys trying to get gimbly? You want a gimbal? You guys want to go? You guys want to go gimby? You know, gimby McGims. You guys trying to get on gimbal? Who wants to be on the gimbal? He's trying to get on that gimp. Oh, gimpy. Who wants to get on that gimp? Who's gonna gimp it up? Who wants it? Who wants the gimps? Who is ready for the gimps? The gimp. The gimp. TTF is working.
Oh my god! I'm scared to death! Oh my god!
How's it going, Buddy Bow aka Patches? It all started with the chat saying LA Rata.
Alright, that was weird. You guys trying to get on that gimp? Who wants to get on that gimp, man? I gotta get you guys on. Over there? Is it working? Is it working? Is it, is it fucked up? Why is it all? Did I break it? I might have broken it. It's all fucked up. Oh, I gotta take it off the lock. I see. I see. That makes sense now. There we go. Sorry. Y'all trying to get in that GIMP? Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Wait. Hello. Wait. Wait. This guy's almost crashed right here looking at me. This guy's almost crashed looking at me. They were looking at me. They almost crashed. Oh my god. Oh my god. They also got in the way of my my view. I couldn't see the goddamn the white walking guy. The white walking guy. These scouts are gonna be shook when they see the badger. I'm gonna try to raise these few scallies right here. Good morning, ladies. How are y'all? My riz didn't work. Those scouts ignored me. Oh, look at this scout right here. Look at this scout. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Hey. Is Jonathan Lee Richie's gonna be here? Someone said that Jonathan Lee Richie's is gonna be here. And he was gonna press Turtle Boy. Get out of here! Oh shit! There's a press conference in front of the building. I wonder if we're allowed to go record over there. Someone said that there's like a huge buffer zone over here, man, and you can't go anywhere or do anything unless you're the press. So hopefully it's not true, man. Hopefully we can just walk down here and be degenerate. Oh, we got some scouts out today. I remember that scout over there. I think I've seen her before. Morning, Mike. How are you?
How you doing? Get back.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
Over here?
Over here.
Oh,
across the
what's
street.
going
Go.
on?
Go.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you tell me what's going on?
You cross the street, you're getting locked up.
Do you know what?
You gotta keep moving. Back behind the buffer zone, okay?
Can you tell me what's going on?
Hey, trooper, deal with them.
Hey, can you tell me what's going on?
Yep.
I'll comply with you. I just don't know what's going on. I just got here.
We got a case going on.
Yeah.
We got the defense and the prosecution coming, right? So time, place, restrict. We can restrict the area, right?
I just got here. I don't know what's going on.
Order, we
You
are
have another
restricting
cell
the
phone?
order.
Huh?
You have another cell phone?
I
You got the QR code
man,
right here.
I do have another cell phone. I just don't want to scan anything. Can you tell me what's going on? And I'll comply to whatever you need me to comply
Yeah,
with.
so we just have a buffer zone, and because of the case, and because of how well known it is, right? So we got a buffer zone, so we can have a fair and impartial trial, right? So we have signs, right? There's going to be a sign right on that street, right? See where it says Old Fellows Hall?
Completely missed it, but I'll go read it.
Old Fellows Hall, like right there, is where the buffer zone starts. Okay, so you got to move it. So you just got to move.
He's
it
just
along,
explaining
okay?
it to me.
But you're not. But you're not talking, so you can move.
I mean, I just got here, man. I just got into town.
Keep it moving.
I'll keep it moving. Yeah, can you tell me what's going on?
Yeah. So you got a buffer zone, right? So that's it.
What was that?
QR code.
I don't have.
Are you kidding me right now?
Just keep it moving.
I'm recording too.
That is outrageous.
Luciano, take his property.
I'm leaving, man.
They just did this to me and like,
Yep, keep moving.
I just got here. All I did was ask for how that how dare you
I don't know how to process all this, and I'm getting claustrophobic.
What's your first name?
My name is Val.
You have an idea?
All right,
Listen, I have your property, okay?
Okay, I'm just, I'm in shock, and that's why my heart rate's up, and I'm talking like this. I didn't know I was going to get slammed against the car.
Listen,
like this.
my heart rate would be up if I was in cuffs too.
Right, but I didn't.
Just take a breath. Take a breath.
Like,
take a breath.
I just need some water. I need the medic. I see my heart rate. Yeah, I'm in shock.
Okay, hey, listen. Stop talking.
Listen,
Hey, take a breath. Stop talking. Take a breath. Breathe. You're fine, right? I haven't done it. Right?
Well, I just got. I don't know if I'm
You're
fine.
fine.
I
You're
just got
really
slammed
fine.
up against the car, and my head hurts. And
Okay, you're
I didn't know I was
also
going to be slammed up against the car like
you're
that.
also a grown man.
Yeah, but I just got slammed. I just got a really big person just slammed me up against the car, and I don't know what happened. Like I'm trying to figure out what happened. I was walking away. You were explaining something to me, and when you were explaining it to me, I was listening. Next thing you know, I got slammed up against the car, and I don't know. I'm trying to process all this.
You're just hyping yourself up, okay?
I'm just trying to process all this.
Just take a breath.
I'm in cuffs. I can't calm down. I don't know
you're
what happened.
You're under arrest. Okay, it's simple as that.
Right, but I don't know what happened. I didn't do anything.
You're gonna go get booked, and that's it. I'm just letting you know we have your property.
Yeah, but I didn't do anything.
So take a breath. So it's gonna be up here.
But I didn't do anything.
I don't think that, but that's good for the court to decide. Okay. All right. So let me just tighten this.
Can I get a medic?
What do you need a medic for?
I'm busy. He just slammed me up against that car. Like he slammed my head up
It's all on
against.
camera. Your head wasn't slammed against.
Well,
the car.
I'm dizzy. My head hurts. I feel like I'm in shock, and you're just telling me to calm down. I need a medic.
Okay.
I need medical attention.
So for what?
Are you denying me medical attention? I'm dizzy. I just got slammed up against
you're
a vehicle.
dizzy? What else?
I'm dizzy, and you're denying me medical attention.
No, I just want
I'm
to.
in shock.
I need to know what to tell
I'm going through
paramedic.
trauma right now. Like I need a medic. I'm thirsty. I'm dry mouth. Like this is
We'll
crazy.
call an ambulance for you.
Please do.
Put your legs in right now. Call down. Get a medic. All right, I'm gonna leave it open so you get some air. Okay, we're gonna call the
Thank you for having
ambulance.
some fucking humanity.
What
So the reason why, you know.
The reason nothing, man. He came up and slammed me into a goddamn van, man, and you're telling me to talk to the court. Like, it's reason fucking nothing,
it's
man.
for the court while you're under arrest.
Man, you just told me go fuck myself and tell the court. You almost tried to deny me medical attention.
No,
and now you're trying to explain on this away?
Okay.
Like, fuck this,
I'm trying
man.
to talk to you like a man. I don't need to talk to you.
Like, I don't know what's going on. I just got slammed up against the fucking transit. Now you're going to close the door on me? You just said you was going to leave it open for some air.
I am leaving it open.
Yeah, and then you try to talk to me and try to explain this to me like it was some fucking, like you can just explain it away. You just came and slammed me up against a van.
You keep talking over me.
I don't need to hear you. You told me to go talk to a court.
Yeah, because that's what you're doing.
Yeah, right. Because I got slammed up against a van, and now I have to go talk to a court.
You keep talking. It's all right. We're gonna get
Jesus, man. Can you please get me medical attention? He just slammed my head up against that metal van.
It's on the way.
And as I was walking away. I don't know what's going on. I just got here. Like, how am I supposed to see anything?
I'll talk to you when you're ready to talk. But
what do you want to talk about?
I just want you to take a breath and relax.
I need some water. Like, you're denying me medical attention. I didn't do anything. I need water. You just slammed me up against the van.
I didn't do anything.
And you're trying to deny me medical attention.
The medical attention's on the way. How many times I have to tell you?
Well, you tried to.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You tried to tell me, why do you need medical? I don't fucking need to tell you why I need medical. You slammed me up against a goddamn van.
I was never here.
Well, you're sure complacent and helping everyone did it. Because if you wasn't, I wouldn't be in cuffs. You would unlock me. Listen, nothing, man. You're complacent and all this shit.
I'll have a conversation with you.
I don't want a combo with you. Right. You're helping the people that hurt me. Why would I want a combo with you? Why would I want a combo with you? You just harmed me, and now you want to talk to me? What kind of fucked up psychopath are you?
Sir.
You just hurt someone to the point where they need medical attention, and now you want to talk to them? What? You fucking psychopath!
Actually, you guys can check on that list 16 from Los Angeles, Traveler, and Broadway. Can't find anything on the camera.
Hey, what's up? I'm sorry I missed your call.
You're in fine. He's trying to be making my way over there.
Yeah, do you have a license with you?
Live streaming when I grab.
Do you have an ID with you?
Hey, it's still live streaming his phone.
Do you take a breath a little bit, or do you still want to talk?
I need medical attention.
So it's on the way. Right?
Come on.
You hear the alarm? It's on the way.
Dude, I'm in shock.
He doesn't have it on him. I can't get into his phone. Why? His phone's not on him. It's
I
locked.
just got slammed. I know. I got grabbed. I'll tell you why. I got grabbed and slammed up against the car.
No, you didn't.
Like Mike slammed me up against the van. That's why I'm in shock. And then I need water. He slammed me up against.
All right, we'll give you water.
Like, what? You think I'm in shock because nothing happened? Like, I just got here. I don't know what happened.
You know the drill.
What drill? I just got here, Mike.
You know. There's a buffer zone policy.
He was explaining it to me. Your trooper was explaining it to me when you grabbed me and slammed me up.
I told you to get back. You didn't listen.
I did listen. I got back.
You don't.
Your trooper was explaining it to me. He was in the middle and explaining it to me.
You're where you are because of you. You're where you are.
I'll go.
I'm not letting you go.
What did I do?
You're violation of the buffer policy.
I'll leave. I'll know now. You inform me now. I'll leave.
Yeah, you're still live streaming on your phone. It's locked.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're still live
What
streaming.
does that have to do with anything?
You're being recorded right now.
What does mean? I showed up live streaming.
You've been here from day one.
And what does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay, if you don't understand, okay, you just say right there.
All I asked for was information.
Yell away
I
all
asked
you
to be
want.
informed.
Yeah, yell away.
And as I was getting informed, you slammed me into that van.
Good. Yell away all you want.
Do you think you're a big bad man for doing that?
No, man. I'm telling you, I'm trying to talk to you. You're not listening.
Didn't. How is grabbing me, talking to me? How is slamming me into a van, talking to me? That is crazy.
Rainbows are you, Mike?
Live streaming?
No, I don't care.
So why did you say that? What does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm trying to shut your phone off.
Why don't you stop tampering with my phone?
I'm trying to shut it down.
Why don't you stop tampering with my phone? Why don't you stop trying to tamper with my phone, Mike? After you slammed me and attacked me, Mike.
Why do you want to keep running your mouth?
Why are you trying to tamper with my phone?
Hey, ladies, can we go? Can we please keep moving, please?
Sir, can you please keep moving? Okay. All right. All right.
And you're gonna bring me right back here?
Let's go. Let's go. Keep moving.
Do you think it's okay what Mike did, man?
Yeah, you wouldn't listen to me. I told you to get back.
You wasn't even
You wouldn't listen to me. You wouldn't listen to me.
Mike.
You wouldn't
Mike,
listen to me.
This is such an ego bullshit. I left.
Ego, you put your fear in
Mike,
front of it. You wouldn't listen to me.
I left. Like, I left.
And Bison just assaulted a veteran. Pig.
Unless we have the passcode.
Okay. How are they alive, sir? Just put them right here. Let them know.
Man, it looks like it was a white Toyota Venza SUV.
You're a bitch, man.
No, there was another car involved, but it looks like it had some front end damage.
All y'all motherfuckers gonna die. I hope all y'all motherfuckers die. I hope you fucking die, Mike, you piece of shit. I hope all y'all die. I need some goddamn medical attention. He was gonna give me water, then he started complaining about me live streaming.
I don't know if he has the water. The paramedics told us. I can find some water.
And now he's talking about live streaming and shit. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You can't even explain your shit. I'm fucking embarrassed to fucking see it. I can see it on your face. You're embarrassed as fuck to be doing this shit. You think you're serving your country by doing this shit? You think you're serving your country by doing this?
Piggy.
You think you're doing a good fucking thing? You think you're serving? You think you're serving your country? You think you're being a brave soldier right now? You think you're being brave as fuck? Give me some goddamn water! He's out there on the phone with his boss saying my phone's locked and he's just screaming. Fucking asshole. I wouldn't be fucking screaming, Mike, if you didn't fucking slam me against the goddamn van! I wouldn't be screaming!
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Police sucker slammed you.
No, you didn't, Mike. You fucking slammed me against the van, you bitch.
Lost in court with one male adult.
Yeah, grab the fucking out-of-towner that knows fuck all about this shit. You're a true dumbass, Mike.
We can hear you bow. The stream is still on. They tried to cover it up. We are still here. We saw everything.
You got mad because I got a voodoo piggy.
There's 404, just go to 16 Bravo.
Is my speaker off? He came over, he's like, you're still live streaming.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Mike can't be trusted, he's a puss.
I need some air.
I need some air.
Yeah,
Stop
please.
yelling. Yeah, no problem.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you know what you're doing, man. It's a punishment for me screaming because you don't like it. You don't like that my voice is high. I'm in a cage. Of course my voice is gonna be up. You're gonna tell me, just be quiet while we're fucking putting you in a cage. Don't say anything while we're harming you.
I'm gonna leave it open a little bit.
Thank you. Can I just get some water? You say you're gonna give me some water. I need some goddamn medical attention. I'm in fucking shock. I've been traumatized. The fuck?
Where you see, man? Are you trying to sector 11? Do you copy that, sir? Okay. You want to take that around? Yep. Sure, second 10 has that. Coming back northbound. I'll make it flip.
Justin Garza helped with $5 through Super Chat. La Rata sticks together, nobody gets left behind.
Sector 11 copy. Thank you, second 10.
Yo, can you please give me some air? You're suffocating me in there.
Sabrina aka SV777 helped with $5 through Super Chat. Oink oink piggy bow's gonna make your life shitty.
Hello? Help! Help me! I can't breathe!
Flower Sayu pigs. Flower Sayu Mike.
I can't breathe!
We're going in the back because the EMS is going to meet us back there.
Fuck! Stop suffocating me! I can't breathe!
I'm just going to back up. Yep.
I can't breathe.
Hey, we're just going to get out of this this crowd.
Yeah, because you don't want to you don't want people to see me suffer.
No, EMS is meeting you back there, man.
I can't breathe.
They can't come up this way.
You got the heat on. Can you please turn the heat off?
Yeah, I was actually just doing that for it. I'm not gonna lie. It's even hotter.
You're suffocating the fuck out of me.
Okay, man. I'm gonna open the door.
Can you please put the windows down?
I'm gonna open the door when we get back there.
I can't breathe. Ah.
Just right around the corner here.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. This why nobody likes Piggy.
I'm not worried about that. We gotta. Where the EMS is gonna park?
This
in the middle of the road.
Man.
I'm gonna show you.
According to Mike, you happy with yourself? Locking up criminals like me who didn't listen to fucking Mike's fucking orders. How you feel being Mike's little bitch? I don't see no goddamn ambulance back here. You need to just fucking leave me back here to die?
I'm gonna open the door for you in a second.
I don't see no goddamn ambulance. I'm in the back of the goddamn building. There's no one back here.
Car 16, Burnsville Parkway. They turn onto Corey Street. Just pull up
Can you please turn off the goddamn heat?
I turned it off.
It's still coming up. Can I come out? I'm in cuffs.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, I just need some air. I'm in cuffs. You're like 100 pounds heavier than me. Like, what am I going to possibly do? Like, you're just being crazy at this point. Why can't I just be out there and stand up and stretch my legs? Like, this is uncomfortable as fuck.
I'm just gonna leave it here though.
I won't do anything. I just want to stretch my legs out.
Is it bow? Am I saying
It's bow. You don't feel good about yourself. I know you don't. I can see it on your face. I know you don't feel good about yourself.
It's a trespass.
Yeah, I know you don't. It's trespassing. You'll say anything at this point to sustain your current way of life.
Come on, man.
Come on, what, man?
Trespass.
Do you ask yourself? Do you feel good about yourself?
Listen,
Do you feel good about yourself?
you don't have to talk to me at all.
Do you feel good about? I want to talk to you. Do you feel good
You're
about
under
yourself?
arrest for trespass.
Okay, I'm completely
It's a
fine with
buffer
that.
zone.
But do you feel good about yourself, though?
Why would I feel good about arresting anybody?
Right. So you don't feel good about this, but you're doing it, right?
It's not feeling good. It's my job.
But I know you have to do it. You're just doing what you're told, right?
It's my job.
But you don't feel good about it, right?
It's my job.
But you have to do it, right?
Gotta do it. Right?
You gotta make
Part
that
of my
car
job.
payment, right? Well, I mean, you gotta make your house. You gotta sustain your image in society, right? No, I'm not yelling, man. I'm in shock. I'm in shock, man. You guys slammed me up against this van, and you guys threw me in. When you say I didn't, you mean you mean you personally? Me. No, you are. Because you're complacent. Not only did you do it, right? You're complacent in letting it continue to happen now. By saying, oh man, it's a trespass, you know the deal. Right. I gotta do my job, man. You're so complacent in this. You're worse than the person who slammed me up against the van. You're just trying to take no response. Oh, it was Mike that did it. I didn't do it. I'm just arresting him for trespass. You're talking to me like I put my hands on him. I'm just trespassing him and doing my job. It was Mike that put his hands on him. That's cool, right? It doesn't matter, as long as I didn't put my hands on him, that's cool, right? I mean, that's how you see it, right? Well, okay. Yeah, but so is it okay for someone to do it then? Okay. Is it okay for them to do it? No, they didn't. They grabbed me and slammed me into the van and said, grab him. They never told me you were under arrest. They never said to leave. Actually, the trooper I was speaking to was actually in the middle explaining to me what was going on. When Mike walked across the street, grabbed me and slammed into the van and did this. Right? And you're completely okay with this. Not only are you okay with it, you're complacent in letting it continue to happen. If not, you would stand up and say, Mike, that was fucked up, man. Like, I know you're my boss.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Just doing my job, not see.
I'll leave now. Exactly, because you have to do your job and you're complacent in everyone else, right? You don't agree with that shit, but you have to do your job, right? You see what it disconnected? You see why none of this shit makes sense? And you see why I can't understand this shit? And you see why I need a medic? Because none of this shit makes any sense. It makes no fucking sense. I got slammed up against the wall, and now you're like, yeah, buddy, you trespass, man, or ban, or whatever hard surface I was slammed up against. How long do you know, Mike, man? How long have you worked for him, man?
Justin Garza helped with $2 through Super Chat. LA Rata, let him go, you're being recorded live.
You know fuck all about what I know, man. How long have you worked for him, man?
I'm done talking.
Yeah.
Civil conversation.
Civil about what? I asked you a question, and you want to ask me another question. How the fuck is that civil? If you ask me a question about my siblings, and I ask you, hey man, do you beat your wife? How the fuck is that a civil combo? It's only civil when someone asks a person a question and they respond civilly. When you distract with nonsense, nothing is civil about that. I still haven't gotten my goddamn water that you promised.
I don't have water. I look for it.
Like, I'm so goddamn parched. I got my own goddamn water, but they won't let me drink it. Why? Because I was simply trespassed according to you, right? And you don't give a fuck how it happened, because you're just simply doing your job. I bet you feel fucking great about this shit. You're gonna go home and sleep like a fucking baby, knowing you put...
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Not see, he's a veteran.
And you just sat there idly thinking, oh man, I had to do my job, man. I know it's hard to hear, man. I know the truth is hard to hear. And that's why most people like yourself say, oh man, I don't want to hear this. So I commend you for at least sitting around. I know nothing's going to affect you. I know I'm talking to a wall, man. That's why I don't even care. Like, I know you don't care. You think I would say anything at all if I knew you care, man? I know you don't care. I know you're so sick that you don't give a fuck. Like, you think we're friends. I'm your fucking victim. We're not friends, man. Like you keep making it like I'm your friend. You got me in a cage. I'm begging you for air and water. You won't even give me the simple fucking need of water. That's a basic human right, and you won't even give it to me. Why you got me in a cage? I'm in a small metal box, traumatized, about to fucking be needing a medic, and you won't even give me water, and you're trying to be civil with me? What the fuck? It's not giving someone. How the fuck is that civil?
I've been nothing.
Why don't you civilly get me some
Sabrina, aka SV777, helped with $2 through Super Chat. Bow is a vet piggy, oink oink.
Now I have someone trying to be my friend. Because why? Because he has the fucking grace of giving me fresh air. Thanks for giving me fresh air and not suffocating me in this back part like you do to other people. How many people have you suffocated back here? You know about it because you said it. You mentioned it. You're like, sorry about the suffocation, all nonchalant.
Never said that.
You fucking somebody said it. All nonchalant and shit. You guys think you guys are so slick with your nonchalant shit. You must feel like a real fucking hero. I wonder what your relatives would think. They must think you're a fucking hero for fucking, what? Caging a man who fucking, what? Didn't leave your prize zone. This shit is so stupid. This shit is beyond idiotic. Yeah, I'm gonna just move my leg here.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah,
I'm not doing anything.
No, you're fine.
Attack me like Mike.
Justin Garza helped with $2 through Super Chat. Let him go, yeah, we'll get Sue.
Do y'all still have all my property?
Yeah.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Y'all look like Blue M Bison Gee.
No, I swear to God, if I don't want to, I give it to you. They'd probably calm me down a little bit.
Man,
I get where you're coming from, especially with, you're so high sensitive now. You get thirsty, I get it. I just literally don't have water. It's not that I'm denying it.
You are, man. You are.
I don't have it.
Like, I'm under your care.
You are, yeah.
To get me water.
Yeah, I get you messed up, and I think they'll have a water.
I'm not asking for more today.
If I
Thank you for
get
asking.
some troopers over here, you just stop me on for 2 seconds, I can go last them. Sound good?
Yeah. Can you unlock one of my hands?
Yeah.
I got some hair in my mouth.
So,
I
I
I'm
trust
not
you.
gonna make any money.
I know that.
Like, I'm gonna comply with all this shit. I'm just pissed that you guys fucking use the court law to fucking against me. That's some bullshit. Cause it's like my goddamn voodoo piggy. Fucking bullshit. You know it's like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that like that.
You're welcome. I'm not gonna try this.
Where do you live?
I live here.
Nearby? Okay, alright, cool. Here they come, okay? You good with that?
Yeah, you need to recuff.
I'm just gonna recuff. If they want me to uncuff, I'll just uncuff it,
Can
okay?
you do it in the front? I'm not gonna go in here.
I can't just go to the front. They might be much good at the back. Something I don't trust you.
Whatever.
Good. I didn't double lock it, so just don't make sure.
I'm not gonna do that.
I know. Alright, so once again, why I asked you earlier, dizzy, because I usually tell them what's going on. Some people
You can
just
tell
ask
them
for
your
dizzy.
boss took me and slammed me up against the back of this van right here.
Okay,
And now
they're
I'm
gonna
kinda
come
in
up,
shock.
so just be transparent and see what's
Yeah,
going
you
on.
can tell them that we're out.
How are you guys?
How you doing?
Good. He's complaining of dizziness. He's high intense right now. He's placing an arrest, so have him tell you what's going on.
Yeah, hey man, what's your name?
My name is Val.
Val.
What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Nice to meet
I was
you.
talking to this trooper right here, and in the middle of the convo, his boss came up and grabbed me and slammed me into the back of this van, and now I'm back there. I really don't know what's going on. Are you a doctor? Can you help me?
I'm a paramedic. I can only to make sure that you're healthy. And
I don't know what's going on. None of this makes sense to me. He's like trying to be my friend, telling me like, oh, it's just a simple trespass. From my point of view, I just got attacked in the middle of a combo. I think this guy, his name was Ziano. Yeah. He was in the middle of explaining to me where I needed to go, and we were actually moving. Right, Monziano?
Crashes 82 helped with $2 through Super Chat. Ooh dogs.
Yeah, but me and you were walking away, right? And you can tell him that while we were doing that, someone grabbed me and slammed me up against the van, and you can tell him that what's up happened,
All right, well,
and tell him the severity of it,
Wow.
so he knows how it happened, and that's just my point of view.
okay, so
That way you
this
know
all-
what happened.
I want to acknowledge. Yeah, you had a tussle and.
I didn't have a tussle with anyone. I was in the middle of a sidewalk. I was in the sidewalk talking to this state trooper right here.
Gotcha.
And out of nowhere, I got grabbed and slammed up against his van. By the time I realized what was going on, I realized it was his boss.
Okay.
And next thing I know, I was back here.
Gotcha.
Like, am I crazy? Do I need medical help?
Well, that's what I'm kind of here to help figure
This
you out.
sounds nuts.
Okay. Can I,
Does it sound crazy to you, Monty?
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Hi Jeff. He might have internal injury.
He's gonna check my help. You saw that?
All right.
Yeah.
We acknowledge that you've been through something. Can I check your vital signs?
Did you get his story of it?
We understand that there was a tussle and you ended up in the back.
No, there wasn't a tussle. Someone took my head and slammed it up against a heavy metal object.
All right, okay, look at it.
That's not a tussle. That's being attacked.
No, they have calls. Let them check your vitals.
I mean, I'm in a cage. What do you want me to do? I'm in a
Step out.
cage.
Watch your head and step out.
You want me to step out?
Yeah, just sit right on the end here, man. Okay, and then there you go. Just sit right back.
Oh,
down.
you want to hear what's crazy?
Yeah,
After that,
have a seat, bud.
after that, the guy that attacked me, right?
Yeah.
Came up and was like, "You're live streaming." Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Is he saying that people in Germany can attack other people because they're live streaming?
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. No tussle. Attacked.
You know what? I don't think so. I think he got
Even your fucking helper fucking thinks this shit's fucking funny. He thinks this shit's a fucking joke.
Hey.
No, look at him. He's laughing. He thinks you guys are a joke.
No.
No, not you. The troopers. He's laughing at the troopers, not you. Your helper, your assistant. He's like, he's down there grinning. He's low. He thinks this shit's pathetic.
I'm not laughing at anyone.
All right, man. Don't pay attention to him. Don't pay attention to him.
Like, you think these guys are serving and protecting? Sorry, I was sitting on a thing. I had to
No. Yeah, understand.
Like, I'm not gonna make any sudden moves towards you.
Yeah, I got you. Brother.
I'm gonna comply with whatever fucking.
Thank you very much.
Whatever
Thank you very much.
Don't feel unsafe. I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna,
I'm with you, man.
put you in a situation to where you feel uncomfortable.
I trust that.
It's just fucked up.
Yep.
That this is the kind of help you give me. I get fucking attacked, and you strap a goddamn. What the fuck is this? A pinky monitor to me?
Yeah. Hey, no. That's
like, this is some bullshit, man. I need some help. I need someone who's gonna fucking help me figure out what the fuck's going on versus put a goddamn pinky monitor on me. This is some bullshit. I just got my head slammed up against the goddamn van. And you put a goddamn pinky monitor on me?
That's to check how much oxygen you're getting, brother, and you're getting plenty of oxygen, okay?
Fuck all. Yeah, my pinky should tell you fuck all.
All right, brother. Just waiting for the machine to finish up, man. We're almost there.
This is some bullshit, man. I'm in a fucking small metal box in handcuffs with a goddamn. What the fuck is this strapped to me, man? How is this helping me?
It's a blood pressure cuff.
How is this helping me?
It's to check to see if you're.
How does this help my fucking injury? I got a goddamn head injury. How the fuck is this helping me? How's fucking putting air on my biceps helping me? Like, this is crazy.
Oh, you gotta check your vitals. It's all oxygen. That's basic stuff.
Like, this shit's fucking nuts.
Well, hey, listen, they're being nice to you. Just you gotta be cordial, be nice to them.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm the one being attacked. What do you mean being nice? I'm in a goddamn cage. I'm under your care. Can I just leave right now? How the fuck do you want me to be nice? Motherfucker, let me put you in a cage and you be nice.
Hey, you gotta calm down a second.
What the fuck? I am calm. How can I be fucking anything but calm? I'm sitting in a metal box inside a cage. How am I not calm? You want me to be calm for your fucking machine? That's why you want to be calm? So you can fucking write everything off as being okay? None of this shit's okay. And you're complacent in this shit by trying to make it seem like it's okay. You want me to be calm? So your machine will show that I'm calm?
His vitals are stable.
Fucking bullshit. I got a goddamn head injury.
Obviously very agitated.
I've been attacked. I'm traumatized. Write that down in your report.
All right, well, a couple things we can do. We can change
head injury,
hey, listen,
traumatized. I don't need to listen. I've been attacked. And you guys are allegedly here to help me. Like, how, like, what are you talking about? You want me to listen? How is listening going to help my injury? I've been attacked. So you're here to help me, and you're just like, oh, listen, man, you just got to calm down. Are you fucking kidding? Are you listening to yourself, man? Are you guys for real? Are you guys proud of yourselves, man?
I'm gonna double lock those cuffs on.
Are you proud of yourself, man? Like, seriously, man. Y'all get paid like 100, 150, 200. Like, seriously, man. Are y'all for real, man? Like, I'm agitated. That's the best you got. I got a goddamn head injury. Yeah, that's agitating to have a head injury. It's pretty agitating. When someone slams your head up against a goddamn bus,
do you need more water?
It's agitating. Yeah, I do.
Can I explain you what's going to happen next? I'm not processing for an hour. I'm going to bring it forward. Does that make sense? So they cleared you up left and right on campus and everything. We're process you. Okay. I'm okay. We're going to the H2 barracks. It's not far from here. We're just going to take this. Like I said, yeah, no problem. Go through the paperwork and then bring it to court. That'll be it, all right? I just want you to know, for the record, nothing personal, okay? Just you.
Well, here's the thing, man.
It
may not be personal with you.
I know.
But Mike made it personal. And you know that. And you're complacent on this. He knows that. My bad, I didn't mean that.
So good.
He knows that. You know that. I know that. And at this point, we're just trying to be civil and be like, hey, man, let's just fucking...
I'm not even trying to do that. You know, I'm just I'm not trying to, like, but I'm also not trying to be an asshole.
No, I'm with you because you have to maintain your illusion, right? You have to maintain whatever it is.
Are you going with the
let me just rest of it. You have to maintain whatever it is. I'm not being uncivil.
I know, but you're just calling me a fraud. I don't want
But you are.
I'm not.
You're trying, but you are. Why you're trying to explain to me I'm not a fraud, but you're complacent in something that was done to me that was wrong, right? Like, how can you be complacent? Even you know, man, we was in the middle of, like, trying to figure out where to go. You know, and you're just like, man, I'm just doing my job, man. You got distracted. So, like, we all know what's going on, right? You're just trying to make it seem like it's cool and you're not a fraud, man. And that's not gonna fly with me, man. Like,
it's all good.
I hear what
you're saying.
I don't have a personal vendetta against you, right? And I know you don't have a personal vendetta against me, and I appreciate that.
That was my point.
Right? However, we all know what's going on here, right? I'm not going to pretend like you guys aren't frauds, right? And you're not going to try to trick me like you are, man, because you're complacent in what's going on. The fact that we're even doing this, yeah, it was nice for you to give me water. That's some basic human shit. You know what I mean? Like, I would give you water. I'll fucking give you water if I saw you on the street and you were thirsty. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm not speaking too much truth. I know you don't want to hear this.
You can speak. I just want to get over the process.
I know you want to get over with, so you can go back to
for you and for me.
Man, I don't want to get this shit over with, man. I think this shit's good that you're willing to talk and hear me say. Most cops don't want to hear this shit at all. Most cops want to fucking tell me that they're fucking frauds, you know, that they're not frauds, that they don't want to hear the fucking truth. So, I mean, fuck it, man. If you're willing to listen, I don't have nowhere to fucking be. I plan on being out here recording all goddamn day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not signing fuck all.
Okay.
Fuck.
A lot more at the barracks, right?
Crashes 82 helped with $5 through Super Chat. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Let him go. Nothing personal. Is some BS you tell yourself to sleep at night.
You can turn it off for you. See the battery?
No, turn it on. It turn off. There's a button on the side right there. I can turn it. Like, if I move over, I can turn it on. Because it's speaking and they want you to hear what's going on. So, I mean, you've already fucked me over. You might as well let me make some money and turn that speaker on. I can't do that. I'm serious.
Keith Anderson helped with $2 through Super Chat. It's recorded Bao was complying and was attacked.
Yeah, no, it's on my backpack. It's on the other side of the piggy. Just hit the on button. Was you know?
I want quick ride. Yeah.
It says fuck all on camera.
H2.
And that shit might fly with anyone else, man, but it's not gonna fly with me, man. Like, you chose to do this shit. No one made you do this shit. Like, I know you tell all your victims, oh man, I'm just doing my job, man. It's nothing personal, man, you know. But I don't believe that shit at all, man. I know deep down inside, I know you're the same. You know you're the same.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Not C, pig emoji. Not C, pig emoji. Not C, pig emoji.
Louisiana, you got your chef card?
You're burning me out back there. I can't
chef
breathe.
Card? Yeah. For him, yeah. What's that about? I didn't hear you.
Can you fly that,
the heat's completely off.
Yeah, can you slide it over to the cool side though? It's still blowing heat because the knob is on the heat.
I got you. Thank you.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Bow watch the docs.
Driver has that vehicle document. Paperwork exchange. All cruiser 17.
Or if you not afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. If you answer questions now, you still have the right to stop the question at any time. You understand what I read you?
We'll get this done.
Man, I heard what you said.
That's it. I just wanted you to hear it. You understand?
Yeah, I heard what you said. I don't understand any of your words, man. I heard them words you said though.
Law enforcement sensitive. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Be sure he calls it off. When's he on his H2 now? Stay on the 7. Alright. Put it on the radio, yeah.
You feel like a big bad crime fighter, don't you? I know you didn't go to the academy for this shit.
1921 H2.
I know you thought you were gonna go to the academy and did some fucking.
So the cat team is going to be transporting one from the courthouse to you guys. It's their arrest.
You literally processing someone for feelings right now. Yeah.
Metro, GCP.
And lease a new 2025 Audi Q6 e-tron for only $649 per month for 36 months, only $39.25 down. MSRP $68,995. So, if you're looking for your perfect match, come find it at Audi Mayday.
How you feel that air?
Hell no, man, I'm high as fuck. I didn't even think you heard me. I've been trying to tell you.
I got the air cranked for you, man.
It doesn't even go back there, man. All I feel is
I got it all pointed, so do I.
Crashes82 helped with $2 through Super Chat. Let our boy go. Let him keister his phone at least.
You think you was gonna be doing this when you went to the academy, man? You're probably a little disappointed, huh? You probably thought you was gonna be doing some fucking high-speed shit. Stopping crimes and shit. And now you're just in a loop where you're like, fuck, man. I can't go do nothing else. Have you ever thought about working in the private sector, man? You seem like a reasonable guy, you know? You seem like nice enough. You don't seem like as bad as all the other piggies, you know? You gave me water at least. Most of the time they just let me fucking get all parched out.
I told you, man, it's something personal.
You know? It doesn't have to be personal though, man. I'm just saying, like, there's some decent shit in there. I'm just curious, why do you feel like
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Don't Freddie Graham.
I love my job.
What do you love about it, man? What do you love having to explain to someone who just got attacked for no reason, regardless of how you feel about it, giving you a piece of the truth, man? And the truth is so fucking truthful that you don't even want to hear it, man. You just walk away from it. Like, why the fuck would you love that, man? You love being called frauds by people like me, man? You love that shit? You love arresting people like me, man? Someone who your boss just got a personal vendetta with, just to harm? You love not being able to stand up for yourself?
Listen, I'll talk to the barracks if you want. I don't want to keep going back and forth.
Like, you love that, man? Wow. How long was y'all's booking process, man?
I'm pretty quick at it, so as long as you just answer the questions, yeah, I want to get you in and out, alright? Some basic stuff, and then take a picture, fingerprint, and then that'll be it, alright?
Some handcuffs behind you, man. Like, I'm not even a big guy, and this shit's claustrophobic as fuck. I'm uncomfortable, man. I'm pushing out. I need air. It's hot.
I got the air cranked right now.
I'm hyperventilating.
Enforcement cell, westbound 120,
There's no window.
How about those side windows right there?
You all set?
Like, fuck, dude.
All set.
I see the air on. Can you hit the off button? Hit the power button.
Now, do you want the AC on or you want it off?
I want it off, man. It's going heat.
No, it's on the AC.
I'm
right there.
suffocating, bro. Can
Okay.
you stop this thing? Let me out.
No.
I'm hyperventilating. Please. I'm hyperventilating.
So just calm yourself down. You had EMS, all right? They cleared you. I got all the air on and the window. Okay? We're almost there. We're not even 5 minutes out. Okay?
I'm hyperventilating. Please let me out.
Lay you out what? What do you think you're going to get on the highway?
Please let me out.
Val.
Please.
You're hyping yourself up. You gotta.
The box is blowing heat. I'm burning up. Please let me out.
The box is not blowing.
Look at me.
The AC is on for you.
No, but hit the off button. Please hit the off button.
Hit the off button? Sure.
Yeah. It's so hot.
That was the AC.
It's so hot.
Val, that was the AC.
I know, I'm sweating. Please look at my face. I'm red. Please put all the windows down.
I got you.
Please let me out. Please let me out.
You get all the windows, so I can't let you out. You're under arrest. You're not getting out.
Party 12, Station G.
How old are you?
I can't think. I'm hyperventilating. I'm getting dizzy.
You gotta stop yelling. You're gonna hype yourself up.
I'm getting dizzy.
You're underway, 12 and reservoir, IDs 3630 and 3729.
I got all the windows down. I got the AC cranked.
I'm passing out.
You're not passing out. You're talking to me. You've had a water. EMS has seen you. What's going on?
I got a head injury. I think I'm passing out. I'm passing out. Please let me out. Please, I'm begging you.
Me letting you out. What do you think that's gonna do? What
Please,
do you mean by letting?
I'm passing out. I'm passing out.
All the windows are open, Val.
I'm passing out. Please help me. Please help me.
Val, I've been nothing but accommodating.
Please help me. I'm in a metal box.
Crashes 82 helped with.
Look at my face. Look at my face. Please. Let me out.
I'm going to be clear from this hit and run and investigate.
We're gonna be in the barracks shortly.
What you said. I can't think.
Where do you think you're gonna go?
I just need air. There's no air. Please give me air.
The window's open.
Please give me air. There's no air coming into this box.
I can see the air going into the box, man.
There's no air coming in here. Please help me. Please help me. Please help me. Please help me. Just let me out for 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute, I'm begging you. Just please let me out.
I'm not letting you out of the car. The window's wide open for you. You keep hyping.
Please open the window.
The window's open. The window's been open.
I'm bloodshot red. I'm getting dizzy. I'm losing vision. I'm losing vision. I'm scared. I'm dizzy and I'm losing vision.
Pull over the brake pedal for a second. Yeah. And getting him some air.
I think I'm losing oxygen to the brain.
Just for a second. How close are we anyway? We're not.
Please help me.
Are you serious?
Please.
Sir, I'll be transporting one from the barracks to Dorchester Court.
Please help me.
All right, Val.
Please, I'm begging you.
As dramatic as you are, I'm gonna pull over the brake now.
I'm begging you, please.
I'm gonna give you a minute, and then that's it.
Please, thank you. Please. Please.
Okay, stop.
Please
Wait
let
for the
me
next
out.
exit. Stop.
I'll just,
You're a grown man. Enough.
please,
You're
I'm
being
getting
dramatic.
the Prable oxygen.
You're not.
Please.
The window was open the entire time.
Please,
Just
can you
relax.
please open the window?
It's been open.
Can you please open it?
It's open.
Please don't close it. Please. Let me out. Please don't close the window.
Yeah, it's not closed, Val.
Please. My legs are getting numb. Everything's getting blurry. Ah.
All right, we're gonna take this exit here and pull over.
My legs are numb. My eyes are numbing up.
Up with the drama, please.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Stop torturing a veteran.
Downplay my injury, please. There's no need to downplay use of making me suffer. It's enough that you're making me suffer. Don't downplay it, please. I can't see. I'm losing vision. Please help me. And this one cup got too tight around my wrist bone. Ah. Please help me.
Yeah, here you go. Enough.
Please. This is pure torture.
Stop it, dude. Seriously.
Yeah. Why? Why did y'all do this? My legs are numb. Freaking out. Hyperventilating. It's box. Please let me out. Please. Please let me out. Please let me out. Please.
Okay, we are pulled over.
Please, oh my God.
We are pulled over. The window is open the
I'm not
entire
running away.
time. I know you're
I'm not
not.
gonna run away. I'm not gonna run away. Can you please? This one tough guy. It's around my bone. It's on the left. This box blows out hot air. This box, if you don't believe me, please take this sweater off me.
We'll put you in his cruiser then. Not serious.
This thing is fucking torture. I'd rather anything than to be fucking kidnapped and tortured and be told it's okay. It's not a big deal. Like, stop torturing people. Like, why can't I just sit there with seatbelt on? I agree to go with y'all peacefully. I agree to go peacefully. There's no need to torture me while I go peacefully. Yeah, you are. This is torture. I'm in the back of a car. Like, I'm hyperventilating. I can't even fucking do anything.
Code 3983, I'll be on 4.
Market. With 30% on no antibiotics ever, bonus spiral cut pork ham 6 times through April 22nd. Carve into this juicy, sweet centerpiece for your celebratory spread. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When I was a kid, my grandpa used to say to my grandma, I love you to the moon and back. It almost symbolized his deep love for her. So this Mother's Day, I've created a beautiful
498 DJ Perfection as a subject.
crescent moon filled with sparkling diamonds. Put a silver heart engraved with, I love you to the moon and back. Right on the other side.
Yes, taking care. Call your broker or visit the
Wake up to a warm sausage McMuffin with egg for $3. And add your favorite any size iced coffee. Black, with the 2025 Mazda CX-90 PHEV preferred for just $349 a month for 24 months. Or with the 2025 Mazda CX-5 2.5S Select for only $259 a month for 36 months. Or finance for 0.9% APR. Don't wait. Start your spring driving adventure and get more with Ira Mazda of Westwood. In person or online at IRAMazda.com. New England drives Ira. Offers expire April 30th, 2025. Not all customers will qualify. See deal for full details. All for only $40 a month for 1 year to celebrate this car while your next life goes together.
Visit Xfinity.com today and think that they're distributing some
Makes a purchase. Receipt matching, categorization, approvals, you name it. Over 30,000 businesses, including yours truly, trusts Ramp. So visit ramp.com/hub to learn more. Card issued by Southern Bank, member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Join me and Joe Murray this Thursday as we broadcast live from the Brook Casino before the draft.
Hey, what's up? We're about like 10 minutes. We're about 10 minutes out. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. It's next to me. We put him in the other cruiser because hyperventilating and all that, so he's good. But no, I hear you loud and clear. You hear me?
Yes. Okay. Did you know that the creator of Fire Festival, behind that whole, Billy McFarland, had been planning and were sold, despite the fact
Not one named artist could be found anywhere. Not a specific location. And when investigated, the place where it was supposed to be taking, the site where it was supposed to be taking place in Mexico, people called and said, no, we don't have any permits pulled for it. We don't have anything. There's nothing going on with Fire Festival 2 from May 30th to June 2nd. Fire Festival 2 is real, was the advertised slogan for the event. Tickets started at $1,400, and they were already selling.
You have to feel like they would have learned their lesson in, the Fire Fest people who put it together would have learned their lessons from the first one. Second one will be better, right?
Yeah. Well, apparently now it has been postponed. Selling, and apparently just a couple of little hiccups, like not having gaming, sports, and treasure hunting to redefine creativity and culture. Just those minor things of not having actual, performers or a site has forced them to postpone.
Yeah, but how many times did you redefine creativity and culture?
Yeah, well,
get me down there. I think there's a content opportunity here.
Just so we're clear, the organizer, Billy McFarland, was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for the first Fire Festival. And he said he tried to write a book while he was inside using voice notes on his iPhone, but that wasn't allowed. So then he was put into solitary confinement during his imprisonment. And then he was requested and granted a compassionate release after a couple of years or something.
What kind of prison is this that you have your iPhone available for voice memos, but then that is such an egregious violation that you can be sent to solitary? Imagine asking the other guys in the yard, I got sent to solitary. Oh, what'd you do? Did he not get like a pencil and legal paper?
We can have an iPhone, you just can't use voice notes.
Yeah.
That's where we get a draw. All right, does anybody know about this Weezer movie other than the one blip I have about it, which is that Keanu Reeves has been cast in a Weezer movie? Do you know anything about this Weezer? I'm asking. So apparently it's a combination of a cross between Scott Pilgrim versus the World, which I've not seen, and the Weird Al Yankovic story. But Keanu Reeves has been cast as the villain in the Weezer movie. So any other information I could get about this would be greatly appreciated. Not that I'm going to see it, but
is Weezer starring in this movie, or is it? It's a Weezer. It's a mockumentary about Weezer.
There we go.
So it's like Spinal Tap, but with Weezer.
Thank you.
Weezer's
33286 Dorchester Court.
One thing that did interest me, though, is the fact that in all the other listings here in this movie notes, where there's precious little about this Weezer movie, Amazon, or Amazon MGM, is doing a Pacific Rim origin series. The first Pacific Rim, not the second one, that's garbage. The first Pacific Rim, I will sit down and watch at any point when it's on and watch it until the end. There's just something about it. And it's the one time I've ever been in the movies with Fred Toucher. There was a double date night, and they were unveiling some new theater. We went to see Pacific Rim. I loved it. He hated it. I should have known that.
You know what I watched last night, Hardy, that you had suggested? I watched Heretic finally. You had suggested that, I believe, the Hugh Grant thriller from last year.
What'd you think?
Loved it.
Yeah, it's good, right?
Great twists in there.
Yeah,
fantastic.
All right.
One question, and then I have an answer about the Weezer movie. Has anyone seen Sinners yet?
No.
I'd like to. Tonight. Looks good. You going to see it tonight?
Yeah,
we'll get the review when we're back on Friday.
Yes. Okay. And then some answers on the Weezer movie. So it's a film about a high-octane rivalry between two bands, one being Weezer, and the other led by Keanu Reeves, whose band Dogstar, was the featured band for Weezer's first show. So Weezer opened for this band Dogstar in March 1992.
That was Keanu Reeves'
band, that was. Right? It was like a legitimate, real signed band.
Yeah. They opened for his band, and it looks like they have just reformed in 2023 to release their first new material since 2000. This is from exclaim.ca, so don't blame me if this turns out to be true. But it looks like the film is about a rivalry between the two in this.
At the end of the show, the song Ass Man that plays at the end of every show. Do you know whose theme song this is? Ryan Johnson, wrestling aficionado.
Badass Billy Gunn.
Badass Billy Gunn. Asked about it recently
All right, guys. So the big rumor is, well, it's not really a rumor, right? It's a fact that Ass Man theme song, which is mine, by the way, on 98.5, the Sports Hub, right? They play at the end of every show, yeah. It's the end of every show because, well, because that's how we go out. Like, there's no better way to go out than the theme song of Mr. X. And then you think I get a lot of royalties from this, right? I haven't gotten from them. Like, I get nothing. Like, I get nothing. You use all the, like, you just use me. Like, I just feel like I've been used. But that's okay, because the song's really cool. And if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for you. I'm a nice man.
He's right. Well, I mean, he should be getting ASCAP BMI something, right?
Yeah,
he didn't write and or perform the
song.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting played 5 days a week, more than 30 seconds of it. So I don't know. Talk to your publishers.
This is in the public domain now. You can't really demand.
You know,
It's like Happy Birthday.
like all classical
Right.
music, you know, this is fair use. We appreciate you, Billy Gunn. We appreciate you giving your reluctant okay to keep using the song there at the end.
Marty, I want to wish you a happy opening day today. Big fan.
It's on.
The Sports Hub.
For the longest time, it was hard for me to even get out of hiding. Now I'm
up and down Lansdowne, across Metro West, and on the Southeast Expressway. The all-new 1017 The Bull.
Boston's hit country.
wishful drinking. Give my heart something to sink in. Better make it true, nothing I won't do for another round of me and you. I know it's a shot in the dark, looking for what's left of a spark. Throwing them back like I got nothing to lose. Just a slow burn, just like you. Everybody says give it time, but I'm feeling like I'm stuck on rewind. Throwing them back like I got nothing to lose. It's a slow burn, just like you. Come in like an optimistic. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking. Give my heart something to think. Better make it to nothing I won't do for another round of me and you. I get hopeful when I'm tipsy, thinking you're my next misty. It's 100 proof nothing I won't do for another round of me and you. I'm wishful drinking. Tracing your footprints through my memories, trying to find where we went wrong. Replacing the space you left with new things, nothing to try last long. Maybe I'm just wishful drinking, give my heart something. Better make it to nothing I won't do for another round of me and you, another round of me. I get hopeful when I'm tipsy, thinking you're my eyes and listening. It's 100 proof nothing I won't do for another round of me and you. It's 101.7 WBWL Lynn, Boston. Our radio station. Our radio app. Listen for all your favorite radio and podcasts. Free. You had me believing. How many months did you plan on leaving? What happens? That happens. You go back.
8787 Air Patrol, one call of an erratic. Vehicle just went 24 northbound to 93 northbound. Registration given was 2 Victor Sierra 136 on a black Mercedes SUV, in and out of lanes, high rate of speed. 231 received.
Hey, what's up? I'm live. You know what that means,
Leo
right?
7 front company with 1 male.
All right. stuff. Somehow he's still faster. This might be it.
You got the tripod, isn't it? Like that way you put your phone.
Yeah. Oh, shit, so. Was he still recording? He left in the van, but you're taking over the property now.
Where's the camera? Mine?
What's up?
Where's the camera? Like attached to him, or is it like on his phone or something?
On his phone. One of these. Two. That one's off. Phones. Two phones. You have big property bags?
I would assume somewhere.
Oh, yeah, you don't work here.
Yeah. I want day shift. Work.
Yeah, you hope it's all I know. You can all figure it out. All right. That's awesome. Oh, okay. We thought we were going to be making a decent amount today. Yeah, so like,
I don't know if that's the one. This is these all fingerprints also. No, I'm saying this is this stuff is in here. This puppy. I don't know what. Shut off these little. Have him what? Fire department. Sean, did you already put all this in there? Like everything's logged in this. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, my beautiful friends. What an amazing day it is today. And welcome back. I hope your Tuesday is unfolding beautifully. And you're making your way through the week like it ain't nothing. Great to see Locals just booted up. Great to see you, Locals. What's up, SD Gold Star Mom? What's up, Stacy Milliken? Hello, Boopsy. Good morning. What's up, chat with me? ELZ is here. What's up, Bones? What's up, Rocky Water? Great to see everybody. Bruce Wayne in the house. Mr. Trump Train, voice of the people's in the house. What's up, Thomas Bennett? Wow, Thomas, what a nice compliment. Thanks for saying this. Says, Robert, I started my subscription yesterday. Thank you, Thomas, for doing that. Says, I've never subscribed before to a YouTube channel. I believe your content precise, educational, and entertaining. I used to follow the ACLJ. And the AC, yeah, that sounds familiar to me. Is that another? Well, thank you for doing that, Thomas. Very nice of you to say that. And good morning. We appreciate that. It is a beautiful Tuesday, and welcome to all of our new members. We got a bunch of new members yesterday, courtesy of some very generous folks. It's been a little bit of a member bonanza. Welcome. We're very happy to have you here. We have some business to attend to today. Starting off this morning, this just broke like minutes ago, which is a terror attack that happened in India. Apparently, JD Vance is over there. I just saw JD and the Prime Minister of India, JD, just reposted this just like minutes ago, 9 minutes ago, said in response to Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Modi, he said, I strongly condemn the terror attack in these three locations, Pahalgam, Jammu, and Kashmir. Says condolences to those who lost their loved ones. Apparently, they took out some tourists. All possible assistance is being provided. Those behind this heinous act will be brought to justice. They will not be spared. Their evil agenda will never succeed. Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable, and it will get even stronger. Nice statement. Yeah, evil must be rooted out. So JD Vance then responded to that and said this morning, just minutes ago, said, Usha and I extend our condolences to the victims of the devastating terror attack in India. Over the past few days, we've been there. They were over there. We have been overcome with the beauty of this country and its people. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they mourn this horrific attack. So here comes more from Newsweek telling us at least 24 people are feared to have been killed, right? It's a lot. Gunmen indiscriminately fired on tourists in Kashmir on Tuesday in what local authorities called a terror attack. Now, is it 3 locations? Like, was this a consolidated attack? That's kind of what Modi made it sound like, right? In 1, 2, 3, like 3 different locations. So was this a multi-faceted attack? We got the attack is much larger than anything we've seen directed at civilians in recent years, said someone. The death toll still being ascertained. Can't get into the details. We got someone else, Agency France, citing Indian police, say 24 people dead, which coincided with the trip to India of JD Vance. Not good. Though Vance is on a largely personal 4-day visit, he's also scheduled to meet with Modi to talk the economy, trade, and more things. He had a clip from yesterday. Nuclear-armed rivals, India and Pakistan, each administer part of Kashmir. Both claim the territory in its entirety. Initial reports said gunmen sprayed bullets at mostly Indian tourists visiting the meadow. Police say multiple tourists had gunshot wounds. Officials were evacuating them to hospitals. The meadow is a top sightseeing destination. Snow-capped mountains dotted with pine forests. Wow, sounds beautiful. Now, militants in the Indian-controlled portion have been fighting. What people are saying, a lot of people responding to this. So not good. JD Vance was there just yesterday, I think, posted this. JD Vance announcing, we're especially excited to announce that America and India have officially finalized the terms of reference for trade negotiations, right? So we're playing this game now where we're trying to, it's like dodgeball. Like, hey, come on to our team. It's like Team America versus Team China. Like, we want you. Come over here. And so people are having to debate this. And JD Vance is over there trying to get a big player. India, it's a big player. They can throw the ball pretty hard there. So we want them on our team. Here's what JD said.
As many of you are aware, both of our governments are hard at work on a trade agreement built on shared priorities, like creating new jobs, building durable supply chains, and achieving prosperity for our workers. In our meeting yesterday, Prime Minister Modi and I made very good progress on all of those points. And we are especially excited to formally announce that America and India have officially finalized the terms of reference for the trade negotiation. I think this is a vital step. Thank you. I believe this is a vital step toward realizing President Trump's and Prime Minister Modi's vision, because it sets a roadmap toward a final deal between our nations.
JD Vance making progress in global trade. And, you know, JD's had a couple of bad trips recently. Just in the Vatican, Pope's dead, goes over to India, a bunch of Indians are dead. We're just like, JD, you know, maybe just go for a walk on the beach alone. On a faraway beach, just for a minute, just to exercise whatever's going on there. You know what I'm saying? Say sage or something, whatever. All right, so that's JD. He's out and about. We've also got Scott Bessent came out, and here's what he said. Says, America has been very good to me, and I want to share the lessons I've learned with others. Through financial literacy, you can build both economic security and peace of mind while moving towards your long-term goals. And I think this is so needed in our country. It's like, how much time do we spend learning the quadratic equation, the quadratic formula? What is it? You know, B plus or minus 2AC over 2 pi squared, whatever it is. They don't teach anybody, you know, the kids how to create a budget or balance a checkbook. So everybody's financially illiterate. Everyone's living on debt and credit cards. It's not good. But that's good for them, because the dumber the populace is, the more they can exploit them for their own gains. And nobody knows what the difference is between a million or a billion or a trillion. You can't even fathom it. So if we're 30 trillion in debt, 36 trillion or whatever the number is now, it's like, oh, well, whatever, you know, it's just whatever. But I got a new big screen TV though, so cheap crap from China. So here is what Scott Bessent said here on the Post.
America has been very good to me and my family, and I want to spread the word that through financial literacy, you can accumulate both financial security, peace of mind, and move toward your financial goals.
Yes, we all want to be financially free with hard money that doesn't inflate out from under us. Thank you, Scott. He says, the sooner you start to think about making sound financial decisions, the easier it will be to accumulate that cash, baby. Saving is a lifelong process that will allow you to retire, support a family, save for education, and start a rainy day fund. Yeah, and the problem is you can save a lot of money, but if you wait 10 years, you just store all that money somewhere and come back 10 years later, it's not worth anything. It's not worth nearly what it was before. So if everything's being inflated, then everybody is incentivized to spend that money before it turns into nothing. And so then we have this consumer economy, which apparently is like a strategic asset now. It's like, well, we buy more crap than everyone else in the world. That's why America is so strong. No one will dare challenge us because we buy their crap. We'll stop buying your crap if you challenge it. It's like, oh, that's our country. That's the strength of our nation. That's why we're here. It's not industry. It's not innovation. It's not culture. It's we buy garbage from everybody else. So much garbage that's now a negotiating leverage point. Okay, so Scott continues. Let's see what he said here. Do we play this one?
Thing you will have. When you think about the long arc of your life and your career, then obviously you're worried about your education, your job, your housing, but at a point, we all start thinking about accumulating assets, about having a cushion, about having, whether it's rainy day money, money for family education, or money for retirement. So the sooner you start focusing on making good choices there, the easier it will be, and the bigger the nest egg you will have.
That's right. We want to be flush. Says everyone should care about financial literacy. Last one says making good financial decisions creates economic security. The small choices you make now can lead to a big payoff down the road. I think they call that compounding interest.
Everyone should care about financial literacy, whether you are a student with a summer job or a part-time job during school, whether you're in college, whether you're starting your career, or whether you are at the end of your career. making good financial choices creates economic security. And look, it's fun. You learn about the markets, you learn how to properly allocate resources, and there's a big payoff over the long term for something you can do early in your career.
Yeah, like buy a yacht, baby. And put a barber shop in your house and be on MTV Cribs, you know? All right, so that's Scott Bissett. Now, I think he's right. We could all, I mean, speaking for myself, I'll speak for myself, could always tighten things up financially a little bit. You know, those recurring subscriptions are like, oh, it's only $7 a month. It's not a big deal. I'll use it. And you never do. That's how they get you, man. All right, so we got to tighten up the ship. We're canceling everything, but don't cancel your membership here because it's critical for American security. All right, so as you can see, that's Scott Bissett, and we appreciate his educating us people. If he would tell us what stocks and cryptos to buy, that'd be also very helpful, Scott. Send me a DM. All right, anyways, here is more from the administration. We got Hegseth was out today, Rapid Response posting this one up saying, that's not why I'm here. I'm here at the Pentagon. We're bringing war fighting back to America. All right, so stop harassing me about Signal.
They've come after me from day one, just like they've come after President Trump. I mean, I've gotten a fraction of what President Trump got in that first term. What he's endured is superhuman. It's not hard for me to do this job. I know exactly why I'm here. To bring war fighting and the war fighting ethos back to the Pentagon, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down, to bring in new press voices into the Pentagon, which we've done, to reestablish standards and accountability, to not tolerate leakers, to 100% operational control of our border, to get rid of trans lunacy in the military. We haven't backed down. See, here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along and, you know, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending time with all the
CFR.
new cocktail sipping crowd.
Wow.
That's not why I'm here. I'm here because President Trump asked me to bring war fighting back to the Pentagon every single day. Right. That is our focus. And if people don't like it, they can come after me. No worries. I'm standing right here. The war fighters are behind us. Our enemies know they're on notice. Our allies know we're behind them. And that, in this dangerous world for the American people, is what it's all about.
Yeah, Brian's like, all right, enough. All right, you can see it in Brian's face. All right. Now, I heard, I think that person called Dan on, what podcast was that? Two-Way. He said when he watches Pete Hegseth, that it's like almost like Hegseth is playing for an audience of, well, one, he said, but I think it's kind of two, right? One is Trump, obviously, who watches a lot of this. And then two is going to be for the American people, right? So he just comes out and he's just speaking directly to you. Okay, what do you want me to do? Fight the war or not? I'm the Secretary of Defense or not. You care about Signalgate? Right? It's just basically bypassing the media. So he's making a statement. Brian Kilmeade's like, oh, okay, we got it, Pete. Thanks for your little cheerlead song and dance here. We got it. But it doesn't matter, right? He's not speaking to them. He's not speaking. And he did this yesterday with the Easter thing too. And explained to the cameras, right, that we don't care about what you guys are saying on all this nonsense. Stop your screeching about due process, which you never cared about. Stop your screeching about operational security. You didn't care about that when you had people falling out of airplane wheel wells and so on and so forth. His response is much more articulate than what we can come up with here, but it's a pattern that we're seeing, and it's frustrating the hell out of him. Now, we also saw this from, it's Rubio. Did I move that? I may have moved that. Yeah. So here, anyways, today, I think maybe even right now, we have the Supreme Court hearing the oral arguments on a reading of LGBTQ books in public schools happening right now. So let's jip in on this and see if there's anything good right now. Otherwise, we'll get an update on the story and come back.
There may be circumstances that give rise to a coercion, fully recognizing that exposure to ideas, even if they offend religious beliefs, do not qualify as a burden for free exercise purposes.
Thank you. Justice Gorsuch? I just want to make sure I understand a few fact things and then a law question. What age do you, in Montgomery County, teach students normally about human sexuality?
I think that it begins in either 4th or 5th grade.
The human sexuality class.
The family life and human sexuality curriculum.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
Starts in 4th or 5th grade, you think?
So.
Is there anything you can point us to in the record on that?
I don't think so.
Okay. And second, these books are being used in English class.
The division between English class and other things in a 2nd grade classroom doesn't really exist. You're sort of in a room with a teacher, and sometimes.
No, I appreciate that. I went to 2nd grade too.
Yeah.
But it's part of the English curriculum that these books are being used in. I thought that was.
Yeah, I'm not fighting the premise. I'm just saying that
it's not the math class.
It is not.
It's not the human sexuality class.
It is certainly not the human sexuality class. Yeah. I'm just sort of fighting the premise that there's a neat distinction.
Okay, and they're being used in English language instruction at age 3. Some of them.
So Pride Puppy was the book that was used for the pre-kindergarten curriculum. That's no longer in the curriculum.
That's the one where they are supposed to look for the leather and things and bondage, things like that.
It's not bondage. It's a woman in a leather.
Sex worker, right?
No, that's not correct. No.
I read it.
It's a drag queen.
Drag queen and drag
correct.
queen.
The leather that they're pointing to is a woman in a leather jacket. And one of the words is drag queen in the search.
And they're supposed to look for those.
It is an option at the end of the book, correct?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Wow, he got mad.
And
or she or they.
You've included these in the English language curriculum rather than the human sexuality curriculum to influence students. Is that fair? That's what the district court found.
I think to the extent the district court found that it was to influence them towards civility. The natural consequence of being exposed.
Whatever, but to influence them.
In the manner that I just mentioned, yes.
Towards civility, not towards
and
LGBTQIXBL.
Responding to parents who are concerned, you agree that there was some intemperate language used?
I don't know that those were responding to parents who were concerned. This was after the fact for most of these comments. And this was in a very public setting, which obviously got heated, and some intemperate comments were used, certainly.
Yeah. And I wanted to understand your context that you were giving about the statement that some Muslim families. It's unfortunate that this issue puts some Muslim families on the same side of an issue as white supremacists and outright bigots.
Whoa!
I think in response to Justice Sotomayor, you were trying to give some context to that.
I don't think I was speaking directly about that comment. I think that comment was given or was made in June, which was several months after the decision to withdraw the opt-outs was made. I don't have context for that statement, no.
Okay. And then the legal question. Why isn't discrimination against religion a burden on religion?
Because they hate your religion.
If a state, now this is hypothetical, not moving away from there.
That's why.
If state actors intentionally discriminate against religion, what secular purpose, valid secular purpose could that serve?
Because they hate your religion.
How wouldn't that be a burden?
They don't find it valid.
I don't
for society.
know. I mean, it depends on the hypothetical, what the state is doing and whether there's a secular purpose. That's hard to imagine one. But if the state is discriminating
against Muslims or Catholics or Protestants or whatever.
I think this court has recognized that when an enactment that discriminates on its face, or has recognized with respect to an enactment that discriminates on its face, it is intrinsically coercive. That's how the court has performed the burden inquiry. If you are privileging one religion over another, you are coercing people to subscribe to that particular set of beliefs in order to get...
So that's a burden.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kavanaugh?
A few things. On exposure, you've used that term, I believe, to include not just exposure in the sense of the book on the shelf, but also the communication of those ideas by the teacher in the classroom.
Correct.
And that's not usually, I think, what we think of as exposure as opposed to instruction, but
well, the question presented is about participation in instruction, which was precisely one of the things that the Barnetts objected to in being present for the flag ceremony. But I think it's analogous to Kennedy, right? The question there was whether people were merely exposed to Coach Kennedy's prayer, even though the court acknowledged that people might see it, people might hear it, and people might be offended by the content of it.
Okay. And on Justice Kagan's question about the no lines, I took that to be the position of petitioners in the United States with respect to burden, in the sense that you can have you can claim a religious objection or burden to lots of different things, and people do, but that the line drawing occurs when you do the strict scrutiny analysis. Is that not your understanding?
I don't know what you're asking, if it's my understanding of, but let me try to answer it
Is
this
that
way.
your understanding of their position? In other words, that they do draw lines, but it's at the strict scrutiny stage.
Well, the question presented to the court is obviously limited to burden. And what I understood Justice Kagan's exchange with petitioner's counsel to reflect is that there is no way to draw a line once you are relying on the petitioner.
As to substantial burden, but once you get to strict scrutiny, as some of our cases reveal, social security numbers, et cetera, there is line drawing once you do that. In other words, just because you have a religious objection to something doesn't mean you win. You agree with that, I think, in our case law.
Yeah, absolutely. Though in Bowen, the court stopped at the burden inquiry, at least with respect to the government's own use of the social security number.
And you've mentioned a few times that the school board was democratically elected, democratically controlled, and being on the school board is a hard job. So, we all respect that. But that can't be the end of it, right?
Absolutely not. No, and
I didn't mean liberty. We're here to protect the liberty in the Constitution from the democratic excess.
Absolutely, and so that was not my intention at all. It was to respond to a specific question about what options parents have, and among them, I think, is wresting control of the school board, implementing their preferred policies, or participating even in the curriculum selection process.
And then I don't think you answered this, or maybe we got past it last time. Are you aware of any other county or city school board that has something similar to what's going on here?
I'm not, but I think that the other side of the ledger is overstated, because what is described in the amicus briefs about what other school boards in other states do is limited to what we traditionally consider health education. So I'm not certain that there's
Health
a large number of other
education
states or county school boards that allow opt-outs from any curriculum for any reason.
And then last point, just a comment, and you can respond to it as you want, but Maryland was founded on religious liberty and religious tolerance, a haven for Catholics escaping persecution in
that
England.
was a long time ago, Judge.
Going back
No
to
one cares about
1649.
that
I'm sure
if
you're
you're
aware
on
of
their
this
side.
history. And Montgomery County has been a beacon of that religious liberty for all these years, with a strong Catholic population, a substantial Jewish population, lots of different Protestant. I mean, you drive down any Connecticut Avenue or George Avenue, you see religious building after religious building. And I guess I'm surprised, given that this is the hill we're going to die on in terms of not respecting religious liberty, given that history. And so when history comes up, I just want to give you a chance to respond to how you situate that in Maryland and Montgomery County's history.
That's their new
Every
ideology.
school board walks a tightrope, as this court has recognized and other courts have recognized. It's a difficult job balancing the interests of a diverse community. Montgomery County Public Schools are the most religiously diverse in the country. There may be different ways to handle this under other circumstances. Montgomery County did its best under these circumstances, given their curricular goals. That seems to me a fundamentally different question, and it's an important one, but it is a fundamentally different question about whether there's a constitutional right to opt your child out of curriculum that you deem religiously offensive.
Thank you. It's a tough case to argue. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Ryan.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I just want to ask you a couple questions about the instructional materials. So part of the conversation today has been about exposure and whether this is about teaching civility. And so I just wanted to read you a couple of things from the instructional materials to
Find
get
the
your
drag
reaction
queen
of how, if
in
at all,
leather.
this plays into the analysis. So I don't understand petitioners to be arguing that, there was an objection to being taught respect and kindness to those who have different beliefs. I understood them to be more focused on things like, this is an instruction to the teacher. If a student observes that a girl can only like boys because she's a girl, the board suggested that the teacher disrupt the student's either or thinking by saying something like, actually, people of any gender can like whoever they like. Or on the transgender issue, when we're born, people make a guess about our gender and label us boy or girl based on our body parts. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. When someone's transgender, they guess wrong. When someone's cisgender, they guess right. So, it's kind of along those things, which seem to be more about influence, right, and shaping of ideas, and less about communicating respect, because it's less about communicating respect for those, who are transgender, who are who are gay and more about how to think about sexuality.
Yep.
What is your take on that
Commandeering.
and how we think about this, whether this really is just about exposure and civility and learning to function in a multicultural and diverse society, and how much of it is about influence, or as petitioners would say, indoctrination?
Certainly. I think what you've quoted, Your Honor, are suggested responses or proposed responses for age-appropriate ways to respond to questions that may arise in response to these texts or otherwise. The same response about disrupt the either-or thinking is given when someone says dresses are for girls, boys can't paint their nails, those are boy toys. These are simply ways of contextualizing the information that's being learned and to give students the predicates for being able to respect each other. The school, the express directive from the school is you don't need to understand your peers, you don't need to agree with them, you don't need to affirm with them, but you do need to treat them with respect. When ensuring that that goal is met in the classroom has the incidental sort of implication of answering a direct question about what it means to be transgender, that's an option that's offered to a teacher. There are certainly under certain circumstances where use of these materials or different comments, if a teacher were to say something pejorative or negative or begin to treat students differently in terms of allocation of sort of resources in the classroom based on how they respond
That's
to
not
that,
what Amy
that's
was
a coercion
referencing.
claim. But simply explaining to students what fundamental concepts are so that they can treat each other with respect, I think is no different than...
Well, but those things that I read were more than about respect. It was more about kind of what I was talking with you about before, like 2 + 2 is 4. Like, this is how it is.
Yep.
You know, gender is not something that can be identified at
Thank
birth,
you,
for
Amy.
example. So, I mean, I guess that is one way of teaching respect, because it's saying, you know, it's validating the other worldview here,
They're
the one
right,
that's
you're
different from
wrong.
petitioners, by saying, no, this is right. This is how we should understand that. And so that is why you should respect and treat with kindness. Or one could say, I understand, and some of the instructional materials did frame it this way, the way I'm about to say, which is, you might not agree, or this might be different, but we have to respect and treat everyone with kindness. So I don't understand petitioners to be objecting to the latter kinds of statements. I understand them to be objecting to the, this is the way it is kind of statement.
I understand them to be objecting to all of it, including just using the books with none of those materials. The only
I agree. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the instructional.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I think you and I see it the same way. With respect to the instructional materials, though, if we are in a world where you and I are parsing which of these materials are impermissible or give rise to a burden on the impermissible side of the line from the others, the record is woefully underdeveloped on that point. These books were in use for 9 months before petitioners sued. There's not a single factual statement in any of these declarations or anything else that explains how these supporting materials were used. It may well be the case that no second grade teacher ever uttered the words that you just quoted.
But I think what petitioners said, and their argument is that we're at the preliminary injunction stage, and the instructional materials were given to the teachers. And I think the instructional materials reflect what the board hoped to accomplish by introducing these books into the classroom. And so what they're saying is, we don't want to wait for the teacher to say this to our child. Our whole point is, we know that this is part of the board's curricular choice. We know that these are the instructional materials that are given to the teachers, and we don't want our child to be exposed to that. And so, frankly, if they got the injunction they were asking for, then they would never be uttered.
Yeah, I don't dispute anything you're saying. I think the relevant inquiry takes account of that temporal dimension for seeking essentially a pre-enforcement challenge here. It would not have been difficult if this was being used rampantly and impermissibly in classrooms for them to find a declarant who didn't need to be a petitioner to say, this is what's going on in this classroom. There are hundreds.
But they didn't have to have that for PI.
They have to show a reasonable likelihood of success on the merits. And to say...
And it's not a reasonable likelihood of success, or that this injury is imminent, to say this is what teachers have been given as a suggested discussion guide?
This was distributed to 130 teachers in August of 2022 for teachers who voluntarily attended one of these materials and was otherwise made generally available. It's not a script. You're not required to answer that particular question if it arises with that particular verbatim response. I don't know any second grade teacher who could. So I do think some more particularized showing is required for someone to prevail, even at the preliminary injunction stage.
So last question, do you agree that it was the purpose of the board to try to disrupt students' thinking and make them see, to disrupt their thinking and have them not see gender as binary, and to accept, basically accept LGBTQ relationships and ideas in this way, kind of the ways that I just read?
I think the goal, I want to answer your question directly. I think the goal was to teach mutual respect. I think to the extent that students were unable to display mutual respect for their peers without having some further understanding that boys can play with girls' toys, for example, then that was absolutely part of the curriculum.
So it was part of the curriculum to teach them that boys can be girls, or boys can, or that your pronouns can change depending on how you feel one day to the next. That was part of the goal.
So I think you're quoting from a book that was not part of the curriculum, but let me just set that aside.
I thought that was an they might be blending together in my mind. I thought that was from I thought that was from the Allies book.
I don't think so. I think there may be a quotation from the teacher's user guide at the end.
Okay. Oh, at the end of Intersection Allies?
Yeah, it may be, though I recall it being a quote from anyone else. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I think the way that these support materials are framed are to help a teacher answer a student's question when he says, in this book, there's a boy who says that he's a girl. How can you be a girl when you were born a boy? And it's one resource to provide teachers with an answer to that question. The alternative was to provide nothing to the teachers, which I think would abdicate the school board's responsibility to ensure that their teachers are equipped to do their job.
Thank you.
Yeah, Justice Jackson. So 2 quick final points. For those of us who are trying to get a handle on the potential administrative challenges of notice and opt-out rights, would you be recommending that we look at the School Superintendents Association amicus brief? Because I thought that's what they were focusing on, that here are actual potential administrative challenges. Is that one of the resources?
That resource is well worthwhile, I think, for 2 reasons. The first is it goes through 40 years of litigation on this, going back to Mozart, and it has, I think, a bulleted list of all of the things that parents have raised, even under this sort of ancien regime where these were not treated as burdens. And second, I think it makes a persuasive case about the administrability of the isolated family life and health education office.
All right. And finally, as I understand your response to Justice Alito's question about what religious parents are supposed to do, I understood you to say that parents with religious objections can vote for members of the school board, they can go to school board meetings, they can object to the curriculum. Maybe the school board will agree with them, at which point we don't have a problem, or maybe they won't. And if they don't agree, those parents in Montgomery County, at least, can pull their students out of school and homeschool them or send them somewhere else.
Yeah, that's going to be the answer.
But under petitioner's rule, as I understand it, parents who lose through the democratic process, who are not able to get the curriculum tailored in their local school boards the way that they would like, would have another option. And that option would be to go to federal court. And so instead of having democratically elected representatives and experts in the field making the decision about which books should be taught to kids in the classroom, you have federal judges flipping through the picture books and deciding whether these are appropriate for 5-year-olds. I mean, I don't know how we would even go about that. It seems pretty troubling because ordinarily public education has been the subject of local control. We typically lack this specialized knowledge and experience to know what should be taught to kids and how, and to look at the instruction manual and say, is this a proper response? So that's kind of a concern, I think. And I also think it's a concern that these questions don't always have one answer.
You have a question?
Maybe in one community, one set of values, these books are fine. But in another community with a different set of values, they're not. And it's sort of the local process that allows that to cash out where people live, that allow their values to get expressed in the context of schools. And if we constitutionalize that, I wonder if we're going to have a real problem in terms of people with different values not being able to have a say in their local community as to what their kids learn.
Do you have a question, Judge?
I agree with all of that, and I think it goes back to Justice Kagan's point earlier, where I think you described it as a sort of hydraulic pressure, which is once you constitutionalize it, I think you'll see an entirely different generation of challenges to school curriculum. So the last 40 years are the natural experiment where courts used burden as a meaningful filtering system for mere exposure to offensive ideas in the classroom versus where the presentation of the curriculum was becoming impermissibly coercive. I grant that there are limits on what schools can do with their time when students are in the classroom, but exposing them to different ideas, even ideas that offend their family's religious beliefs or make it more difficult for their families to raise them in the faith, simply doesn't qualify as a burden for the purposes in front of us. And I think that that burden analysis always has to be carried out in light of the special characteristics of the school environment, which I think Justice Jackson is precisely what you're getting at. A very important part of the special characteristics of the school environment are the fact that federal courts are not meant to sit as school boards in deciding these curriculum disputes. And I think my colloquy with Justice Alito illustrates that. If the question really turns on whether one reads Uncle Bobby's Wedding one way versus the other way, courts are going to be enmeshed in the most fine-grained disputes about how to treat curricular materials.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Baxter?
I'd like to start with 4 corrections to the record. First, the book, What Are Your Words, is the book where the children are told that their pronouns can change day to day. At 80, and this is in the district court's opinion, at 80A in the cert appendix note 1, the district court found that this book and others were recommended. There are certain books that were part of this curriculum, but there are potentially hundreds of others that the board says you can use as part of this. There was a question about why this, why isn't there more evidence from early on? Because there were opt-outs, and the board insisted over and over that there were opt-outs. We also know that the principal's letter didn't come in until November of 2022, saying that teachers were uncomfortable presenting this material. It was age inappropriate. They didn't want to be talking about romance between 2 kids on the playground, regardless of their sexual orientation. On the question of use, I refer to 605 in the cert appendix, where Hazel, the board's representative, said that they have to be used as part of instruction. 657, when they announced they were blocking the opt-outs, they said teachers must utilize with all students. These books are definitely being read by the teachers as part of the curriculum, and it's also at 63 of the district court transcript. And then also a question about when sex ed starts. The boards and the state's mandated regulation is in the record. It's at pages 62 through 83 of the joint appendix. There you start in pre-K with instruction that parents can, or families can come in all different forms with all different kinds of parents, different kinds of gender identities and expressions. The same things that are being taught through these school books. You can opt out when this comes up during health class, but not during story time, in which there's no instruction about how to use these books to develop
4 to 5 years old
narrative arc or anything else that you would expect in an English class. This was not a democratic process, withdrawing these overnight, comparing parents to xenophobes and white supremacists. This can't be part of the democratic process. The line drawing problem is on the board side. I'm confused now about what exposure is. Are you being exposed to the Prophet Muhammad? That's not okay. But if you're being instructed something derogatory about him, that is, you can't get an opt-out. What does it mean to be derogatory to someone who is in the 3rd grade? And the 40-year issue of litigation, I think, proves the exact opposite point. If you look at those cases in, for example, the NEA brief, those are Establishment Clause cases. They are curriculum challenges where we agree that the plaintiffs should lose. There are cases where people got relief and still sued, and a lot of them were resolved under strict scrutiny. So, and half the circuits have never even addressed this question. This is a question of first impression in the 4th Circuit. So there's no sense that these issues are going to create lots of kinds of problems. As far as feasibility, counsel made lots of arguments that are not in the record. This was their burden. The evidence was in their control. They could have put it into the record. It's not there. On a preliminary injunction, they should be held to their burden. We've been doing this for 2 years. Our clients are making great sacrifice to send their kids to private school, to homeschool. They've moved out of the county. They're not knowing what their kids are being taught. If the First Amendment means that you can be forced to pay, coerced to attend, indoctrinated, and then...
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
The case is submitted.
When the Chief Justice cuts you off...
On Wednesday, the U.S. Supreme Court hears oral argument in a case challenging whether the environmental...
Thank you! You're done. All right, so that was a disgusting set of oral arguments. Wow. So that's what they're trying to do to the youth of America. Here is what the backstory is on that case. So we just wrapped up oral arguments. The case is Mahmoud versus Taylor. It's a group of parents from Montgomery County, Maryland. They say that requiring their children to participate in education and instructions that includes LGBTQ plus themes, as we heard, violates their religious beliefs and their First Amendment rights. It is a suburb of Washington, D.C., Montgomery County, largest school district in Maryland, one of the country's most religiously diverse. The dispute before the justices began way back in 2022, when the county approved books featuring LGBTQ characters for inclusion in its language arts curriculum. Now, we just heard that it goes all the way back to pre-K. Some people saying it starts as early as 3. We just saw, I looked it up, it's like 4 to 5, right? So 3 to 5, let's say, is where they're getting a lot of this. One book used for the children is called Pride Puppy. Tells the story of a puppy that gets lost during a pride parade. Another book tells the story of a girl attending her uncle's same-sex wedding. And in one of the books we heard, they're also trying to identify leather on drag queens. When the county announced in 2023 that it would not allow parents to opt to have their children excused, sorry, you have to sit there and take it. A group of Muslim, Catholic, Ukrainian Orthodox parents went to federal court. They said that the refusal to give them the option to opt out violated their constitutional rights and their ability to instruct their own children on gender, sexuality, and faith according to how they would like it to go. The lower courts rejected their request for an order that would temporarily require the county to notify the parents when the storybooks would be used to give them a chance to opt out. Hey, we're going to read your kids these sick freak stories to try to indoctrinate them and capture them into our ideology, because that's how our ideology grows and expands, is via recruitment. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit explained that the threadbare record before it, the parents had not shown that exposure to the storybooks was a violation of their religion. The parents came to the Supreme Court. Justices said we'd hear it. In their brief to the Supreme Court, the parents point to 2 different Supreme Court cases. They say 50 years ago, Wisconsin versus Yoder, the justices recognized beyond debate the First Amendment rights of parents to guide the religious future and education of their kids. That means, they say, that under the Free Exercise Clause, they can opt out of instruction that would interfere. In Yoder, another case, they say the same case rather, the court held that Amish parents did not have to send their children to school after the 8th grade because they believed that doing so conflicted with their religion. Here, the parents say they're just trying to excuse their kids. That's all. We just don't want them to go get this indoctrination. And under the Supreme Court's 1993 decision of another case called Lukumi, the parents continue, the school board's policy is also unconstitutional because it's neither neutral nor generally applicable. The Board of Education, the parents stress, has long allowed notice and opt-outs for any instruction that's related to family life and human sexuality. But by contrast, they say, you have to sit here and eat our trans and gender identity ideology. Moreover, they add, board members have displayed explicit religious hostility to the parents who have objected to the curriculum, calling them white supremacists and xenophobes because you don't love the trans. Now, the Trump administration filed a brief supporting the parents. Sarah Harris, then the acting solicitor general, told the justices, because the country and the county will not notify the parents before the gay storybooks are used, them an opportunity to opt out, parents can only comply with their religious obligations to their children by withdrawing the children from school altogether. She says that is textbook interference. At least give them notice. The Montgomery, if they have no notice, they've got no option but to pull them out. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there learning about math, and then they're going to introduce Johnny and Jerry's hot dog party stories. The Montgomery County Board of Education, along with the superintendent of the schools and board members, counter that under the Constitution and the Supreme Court cases interpreting free exercise, the parents must show that either they or their children are being coerced to change their religious beliefs. Well, nobody's forcing you to change it. We're just going to teach your 4-year-old about transgenderism. The Supreme Court, they contend, has never held that when parents opt to send their children to public schools that this is a burden, and the board cautions if you accept their arguments, then people with religious beliefs are going to come in and take over public schools, and then our kids are going to be religious. Oh, no. But in any event, the board said the parents have not shown that there's any coercion here, and so we just heard the oral arguments that took place. And I don't know, John Roberts sounded skeptical in the little bit that we heard of him, which was not much. We heard from Gorsuch mostly. Kavanaugh sounded skeptical. Amy Coney Barrett sounded skeptical. She's got a bunch of kids. And the imagery and the themes are disgusting, right? I mean, they're just totally inappropriate for 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. But that's what they are doing out there. And of course, we'll see how the Supreme Court rules when it drops. All right, so we had that. Now, we had some other stories that I want to just kind of fly through real quickly just to hit the highlights on this. You probably saw this story, not many details on this. But the Ice Barbie, says Daily Mail. Is that what they're calling her? Kristi Noem's purse was stolen last night or the day before. $3,000 in cash, blank checks, makeup, all stolen. Dubbed the Ice Barbie for her law enforcement related outfits. She got robbed, man. She was sitting there at dinner. After reviewing the restaurant security footage, the Secret Service determined that the bag was snatched by a white man in a medical mask. A lot of people are asking where that luggage thief from the Biden administration was. I think they busted that dude twice, stealing women's suitcases, but don't know if he's back in business or if it's someone else, who then exited the restaurant. No one was speaking to the press. She confirmed it occurred, couldn't give us much more details on it, but the robbery occurred while Noam was out celebrating Easter dinner with her family. Robbed on Easter dinner. Her entire family was in town, including her children and grandchildren. She was using the withdrawal of cash to treat her family to gifts and dinner. It's unclear at the time what restaurant she was at, but the Secret Service launched a probe on the robbery, and that's not good. Don't want your Homeland Security people to be getting robbed. We also saw this announcement from the Department of Education that got dropped yesterday. It's going to cause some serious concern out there, saying starting on May 5th, not long from now, the Department of Education will resume collections to protect taxpayers from shouldering the cost of student loans, saying student loans are financed by the American people and must be paid back. And the numbers on this are pretty staggering. So this is going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of past due borrowers, saying on April 21st, 2025, they published this over at the Department of Education telling us, U.S. Department of Ed to begin federal student loan collections and other actions to help borrowers get back into repayment. So if you're delinquent, it's better to reach out and to get back on track rather than going into collections. That's always worse. The government will give you many options, but this is going to be a big, big shock for many people. Saying the U.S. Department of Education today announced we're resuming collections of defaulted federal student loan portfolios, saying we haven't collected on these since March 2020. Now, this is going to protect the taxpayers, the American people, from having to pay for all of these loans. The numbers are insane. Congress mandated that student and parents borrowers begin to repay their loans in October, and then they just kept kicking it down the road because he wanted to win an election. But federal student loans are financed by the American people. And instead of protecting the taxpayers who financed all this, and we were supposed to get something by the way, right? That's the idea, is if the taxpayers are going to create a student loan system, then that money will help educate our people to become smarter citizens and more productive citizens who contribute to the overall well-being of the nation, right? And they come out as engineers and doctors and entrepreneurs and construction workers, right? People who can build things and do things and improve the country around us and all the other industries. But now what we've got, it seems like, are like DEI experts and people who are climatologists who will tell you how Mother Nature is unhappy with your light bulbs or whatever. It's like, what is that? We paid a lot of that. So what do we get for this $1.6 trillion in student debt? Well, probably the same thing we got for all the other trillions. Nothing. Today, 42.7 million borrowers owe more than $1.6 trillion in student debt. That's a lot. More than 5 million borrowers have not made a monthly payment in over 360 days and sit in default, many for more than 7 years in default, right? 4 million, that's a lot. That's so many people. 4 million borrowers are in late stage delinquency. As a result, there could be almost 10 million borrowers in default in a few months. As a result, says when this happens, almost 25% of the federal student loan portfolio will be in default. Only 38% of borrowers are in repayment and current on their student loans. Most of the remaining borrowers are either delinquent on their payments, in an interest-free forbearance, or in interest-free deferment. A small percentage of borrowers are in the 6-month grace period or in school. Currently, 1.9 million borrowers have been unable to even begin repayment because of a processing pause. Since August 2024, the department has not processed applications for enrollment in any repayment plan. Yeah, since COVID, really. Everything's been stalled out for COVID. So if you're struggling, right, if you're in a position like this, they're going to help, right? They say, keeping borrowers updated, we're going to have robust communications. There's going to be a lot you can do. We can get a new repayment plan, get a new simulator. We've got a new AI assistant thing for helping. You can also, they're also launching an income-driven repayment process, right? So they just, hey, man, this is how much I'm making. Okay, how much are you making? Well, of what you're making, how about you pay this percent, right, towards that? And you go, oh, I can make that. It's $100 a month. Okay, great. So you just, refinance it essentially on income-driven repayment plan. Then FSA intends to enlist its partners, bunch of other people to assist in restoring this. And together, we're going to bring the student loan portfolio back into repayment, and things will be better in the aftermath. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. When I was coming through college and through law school, everybody was just getting loans and everybody was just like doing the thing because, like, why not? It's like free money, everybody's just going. Like, there were people in law school who I think were going to law school because they just didn't want to get a job. Like, they just graduated college, like, I don't want to join the real world. So they're like, I'll just go do law school, I guess. And they had 3 more years of living off of loans and not really doing anything. It was a weird thing to see. I'm like, that's all going to have to come due one day. Like, you're going to have to actually get a job and work. Although many people, were just kind of on daddy's dime anyways, just kind of going to law school to get the degree. Dad was paying for everything anyways. So anyways, you get the point. But so that's happening. That's going to be interesting to see what happens when 10 million people have a big fat loan to pay back. See what that does to the world. But here was another interesting clip. This was hilarious. Pocahontas Elizabeth Warren squirming around in her chair, trying to figure out how to answer the Joe Biden question. Everybody in the world saw that Joe Biden was clearly gone for a long time. Shouldn't have even run for president at all in 2020, but they shoved him in there because who else did they have? But now she's on this podcast, and shout out to this dude who is digging into her on this, saying, listen, don't give me that crap, Pocahontas. We all know what we saw. Joe Biden was gone.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. The thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, the question is, what are we going to do now?
Okay.
Okay. Shout out to that dude. You can see his face. Where was that one face, right? That's good for him. That's like a meme. Good for that dude. Oh, no, I didn't. Senator. Come on. He's as sharp as you. Hilarious. And she starts laughing. What's so funny there, Pocahontas? He's as sharp as you. What's that little laugh for? What are you laughing for? What is that? No, he's not as sharp as you. He's not as sharp as anybody. And you knew it this entire time. So shout out to that guy. One more time on that one.
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't.
Good for him. I don't know who that dude is, but that was great. All right. So right back to Pocahontas, and he moves on. Okay, I guess fine. I guess we'll move on. Absolutely amazing. Senator, he was standing on his feet And that was a good indicator for you? Come on. All right, so there's more. Mays had a clip where he assembled a before and after montage from CNN. It says Caitlin Collins, a day before the Trump-Biden debate, claimed that Biden was locked in incredibly intense debate participation, according to her sources. And then things changed when the truth came out. Here's this montage over from Mays on X.
President Biden has spent days locked in intense preparation, surrounded by his closest advisors at Camp David. And our sources are telling us tonight that full mock debates are underway at the podium, under the lights. He's even watching tape to know exactly what he's going to see when he steps up to that lectern. His team shot a video during a walkthrough of the CNN studio. And as I reported while covering him at the White House, when Biden prepares, he does so incredibly intensively.
Yeah.
So just how worried were Biden aides before the former president's disastrous debate last summer? According to Ron Klain, his chief of staff, his concerns could not be overstated. At his first meeting with Biden for debate prep, quote, Klain was startled. He'd never seen Biden so exhausted and so out of it. Biden was unaware of what was happening in his own campaign. Halfway through the session, the president excused himself and went off to sit by the pool. Part about the pool, he went off, this is in the middle of debate prep, went off to the pool and he took a nap.
President Biden has spent days locked in intense preparation.
Oh, he fell asleep by the pool. Just amazing. All right, so that's Joe Biden. Now, the good news for Joe is that there are some good things happening in his world, but even Rainn Wilson, Dwight from The Office, came back out and he was giving it back to Stephanie Roulet. He says, Stephanie Roulet, listen, the media was in the tank for Joe Biden. They were covering it up. We all could see it, and you guys were playing the game.
When I see this kind of insight and passion being directed at the current administration, and the lack of this kind of insight and passion being directed at the previous administration, where, again, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about left-leaning news media organizations were kind of like, la, 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 everything's fine. Look, the environment's, look, the economy's great, la, 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 immigration's not that much of a problem. And really being Cleopatra, queen of denial. Thank you. Boom.
Queen of denial. Get it? And that's a river in Egypt. All right. So you can see that they're having a tough time trying to figure out why they got lied to. I honestly don't know how anybody could ever vote Democrat ever again based on what they did and lied about. And they said Joe Biden was a competent person for 4 years and that Kamala was amazing. You just have to be so upset with them if you're an honest Democrat. I cannot believe that our entire party, our entire apparatus, everybody lied to you about your party and about your well-being and your future prospects. And they stole your money and your energy and your time. Yikes, must be brutal. But Joe Biden, good news for him. The Babylon Bee is reporting Biden is going to sign with a new talent agency. We saw that. He's asking for a lot of money, like $300,000 for a speech. Nobody wants to give it to him. But the Babylon Bee reports now that Joe is landing a new role. He's going to play a corpse on CSI Delaware. He's going to play a corpse. Hunter Biden's going to play a role too. Hunter Biden's going to be weeping. No, Dad, come on. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me again. No, you can't. You're dead. All right. So we're going to have a nice scene there. That should be fun. And meanwhile, lots of federal fired probationary workers who all issued their complaints. Joe Biden hired a bunch of people before he passed on the White House. And they're all getting their complaints rejected. As many as 2,000 fired federal probationary workers. They said, you can't fire us. That's illegal. They submitted their complaint. And guess what happened? Right in the shredder, where they should go. These workers are among tens of thousands caught in limbo. Thousands of workers filed complaints with the OSC saying, you can't fire us. Those are prohibited personnel practices. They said, oh, watch us. You're fired. Here you go. Watch. Listen. Here. Oh, is it here? Yeah, here's your application. Go get another job in the private sector since you're such a good civil servant. Have a nice life. So they're all gone. Complaints rejected and denied. Meanwhile, Marco Rubio is revamping the entire State Department. He said, today is the day. We're doing it. Under POTUS's leadership and in my direction, we are reversing decades of bloat and bureaucracy at the State Department. These sweeping changes will empower our talented diplomats to put America and Americans first. He says, I'm announcing a comprehensive reorganization plan that is going to empower the department to rebuild from the ground up. Region-specific functions will be consolidated to increase functionality. Redundant offices will be removed. Non-statutory programs that were misaligned with America's core interests are going to cease to exist. And this new reformed State Department will help make our country great once again. From It's Rubio. And so major changes happening over at the White House, and the Democrats are still trying to figure out how they got duped so badly. Oh, they got lied to. They got exploited. And hopefully their party never forgets. All right, my friends, what a beautiful morning it is. Let's see who is here and joining us today. And thank you for being here on this lovely Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, Papusa Tuesday, Beef Casserole Tuesday, whatever you got. Hey, Heavy Johnny. What a nice comment. Oh my goodness. Heavy Johnny shared this on YouTube this morning. Thank you, KB, for clipping for us. Says, hey, Rob, I just joined yesterday. Johnny, welcome aboard, man. Thank you for that. I've been sub for years. I love what you do and thought it was time to contribute to your lunacy. Thank you. We need it. We need your support to continue the lunacy happening here. Otherwise, it will descend into madness. Says, thank you for keeping me informed from Okinawa, Japan, retired Army and former Florida deputy. Well, Heavy Johnny, first of all, thank you, sir, for your service to our country. And what an adventure being over there in Okinawa, Japan. Man, I'd love to go to Japan. I've been to China and would love to make it over there. Very, very, very fascinating part of the world. Thank you, Heavy Johnny, for saying what's up. Yeah. And look at that. What is the Japanese currency? Yen? The Japanese yen? Is that a yen? Thank you, Johnny. Nice comment. Thank you for the nice dono and for being here. Thanks for being here for all these years. What a great comment. Shout out. Thanks for watching from Japan. Like to come check it out one day. What's up, Mark Shaw? Says, I haven't seen any wedding bands and photos of Jennifer or Kilmar. How much of the legacy media and Dems try to scam us? I wouldn't believe they're married until I see a valid marriage certificate. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of lies, especially from that woman. She's filed 2 orders of protections against the dude, and then neglects to tell everybody that when she's out there. Even when asked about it, she's like, well, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that so much anymore. And then the photos that we see are her that she shares are her covering up, right? She puts like little heart emojis over his knuckles and his tattoos are on the left hand, right? Yeah. I think I have seen one maybe where he is wearing a band where he's wearing a band. Again, it's not a certificate, but I think I've seen him wearing a band holding a baby. They also told us that they were all his kids, right? They're not really. They're kind of her kids. And then the prior father tried to fight for those kids back and then kind of left that alone. And then he he came in and adopted them. And I know that's a sensitive, prickly topic because of our adopted parents and adopted children who we love as our own. But it is interesting, right? There's some interesting little facts that are kind of deviated a bit from exact accuracy. Brian Hinkle says, so happy for watching The Watchers. Sundays are confusing legally. I know. I get separation anxiety on Sundays. I do. I definitely miss you. But it's good for us to go into the wilderness and kind of get confused. What's happening? Where are we? Then we can come back and we are better prepared. It's kind of like, it's like a rest day. It's good. Got to let that brain rest a bit. But we do miss you on Sundays, Brian. No doubt about it. Thank you, Brian, for the dono. Voice of the people. Whoa, voice. Next week, Off Label will be live 5 days a week. Let's go, voice. Get it, baby. And are you also streaming on YouTube? Because make sure you add me to the approved, what's it called? Raid functionality. Make sure you add me and then be live one of those days so I can send people over. I forgot to check it yesterday, but I don't like, I couldn't find anybody the last time I tried it. All right. Anyways, voice, congrats. That's awesome. Dailies are amazing. The dailies are amazing. We love the dailies. We went daily pretty quick. Our first, I think we started in March going, watching The Watchers Wednesdays. And then we switched over to dailies, I think right after Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. I bother Rob's Instagram on Sundays. Do I post anything on it? I don't post anything. Which Instagram are you following? Which account is it? I've been thinking about kind of revamping my Instagram and kind of get more active with posting on all of those other platforms. X too. Yeah. But we save a lot of stuff for the show. Kind of just bundle it up and save it for the show. What's up? Okay, we got some donos on locals. Thank you, my friends. What's going on? We got this one coming in from this old guy. Says, Scott Bessent gets real respect from me, but I wouldn't pick him to be the cheerleader for my most recent business venture. Why is that, this old guy? Based on past performance in the markets recently? In other words, like recent performance is not that great, is what you're saying, this old guy. I don't really know his backstory, like where he made his money or how he made his money. I think it's venture capital and, all the hedge fund stuff, I think. But good to see you, this old guy. What's up? Hey, Milo Phone Bill says, making good education decisions early makes good financial health later. Some degrees simply don't have returns on investment. I say for both of my kids' college, it wasn't enough. They still need to work instead of partying. Yeah, I worked in college. I was cleaning and building swimming pools all throughout college. I bundled my classes up, like everything on Tuesday, everything on Thursday, and then I worked like Monday.
The white walking guy. The white walking guy. These scouts are gonna be shook when they see the badger. I'm gonna try to raise these few scallies right here. Good morning, ladies. How are you? How are y'all? My wrist didn't work. Those scouts ignored me. Oh, look at this scout right here. Look at this scout. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Hey. Is Jonathan Lee Richards gonna be here? Someone said that Jonathan Lee Richards is gonna be here. And he was gonna press Turtle Boy. Get out of here! Oh shit! There's a press conference in front of the building. I wonder if we're allowed to go record over there. Someone said that there's like a huge buffer zone over here, man, and you can't go anywhere or do anything unless you're the press. So hopefully it's not true, man. Hopefully we can just walk down here and be degenerate. Oh, we got some scouts out today. I remember that scout over there. I think I've seen her before. Morning, Mike. How are you?
How you doing? Get back.
Get back this way?
Get back. Get across the street.
Over here?
Over here.
Oh, what's going on?
Go.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Can you tell me what's going on?
You cross the street, you're getting locked up.
Do you know what?
You gotta keep moving back behind the buffer zone, okay?
Can you tell me what's going on?
Hey, trooper, deal with them.
Hey, can you tell me what's going on? I'll comply with you. I just don't know what's going on. I just got here. Yeah.
Case going on.
Yeah.
We got the defense and the prosecution coming, right? So time, place, restrict. We can restrict the area,
Yeah.
right?
I just got here. I don't know what's
because
going
of
on.
the court order, we are
another
restricting
cell
the
phone?
order.
Huh?
You have another cell phone?
You
got the QR code
Man,
right here.
I do have another cell phone. I just don't want to scan anything. Can you tell me what's going on? And I'll comply to whatever you need me to comply
Yeah,
with.
so we just have a buffer zone, and because of the case, and
Yeah.
because of how well known it is, right? So we got a buffer zone, so we can
Yeah.
have a fair and impartial trial, right? So we have signs, right? There's going to be a sign right on that street, right? See where it says Old Fellows Hall?
Completely missed it, but I'll go read it.
Old Fellows Hall, like right there, is where the buffer zone starts. Okay, so you got to move it. So you just got to move.
He's
it
just
along,
explaining
okay?
it to me.
But you're not. So you're not talking, so you can move.
I mean, I just got here, man. I just got into town.
Keep it moving.
I'll keep it moving. Yeah, can you tell me what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a buffer zone, right? So that's it.
What was that? I don't.
Just keep it moving.
I'm recording too. Luciano, take his property.
I'm leaving.
Yep, keep moving.
I don't know the process on this, and I'm getting claustrophobic.
What's your first name?
My name is Val.
You have an
Val?
idea?
All right,
Yeah.
listen, I have your property, okay?
Okay, I'm just, I'm in shock, and that's why my heart rate's up, and I'm talking
That's
like
okay.
this. I didn't know I was going to get slammed against the car.
Listen,
like this.
my heart rate would be up if I was in cuffs too.
Right, but I didn't.
Just take a breath. Take a breath.
Like
take a
I
breath.
just need some water. I need the medic. I just need
You
my
need
heart
a
rate.
medic?
Yeah, I'm in shock.
Okay, hey, listen. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Listen,
Hey,
take a breath.
stop talking.
Take a breath.
Breathe. You're fine, right? I haven't done it, right?
I just got. I don't know if I'm
You're
fine.
fine.
I
You're
just got
really
slammed
fine.
up against the car, and my head hurts. And
Okay, you're
I didn't know I was
also a
going to be
grown.
slammed up
Listen,
against the car like
you're
that.
also a grown man.
Yeah, but I
You're
just got
also
slammed. I just got
okay.
a really big person just slammed me up against the car, and I don't know what I don't know what happened. Like I'm trying to figure out what happened. I was walking away. You were explaining something to me, and when you were explaining it to me, I was listening. Next thing you know, I got slammed up against the car, and I don't know. I'm trying to process all this.
You're just hyping yourself up, okay? Just take a
I'm
breath.
just trying to process all this.
Just take a breath.
I'm in cuffs. I can't calm down. I don't
Yeah,
know
because
what happened.
you're under arrest. okay? It's simple as that.
Right, but I don't know what happened. I didn't do
You're going to go
anything.
get booked, and that's it. I'm just letting you know we have your property.
Yeah, but I didn't do anything.
So take a breath. So it's going to be up here.
But I didn't do anything.
I don't think that, but that's there for the court to decide, okay? All right, so let me just tighten this.
Can you get a medic?
What do you need a medic for?
I'm dizzy. He just slammed me up against that car. Like he slammed my head up
It's all on
against.
camera. Your head wasn't slammed against
Well,
the car.
I'm dizzy. My head hurts. I feel like I'm in shock, and you're just telling me to calm down. I need a medic.
Okay.
I need medical attention.
So for what?
Are you denying me medical attention? I'm dizzy. I just got slammed up against
you're
a vehicle.
dizzy, what else?
I'm dizzy, and you're denying me medical attention.
No, I just want
I'm in
to.
shock.
I need to know what to tell
I'm
the
going through
paramedic.
trauma right now. Like I need a medic. I'm thirsty. I'm dry mouth. Like this
We'll
is crazy.
We'll call an ambulance for you.
Please do.
Yeah, put your legs in right now.
Call down. Get a medic. All right, I'm gonna leave it open so you get some air. Okay, we're gonna call the.
Thank you for having
ambulance.
some fucking humanity.
But, so the reason why, you know.
The reason nothing, man. He came up and slammed me
Well,
into a
why I'm
goddamn
telling
van,
you
man,
that-
and you're
why I'm
telling me to
telling
talk to the court.
why
Like
I'm
it's
telling
reason
you-
fucking nothing,
It's
man.
for the court while you're under arrest.
Man,
but-
you just told me go
All right,
fuck
I'm
myself
trying-
and tell the court.
I'm
You
trying-
almost tried to deny me medical
okay.
attention.
No,
Like,
I-
and now
no,
you're
I
trying to
didn't.
explain on us away.
Okay.
Like fuck this,
I'm trying
man.
to talk to you
I don't
like a
know
man.
what's
I don't
going
need to
on.
talk to you
Like I
anymore.
don't know what's going on.
I don't
I
need-
just got slammed up against the fucking transit. Now you're gonna close the door on me? You just said you was gonna leave it open for some air.
I am leaving it open.
Yeah, and then you try to talk to me and try to explain this to me like it
I
was
know,
some
but you
fucking,
keep
like you
talking
can just
over me.
explain it away. You just came and slammed me up against a van.
Keep talking over me.
I don't need to hear you. You told me to go talk to a court.
Yeah, because that's what you're
Yeah,
under arrest.
yeah,
You're
right.
going
Because
to
you,
court.
yeah, because I got slammed up against a van, and now I have to go talk to a court.
You can keep talking. It's all right. We're gonna get you
Jesus,
handled.
man, can you please get me medical attention? He just slammed my head up against that metal van,
It's on the way.
and as I was walking away. I don't know what's going on. I just got here. Like, how am I supposed to see anything?
I'll talk to you when you're ready to talk. But
What do you want to talk about?
I just want you to take a breath and relax.
I need some water. Like, you're denying me medical attention. I didn't do anything. I need water. You just slammed me up against the van,
Didn't do anything.
and you're trying to deny me medical attention.
The medical attention's on the way. How many times I have to tell you?
Well, you tried to.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You tried to tell me, oh, why do you need medical? I don't fucking need to tell you why I need medical. You slammed me up against a goddamn van.
I was never here.
Well, you sure are complacent and helping everyone did it. Because if you wasn't, I wouldn't be in cuffs. You would unlock me. Listen, nothing, man. You're complacent and all this
I'll have a
shit.
conversation with you.
I don't want a combo with you. You're helping the people
can't
that
talk
hurt
to you
me.
if you're
Why
gonna-
would I
if
want a
you're gonna
combo with
act
you?
like that, I can't talk.
Why would I want a combo with you? You just harmed me, and now you want to talk to me? What kind of fucked up psychopath are you?
Sir.
You just hurt someone to the point where they need medical attention, and now you want to talk to them? What? You fucking psychopath!
Actually, you guys can check on that list 16 from Los Angeles, Rattler, and Broadway. Can't find anything on the campus.
Hey, what's up? I'm sorry I missed your call.
You're just trying to be making my way over there.
Yeah, thanks. Do you have a license with you?
Live streaming when I grabbed.
Do you have an ID with you?
Hey, it's still live streaming. His phone. Shut
Do you
his
take a
phone
breath
off.
a little bit, or do you still want to talk?
Why you got his shit on?
So it's on the way. All right?
Come on.
You hear the alarm? It's on the way.
Dude, I'm in shock.
He doesn't have it on him. I can't get into his phone. Why? His phone's not on him. It's
I
locked.
just got slammed. I know. I got grabbed. I'll tell you why. I got grabbed and slammed up against the car.
No, you didn't.
Like Mike slammed me up against the van. That's why I'm in shock, and then I need water. He slammed me up against.
All right, we'll give you water.
Like, why? You think I'm in shock because nothing happened? Like, I just got here. I don't know what happened.
You know the drill.
What drill? I just got here. Mike.
You know. There's a buffer zone policy.
He was explaining it
Yeah.
to me. Your trooper was explaining it to me when you grabbed me and slammed me up
I
against
told
the
you to
van.
get back. You didn't listen.
I did listen. I got
No, you
back.
don't.
Your trooper was explaining it to
Yeah.
me. He was in the middle and explaining it to me.
You're
when
where
grabbed
you are
and
because
slammed
of
me.
you. You're
Mike,
where
just
you
let me
are.
go,
You're
man.
where.
I'll go.
No,
I'll
I'm
leave.
not letting you go.
What did I do?
You're
Just- I'll
violation of
leave.
the buffer policy.
I'll leave. I'll know now. You inform me now. I'll leave.
Yeah, you're still live streaming on your
How am
phone.
I
It's
supposed to?
locked.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're still live
What
streaming.
does that have to do with
You're
anything?
being recorded right now.
What does
also.
mean? I showed up live streaming.
You've been here from day one.
And
Okay.
what does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay, if you
That
don't
means nothing
understand,
to me.
okay, you just say right there.
All I
yell
asked
away.
for was information.
Yell away
I
all
asked
you
to be
want.
informed.
Yeah, yell
And
away.
as I was getting informed, you slammed me into that van.
Good. Yell away all you want.
Do you think you're a big bad man for doing that?
No, man. I'm telling you, I'm trying to talk to you. You're
No,
not
you
listening.
didn't. How is grabbing me, talking to me? How is slamming me into a van, talking to me? That is crazy.
Rain,
And
those are you,
I'm
Mike.
live streaming?
No, I don't care.
So why'd you say that? What does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm trying to shut your phone off.
Why don't you stop? Why don't you stop tampering with my phone?
I'm trying to shut it down.
Why don't you stop tampering with my phone? Why don't you stop trying to tamper with my phone, Mike? After you slammed me and attacked me.
Why would I keep running
Why'd
your
you
mouth?
try to tamper with my phone?
Hey, ladies, can we go? Can we please keep moving, please? Sir, can you please keep moving? Okay. All right.
And you're gonna bring me right back here?
Let's go. Keep moving.
Do you think it's okay what Mike did, man?
Yeah, you wouldn't listen to me. I told you to get back.
You wasn't even
You
over
wouldn't
here.
listen to me. You wouldn't listen to me.
I left, Mike.
You wouldn't
Mike,
listen to me.
This was such an ego bullshit. I left.
Ego, you put your fan
Mike,
on it. You wouldn't listen to me.
left. Like, I left.
And Bison just assaulted a veteran. Pig.
Unless we have the passcode.
Okay. How are they live streaming? Just put them right here. Let them know.
They were looking at the white Toyota Venza SUV.
You're a bitch, man.
There was another car involved, but it looks like it had some front end damage.
All y'all motherfuckers gonna die. I hope all y'all motherfuckers die. I hope you fucking die, Mike, you piece of shit. I hope all y'all die. I need some goddamn medical attention. He was gonna give me water, then he started complaining about me live streaming.
I don't know if he has the water. The
What do you
paramedics
think he was
told
gonna
us.
give me goddamn water?
I can find some water.
And now he's talking about live streaming and shit. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You can't even explain this shit. I'm fucking embarrassed to fucking see it. I can see it on your face. You're embarrassed as fuck to be doing this shit. You think you're serving your country by doing this shit? You think you're serving your country by doing this?
Piggy.
You think you're doing a good fucking thing? You think you're serving? You think you're serving your country? You think you're being a brave soldier right now? You think you're being brave as fuck? Give me some goddamn water! He's out there on the phone with his boss saying,
177 helped with $5 through Super Chat. Oink oink piggy piggy bow's gonna make your life shitty.
Hello! Help! Help me! I can't breathe!
Flower Sayu pigs. Flower Sayu Mike.
We're going in the back because the EMS is going to meet us back there.
Fuck! Stop suffocating me! I can't breathe!
I'm just going to back up.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, we're just going to get out of this crowd.
Yeah, because you don't want people to see me suffer.
No, EMS is meeting you back there, man.
I can't breathe.
They can't come up this way.
You got the heat on. Can you please turn the heat off?
Yeah, I was actually just doing that for it. I'm not gonna lie. It's even hot up here.
You're suffocating the fuck out of me.
Okay, man. I'm gonna open the door.
Can you please put the windows down?
I'm gonna open the door when we get back there.
I can't breathe.
Yeah. Just right around the corner here.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. This why nobody likes Piggy.
I'm not worried about that. We gotta. Where the EMS is gonna park? In the middle of the road.
Man.
I'm gonna show you.
According to Mike, you happy with yourself? Locking up criminals like me who didn't listen to fucking Mike's fucking orders. How you feel being Mike's little bitch? I don't see no goddamn ambulance back here. You need to fucking leave me back here to die?
I'm gonna open the door for you in a second.
I don't see no goddamn ambulance. I'm in the back of the goddamn building. There's no one back here.
Car 16, Burnsville Parkway. They turn onto Corey Street. Just pull up this
Can you please turn off the goddamn heat?
I turned it off.
It's still coming up. Can I come out? I'm in cuffs. Why not? I mean, I just need some air. I'm in cuffs. You're like 100 pounds heavier than me. Like, what am I going to possibly do? Like, you're just being crazy at this point. Why can't I just be out there and stand up and stretch my legs? Like, this is uncomfortable as fuck.
I'm just gonna leave you.
I won't do anything. I want to stretch my legs out.
Is it bow? Am I saying
It's bow. You don't feel good about yourself. I know you don't. I can see it on your face. I know you don't feel good about yourself. Yeah, I know you don't. It's trespassing. You'll say anything at this point to sustain your current way of life.
Come on, man.
Come on, what, man? Do you ask yourself? Do you feel good about yourself?
Listen.
Do you feel good about yourself?
You don't have to talk to me at all.
Do you feel good about yourself? I want to talk to you. Do you feel good about yourself? Okay, I'm completely fine with that. Do you feel good about yourself, though?
Why would I feel good about arresting anybody?
Right. So you don't feel good about this, but you're doing it, right?
It's not feeling good. It's my job.
But I know you have to do it. You're just doing what you're told, right?
It's my job.
But you don't feel good about it, right?
It's my job.
But you have to do it, right?
Gotta do it. Right?
You gotta make that car payment, right? Well, I mean, you gotta make your house. You gotta sustain your image in society, right? No, I'm not yelling, man. I'm in shock. I'm in shock, man. You guys slammed me up against this van, and you guys threw me in. When you say I didn't, you mean
I know, but you're trying to like berate me.
No, you are. Because you're complacent. Not only did you do it, right? You're complacent in letting it continue to happen now. By saying, oh man, it's a trespass, you know the deal. I gotta do my job, man. You're so complacent in this. You're worse than the person who slammed me up against the van. You're just trying to take no response. Oh, it was Mike that did it. I didn't do it. I'm just arresting him for trespass.
You're talking to me like
right?
I put my hands on you.
I'm just trespassing him and doing my job. It was Mike that put his hands on him. That's cool, right? It doesn't matter, as long as I didn't put my hands on him, that's cool, right? I mean, that's how you see it, right? Well, okay.
I didn't put my hands on.
Yeah, but so is it okay for someone to do it then? Okay, is it okay for them to do it? No, they didn't. They grabbed me and slammed me into the van and said, grab him. They never told me you were under arrest. They never said to leave. Actually, the trooper I was speaking to was actually in the middle explaining to me what was going on when Mike walked across the street, grabbed me and slammed into the van and did this. Right? And you're completely okay with this. Not only are you okay with it, you're complacent in letting it continue to happen. If not, you would stand up and say, Mike, that was fucked up, man. Like, I know you're my boss.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Just doing my job, not C.
I'll leave now. Exactly, because you have to do your job and you're complacent in everyone else, right? You don't agree with that shit, but you have to do your job, right? You see what a disconnect is? You see why none of this shit makes sense? And you see why I can't understand this shit? And you see why I need a medic? Because none of this shit makes any sense. It makes no fucking sense. I got slammed up against the wall, and now you're like, yeah, buddy, you're trespass, man, or ban, or whatever hard surface I was slammed up against. How long do you know, Mike, man? How long have you worked for him, man?
Justin Gaza helped with $2 through Super Chat. LA Rata, let him go, you're being recorded live.
You know fuck all about what I know, man. How long have you worked for him, man?
I'm done talking.
Yeah.
Civil conversation.
Civil about what? I asked you a question, and you want to ask me another question. How the fuck is that civil? If you ask me a question about my siblings, and I ask you, hey, man, do you beat your wife? How the fuck is that a civil combo? It's only civil when someone asks a person a question, and they respond civilly. When you distract with nonsense, nothing is civil about that. I still haven't gotten my goddamn water that you promised.
I don't have water. I look for it.
Like, I'm so goddamn parched. I got my own goddamn water, but they won't let me drink it. Why? Because I was simply trespassed according to you, right? And you don't give a fuck how it happened, because you're just simply doing your job. I bet you feel fucking great about this shit. You're gonna go home and sleep like a fucking baby, knowing you put...
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Not C, not C, not C, not C, he's a veteran.
And you just sat there idly thinking, oh man, I had to do my job, man. I know it's hard to hear, man. I know the truth is hard to hear. And that's why most people like yourself say, oh man, I don't want to hear this. So I commend you for at least sitting around. I know nothing's going to affect you. I know I'm talking to a wall, man. That's why I don't even care. Like, I know you don't care. You think I would say anything at all if I knew you care, man? I know you don't care. I know you're so sick that you don't give a fuck. Like, you think we're friends. I'm your fucking victim. We're not friends, man. Like you keep making it like I'm your friend. You got me in a cage. I'm begging you for air and water. You won't even give me the simple fucking need of water. That's a basic human right, and you won't even give it to me. Why you got me in a cage? I'm in a small metal box, traumatized about the fucking needing a medic, and you won't even give me water. And you're trying to be civil with me? What the fuck? It's not giving someone. How the fuck is that civil?
I've been nothing.
Why don't you civilly get me some
Sabrina, aka SV777, helped with $2 through Super Chat. Bow is a vet piggy, oink oink.
Be my friend. Because why? Because he has the fucking grace of giving me fresh air. Thanks for giving me fresh air and not suffocating me in this back part like you do to other people. How many people have you suffocated back here? You know about it because you said it. You mentioned it. You're like, sorry about the suffocation, all nonchalant.
Never said that.
You fucking, somebody said it. All nonchalant and shit. You guys think you guys are so slick with your nonchalant shit. You must feel like a real fucking hero. I wonder what your relatives would think. They must think you're a fucking hero for fucking, what? Caging a man who fucking, what? Didn't leave your pride zoned. This shit is so stupid. This shit is beyond idiotic. Yeah, I'm gonna just move my blanket for
you're good. Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
No, you're fine.
Attack me like Mike.
Justin Gaza helped with $2 through Super Chat. Let him go, yeah, we'll get Sue.
You have to have all my property.
Yeah.
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Y'all look like Blue M. Bison Gee.
No, I promise. If I don't want to give it to you, they'd probably calm me down a little bit.
Man,
I get where you're coming from, especially with, you're so high and sensitive now. You get thirsty, I get it. I just literally don't have water. It's not that I'm denying you.
You are, man. You are.
I don't have it.
Like, I'm under your care.
You are, yeah.
To get me water.
Yeah, I get you. That's coming. I think they'll have water.
I'm not asking for more than that.
If I keep asking troopers over here, you just stop me on for 2 seconds, I give you the last thing. Sound good?
Yeah. Can you unlock one of my hands?
Yeah.
I got some hair in my mouth.
So,
I need to get out.
I
I'm
trust
not
you.
gonna make any moves.
I know that.
Like, I'm gonna comply with all this shit. I'm just pissed that you guys fucking use the court law to fucking against me on some bullshit. It's just like my goddamn voodoo piggy. Bullshit. You know, fuck that.
Yeah, we don't need that like that.
I'm not gonna try to skip.
Where do you live?
I live here.
Nearby? Okay, all right, cool. Here they come, okay? You good with that?
Yeah, you need to recuff.
I'm just gonna recuff. If they want me to uncuff, I'll just uncuff it.
Can you do it in the front? I'm not gonna go in here.
I can't just do it in the front. Just put it on the rear. I should do that. They might be used to that. Something I don't trust you.
Whatever.
Good. I didn't double lock it, so don't make sure.
I'm not gonna do it.
I know. All right, so once again, why I asked you earlier, dizzy, because I usually tell them what's going on. Some people
You can
just
tell
ask
them
for
that
dizzy.
your boss took me and slammed me up against the back of this van right here.
Okay,
And now
they're gonna
I'm
come
kind
up,
of
so just be transparent and see what's going on.
on.
All right, guys. How you doing? Good. He's complaining of dizziness. You know, he's high intense right now, placing an arrest. So I'll have him tell you what's going on.
Yeah, hey man, what's your name?
My name is Val.
Val.
What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Hey Jeff.
Nice to meet
I was
you.
talking to this trooper right here, and in the middle of the convo, his boss came up and grabbed me and slammed me into the back of this van, and now I'm back there. I really don't know what's going on. Are you a doctor? Can you help me?
I'm a paramedic. I can only to make sure that you're healthy. And
I don't know what's going on. None of this makes sense to me. He's like trying to be my friend, telling me like, oh, it's just a simple trespass. From my point of view, I just got attacked in the middle of a convo. I think this guy, his name was Miano. He was in the middle of explaining to me where I needed to go, and we were actually moving. Right, Montiano?
Crashes 82 helped with $2 through Super Chat. Ooh, dogs.
Yeah, but me and you were walking away, right? And you can tell them that while we were doing that, someone grabbed me and slammed me up against the van, and you can tell him that what's up happened,
right, well,
and tell him the severity of it, so he knows how it happened, and it's not just my point of view.
okay, so
That way you know what happens as well.
I want to acknowledge. Yeah, you had a tussle, and
I didn't have a tussle with anyone. I was in the middle of a sidewalk. I was in the sidewalk talking to this state trooper right here.
Gotcha.
And out of nowhere, I got grabbed and slammed up against his van. By the time I realized what was going on, I realized it was his boss.
Okay.
And next thing I know, I was back here.
Gotcha.
Like, am I crazy? Do I need medical help?
Well, that's what I'm kind of here to help figure
This
you out.
sounds nuts.
Okay.
Does it sound crazy to you, Montiano?
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. Hi Jeff. He might have internal injury.
You gonna check my health? You saw that?
All right.
Yeah.
We acknowledge that you've been through something. Can I check your vital signs?
Did you get his story of it?
We understand that there was a tussle and you ended up in the back.
No, there wasn't a tussle. Someone took my head and slammed it up against a heavy metal object.
All right, okay, look at it.
That's not a tussle. That's being attacked.
Okay, no, they have calls. Let them check your vitals.
I'm in a cage. What do you want me to do? I'm in a
Step out.
cage.
Watch your head and step out.
You want me to step out?
Yeah, just sit right on the end here, man. Okay, and then there you go. Just sit right back.
Oh,
down.
you want to hear what's crazy?
Yeah,
After that,
have a seat, bud.
after that, the guy that attacked me, right?
Yeah.
Came up and was like, "You're live streaming." Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Is he saying that people in Germany can attack other people because they're live streaming?
Diogenes helped with $2 through Super Chat. No tussle. Attacked.
You know what? I don't think so. I think he got
Even your fucking helper fucking thinks this shit's fucking funny. He thinks this shit's a fucking joke.
Hey.
No, look at him. He's laughing. He thinks you guys are a joke.
No.
No, not you. The troopers. He's laughing at the troopers, not you. Your helper, your assistant. He's like, he's down there grinning. He's low. He thinks this shit's pathetic.
I'm not laughing at anyone.
All right, man. Don't pay attention to him. Don't pay attention to him.
Like, you think these guys are serving and protecting? Sorry, I was sitting on a thing. I had to readjust myself.
Yeah, understand.
Like, I'm not gonna make any sudden moves towards you.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I'm
Brother.
gonna comply with whatever fucking.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
whatever
Thank you very
don't
much.
feel unsafe. I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna,
I'm with you, man.
put you in a situation to where you feel
trust
uncomfortable.
I trust that.
It's
I
just
trust
fucked
that.
up
Yep.
that this is the kind of help you give me. I get fucking attacked and you strap a goddamn. What the fuck is this? A pinky monitor to me?
Yeah. Hey, no. That's
Like, this is some bullshit, man. I need some help. I need someone who's gonna fucking help me figure out what the fuck's going on versus put a goddamn pinky monitor on me. This is some bullshit. I just got my head slammed up against the goddamn van. And you put a goddamn pinky monitor on me?
That's to check how much oxygen you're getting, brother, and you're getting plenty of oxygen, okay?
Fuck off. Yeah, my pinky should tell you fuck off.
All right, brother. Just waiting for the machine to finish up, man. We're almost there.
This is some bullshit, man. I'm in a fucking small metal box in handcuffs with a goddamn. What the fuck is this strapped to me, man? How is this helping me?
It's a blood pressure cuff.
How is this helping me?
It's to check to see if you're
How does this help my fucking injury? I got a goddamn head injury. How the fuck is this helping me? How is fucking putting air on my biceps helping me? Like, this is crazy.
Oh, you gotta check your vitals. It's all optional. It's basic stuff.
Like, this shit's fucking nuts.
Well, then, listen, they're being nice to you. Just, you gotta be cordial and be nice to them.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm the one being attacked. What do you mean being nice? I'm in a goddamn cage. I'm under your care. Can I just leave right now? How the fuck do you want me to be nice? Motherfucker, let me put you in a cage and you be nice.
Hey, you gotta calm down a second.
What the fuck? I am calm. How can I be fucking anything but calm? I'm sitting in a metal box inside a cage. How am I not calm? You want me to be calm for your fucking machine? That's why you want to be calm? So you can fucking write everything off as being okay? None of this shit's okay. And you're complacent in this shit by trying to make it seem like it's okay. You want me to be calm? So your machine will show that I'm calm?
His vitals are stable.
Fucking bullshit. I got a goddamn head injury.
Obviously very agitated.
I've been attacked. I'm traumatized. Write that down in your report.
All right, so a couple things we do. We can change.
Head injury,
Hey, listen.
traumatized. I don't need to listen. I've been attacked. And you guys are allegedly here to help me. Like, how, what are you talking about? You want me to listen? How is listening going to help my injury? I've been attacked. You're here to help me, and you're just like, oh, listen, man, you just got to calm down. Are you fucking kidding? Are you listening to yourself, man? Are you guys for real? Are you guys proud of yourselves, man?
I'm gonna double lock those cuffs on.
Are you proud of yourself, man? Like, seriously, man. Y'all get paid like 100, 150, 200. Like, seriously, man. Are y'all for real, man? Like, I'm agitated. That's the best you got. I got a goddamn head injury. Yeah, that's agitating to have a head injury. It's pretty agitating. When someone slams your head up against a goddamn bus, yeah, it's agitating. Yeah, I do.
Can I explain to you what's going to happen next? I'm going to process you for an hour. I'm going to bring it in court. Yeah. Does that make sense? So they would have to get up, right? On camera and everything. So we process you. Okay. I'm okay. We're going to the H2 barracks. It's not far from here. We're just going to take this. Like I said, yeah, no problem. Go through the paperwork and then bring it to court. That'll be it, right? I just want you to know, for the record, nothing personal, okay? Just you.
Well, here's the thing, man. It may not be personal with you.
I know.
But Mike made it personal. And you know that. And you're complacent on it. He knows that. My bad. I didn't mean that.
So good.
He knows that. You know that. I know that. And at this point, we're just trying to be civil and be like, hey, man, let's just fucking press.
I'm not even trying to do that. You know,
you're just trying to, like,
I'm not trying to, like, but I'm also not trying to be an asshole either.
No, I'm with you because you have to maintain your illusion, right? You have to maintain whatever it is.
Are you going with the water?
Let me just rest with it. You have to maintain whatever it is. I'm not being a civil.
I know, but you're just calling me a fraud, which I don't want.
But you are.
I'm not.
You're trying, but you are. Why you're trying to explain to me I'm not a fraud, but you're complacent in something that was done to me that was wrong, right? Like, how can you be complacent? Even you know, man, we was in the middle of, like, trying to figure out where to go. You know, and you're just like,
a balls. That's like a Chad move.
Mm.
Like, oh yeah, put out the whole,
Right.
interaction.
Right.
Like, again, a lot of this is like with Andrew Tate too, like where like they show these videos of him engaged in like what I would call some level of like S&M or whatever play with this girl. That's probably what happened here. Like, so when you read between the lines, essentially he's saying is she called him over for a hookup and she probably said to choke her, which you can see she has said in those text
Right.
messages.
She did.
And
Yeah.
they're going to release that. I bet they're going to edit. They're just going to release that action of it.
You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know
I can see you reading the statement though, Shannon.
And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all of you guys.
This is the thing that these guys like him need to realize is that when you're going after these like 19-year-old OnlyFans girls and stuff like that, you have to realize it's a transactional situation.
Yes.
He is going after these young women for their youth and beauty, and what are they getting out of it? They're going to want
Correct.
money out of it, clearly,
Yes. Or
because
clout.
it's like,
Yeah.
money or clout. Look at what's happening with Ashley St. Clair and the Elon Musk situation. All of that, for example. I mean, like, you are playing with fire when you mess with these types of women.
Yep.
And, like, if this kind of situation that he's in now shouldn't even be a surprise. What did he think was going to happen?
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, you deserve this. Like, no, you don't deserve this. It's like one step before you deserve it.
Into it.
Yeah.
Like,
what were you
dumb,
thinking?
dude? Are you dumb?
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's like, you're so like vag drunk that you would put your entire career. Like,
Yeah.
I hope it was worth it, dude. I'm telling you, Disney's going to fire him. Like, I don't care if he gets extorted or not. Disney's firing him for sure. They let the other thing slide, but this is going to be too much. There's going to be a video of him within probably the next hour on the internet, like banging a chick while choking her. That's what's going to be in this video. There's no way Disney keeps him on. Like there was already the audio of him giving it to some chick.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's going to be this. I don't. This
Bad
is his career's over.
situation.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are like, "Who is this guy?"
What's up, guys? Yeah, I saw Bao got arrested. I have a feeling this is Bao. Came in as unresponsive, but he's now responsive. He was breathing and everything. It just sounds like something a Bao situation. So this is the district courthouse, and the Superior Courthouse is right across the street there. So people have called over the Mass State Police Barracks, and they say they don't have anyone over there in custody. So I think they brought him right into the courthouse to be seen in front of the judge. I don't know 100% though. So I just got here about a half hour ago. And right when I got here, I was told about this. Then this call just came in. I got the scanner on the Dedham police frequency. As you just heard, my scanner turn back on. So I want to go get, I think it would be contempt of court. I want to get his information to bail him out if I can. Charge of trespassing. Mass, do you know, did he get taken to the district court or did he get taken to the barracks? And does anyone know if he has a bail? I'm a little nervous right now. I already talked to one of the state troopers, and he's cool with me. They understand who I am, what I do. I don't think they're going to give me any issues. But I don't know. I'm on Twitter, on my Facebook, MA Live, and I'm on YouTube right now, guys. Yeah, the barracks is about 30 minutes away, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's here or I was just coming down to try to get some information, and this call came in, so I figured I'd come back just in case. Just in case. We got a bunch of people filming over here. I don't know if the Karen Reed and them are coming out. I think they are. Guys, the other day I was in Canton live with I got that shared link referral in my friggin' chat again. Yeah, well, I had 5,000 people in my chat the other day. I mean, in my stream the other day. I'm gonna come up front real quick. Oh, this Hardman is the one that arrested him. So I came as an unresponsive in the lockup facility in district court right here. So it sounds like something that Bao might be involved in. So I want to see if it is him or not. But I'm gonna come back down here, and then I'm gonna walk through over here. I was surprised to hear Bao down here because he doesn't usually he doesn't stream a lot anymore. He's usually doing his live streams at home or in his little studio or whatever. So
Channel mode. Hold on. I'm gonna be able to put down the mana.
I do have my body cam running too. Yeah, I know he was in the buffer zone, but he was filming as media, so I don't think he had any free Karen Reed stuff on or anything like that. Good, how you doing? So I don't know why he was so quick to arrest him. I saw the live stream. Nunziato was the smaller officer. that started talking to him with the tattoo, the sleeve tattoo. That's Nunziato. He's been in one of my videos years ago. And then it was Hardman that arrested him, knocked his camera out of his hand, and arrested him. He's known as Sergeant Hardo. So I'm not sure if it's the kid that got arrested or not. So I'm trying to document if it is.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, a lot of my Karen Reed stuff is on my Twitter, my X account, which is Mass Accountability, and my Instagram, also Mass_accountability. So once I'm done here, I'm gonna go take a walk through. Tyler, are you kidding me? They're usually much quicker with the bails in Massachusetts and all that, so I don't know what's going on. I couldn't believe I heard it was Bao. I thought it was one of the regulars that film. Oh, yeah. So that, again, for the people that are just joining, a lot of people are joining. Here is the district court in Dedham and Superior Court, where Karen Reed is being tried, is across the street. And Bao was arrested right here at this crosswalk area. Oh, we're going to find out right now. No, it doesn't look like Bao. I thought it might be Bao. That's why I was here. All right. Someone just didn't feel well. They're telling you to go on. All right, so that wasn't Bao. Let's go try to find something. I'm just gonna walk through and back around.
All right, I'm gonna stay here until you're out of sight.
Okay. All right, baby girls. All right, guys. This is where he was arrested right here earlier. So we're gonna see. My heart is pounding right now.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Good work.
Thank you. Got Court TV up here. I got a lot of the mainstream guys around here. So last year, you could be all right in here. You could be over there. The buffer zone's been extended to way down there. And Hardman is in that SUV right there. All right, I'm gonna try to find out. Is coming. She's a prick. Coming. I mean, Hardman, the one that made the arrest, is in that vehicle right there. This is where Bao was initially confronted by Hardman. Bao was about to walk on this sidewalk, and Hardman came from across the street over there to confront him. And Bao crossed the street right there. He spoke to Nunziato at that corner. Hardman didn't like how he was still there talking to the other officer across the street, and slapped his phone out of his hand and arrested him. Well, this is going to bring the auditor world and the cop watcher world to this case. Calling all cop watchers, calling all auditors. Get to Dedham. Get to Dedham.
It's just like.
This is Hardman right here.
So, give me a trench wood, and the court officer would. Goodbye, Jay.
So when I heard he got arrested, I expected him to be yelling and all this other stuff because his old school ways. But the video shows he did nothing. He was asking some questions to get clarification, and was arrested without question. It's getting warm out. Holy shit.
Say I'm running out. Bet you feel 10 degrees cooler right now.
Yeah, it warmed up pretty quick. Oh. So this video also shows that he was definitely discriminated against because I'm doing a little more than what Bao was. I'm literally sitting in the zone. But they see me as a journalist. Last year they said, we'll pretend you're a journalist, or we'll say you're a journalist. You don't have to pretend. I am a journalist. I am independent media. They just don't like what kind of media I am because I point out misconduct, police and governmental misconduct. Sorry guys, it's hard for me to read the comments. I got a thing up in the if he's being charged with trespassing or contempt of court, it should only be like a $40 personal recognizance, but he is from out of state, so they might try to boost it up a little to make sure he comes back. I don't know if he has any warrants that are non-extraditable to other states or towns, cities, counties, whatever. But that could change things as well. Sorry guys, with the glare and that stupid referral link, I thought I shut it off, but I guess it didn't do anything. With those two things, I can't really see a lot of the comments. Last year, I was posted up right around here for most of the time. So Bao was arrested for doing what I'm doing right now, or a little less, actually.
I tried to get him when you walked by to say to you can't record in public.
What do you say? No?
He wouldn't do it.
I'm not too good. I'm not getting on that. See, guys, the cops are gonna sit here and joke with me. I don't think they really knew who Bao was. They might have changed their stance. I'm telling you, if this doesn't get some more channels out here, I don't know what does. I was gonna go live this weekend and try to inform people about what's going on and how crooked this actually is, how much corruption and misconduct actually put into play with this trial. The investigation was completely botched. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, was fired. And dishonorably discharged. So that should tell you a lot right there. Many police officers were involved directly with this case. And what happened was there's a Boston police officer found dead on the front lawn of another Boston police officer, Brian Albert, who was a drug task force police officer for Boston. He was actually on a show called Boston's Finest in the early 2010s, teens. And this officer was found dead on his front lawn, and they're trying to say that Karen Reed backed into him while she was drunk after he got out of the car because she was mad at him. But the investigators never went into the house under exigent circumstances to see if possibly any other officers were hurt or injured or dead inside. I mean, he is involved in a lot of undercover. Brian Albert was involved in a lot of undercover stings operations and stuff like that with drug dealers, gangsters, all that stuff. So in a police officer's mind, they should have thought, hey, this is in front of another Boston cop's house. Maybe he's injured or dead inside as well. They never went into the house. Never interviewed any of the people inside the house. Michael Proctor actually said the owner of the house is nothing's gonna happen because he's a Boston cop. And there's just so much. Kevin Albert is also a cop, which is Brian Albert's brother in Canton, and their other brother, Chris Albert, is the selectman for Canton, who oversees the Canton Police Department. There's so much more to this. This is why I was going to do a live stream with some of the testimony from these cops. They were all out drinking. They admitted to drinking on the job with their firearms on them. There's just so much to this case. And these guys, these state police officers, especially Hardman, Mr. Hardo, they're trying to say only mainstream media is media. Even the Massachusetts courts is trying to say that you can't even stream the trial from other mainstream medias if you're not media. If you just run a YouTube channel. So they're trying to restrict and limit who covers this and what they say about it. If you're on the free Karen Reed side, they're gonna try to limit and completely shut down your speech. If you're on the other side, you can kind of do what you want. So, as you guys see, I've been here for how long? All I've got was a couple of officers joking about trying to tell me to stop filming. So, if you need this, Bow, if you see this later on or whatever, I want to try to bail him out. So, I don't know what to. I tried calling the Framingham barracks where he would be brought, which is about a half hour away. I read a comment that he was in the wagon for quite a bit of time for a ride, so I'm guessing he went to Framingham. I don't know his exact name or the spelling. I've heard what his name is, but I don't know. Oh, I don't know if his first name is more than just Bao, but
Hold on. I'll be on. Gotcha.
guys, if you're new to my channel or my page, wherever you're at, follow me, like, share, comment. Even if you don't like me, comment. It's all good. It helps the algorithm anyway. So whatever it is, there's only 4 likes and loves, which looks like it's on Facebook. So keep hitting that like button, guys. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff. I was supposed to leave my house at 9 o'clock this morning to avoid traffic. I didn't think anything would be popping off so early. I guess it was before court even started where he was arrested. From what it sounds like is the defense team was going to be walking in soon. And that's what Hardo had said. Something about the defense and the prosecutors coming in. So just had a court officer kind of staring me down. But I have my body cam running at all times whenever I'm live streaming because that comes in much more clear. And it helps show how close people get to me if I need that evidence. And guys, honestly, I would have been Bao if I got 2 open cases right now, which I'm going to be able to further explain in the near future. But I've got my legal advice that says you are going to affect these cases if you do get arrested, even if it's unconstitutional.
Probably around 4:15 in the
So
afternoon.
here comes Cummings. He's a little fucking tyrant.
Roger, stand by. Thank you.
Sinful Toaster. It wasn't they wanted to scan his phone. They have a QR code what you can scan with your phone that brings up the buffer zone and the rules of the court. That's why they wanted him to his other phone to scan that barcode so he could just read and not them have it verbally explained to him. Looks like I'm gonna have to come down here almost as much as possible in the near future. Now that I know this is how it's gonna be most of the trial, it might change. There are some civil suits going on right now about this buffer zone. Yeah, Billy, that's kind of the arguments in the civil suits that are going on right now is that she has no jurisdiction outside of this property. So she can't say what's going on the sidewalks. Just think of this. There was no buffer zone for any of the big cases like the OJ case, Casey Anthony case, Michael Jackson's cases. There was never a buffer zone for any of these cases. But they have a buffer zone of, I think they moved it to 500 feet away from the court, the front court steps here. That's what they say, but there's a buffer zone sign right about there, way down the street. And you can see, I don't know if you can or not, there's a sign right there, a big white sign for the church. And there's a church street right there, that right beyond the street is where the other buffer zone starts. So, if anyone finds out any information about Bao, please message me on either Twitter, Instagram, or Instant Messenger, MA Live on Facebook.
Good. I have 418. Okay, thank you. Silver 61. 21. You can take the alarm 34th.
This is Court TV. This is Court TV and another company right here. Helicopters flying above. I think I'm gonna end my stream as soon as I get out of the buffer zone, and then try to find out about Bao, if he's going to be heard in district court or not, and then
22 to 21.
If he can or cannot get bailed before he goes to court.
I'm coming through the square now if you want me to grab that. I appreciate that. I'm all the way up on Washington Street.
Oh, and guys, shit, I haven't had this on the whole time.
Roger, 34 School Street.
If you guys appreciate what I do and the content that I provide, you can donate to any of the options down below in the ticker. I got Buy Me Coffee. I have PayPal and Cash App. So if you want to donate to the cause, that would be appreciated. But if not, I understand. Just watching, commenting, reacting, sharing, subscribing is more than enough. So I appreciate you guys. And if I do have any donations, it's most likely all going to my legal fees, which is going to be exceeding over $100,000 by the end of it all. So I do appreciate you guys, and I understand the whole fact that I'm going to have to kind of explain why I'm in court for people to want to donate to the cause if they do, which I'm going to be able to in the near future. We just got to set some things in the courts, and then I'll be able to talk about it a little more. But I don't want to jeopardize what's going on in the court proceedings right now. just to share what's going on. So looks like they're going to be coming out soon. So we're going to get a shot of somebody coming out, take the defense. The defense coming out soon? They already went to lunch. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. They shut up. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Get ready. Delta, Echo, 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 Romeo, as well as Mass 3, I'm sorry, Mass 6, 5, 3, 4, 3. You know what happened? Why? No, but.
My confidence is in their team. But really, what I look at is what is different this time around. How did that just laying out these differently? But he is playing as I'm bringing up the fact that
Same courthouse, same defendant.
Second people, 65343, 2021. Body, 234, fight to it, Diane, Monty, help. 3161 at a Cohasset. First vehicle is active, Ryan, 2013 Keeper, Blue, address thing. Okay, Roger, given 63543. Roger.
Frank Panthers, because they're seen as actual media. That's why they don't see everyone as media.
Active 2018 Volkswagen, blonde, color white, name address 31.
I need to figure out why I can't see comments from Twitter. I'm not very tech savvy. Because people have been trying. I guess they're coming back from. Yeah, I can for a short time. I'm gonna stay live until they come back from. So they come back from.
Yeah.
So they come back from lunch. This guy's riding a scooter down the sidewalk, and he doesn't get arrested or in trouble. Huh. Interesting. Hi, Miss Reed.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? That was Karen's mother. I said Miss. I should have said Mrs. Reed. So it looks like they might be coming back soon, guys. They might be coming back from lunch soon. Hey, what's up? Good, how are you? How you doing? Pretty good. I know, I'm trying. All right. I'm trying. Guys, hold on. I'm going to mute it for a second. All right, I'm going to go walk on the other side because I'll get a better shot. I can't zoom in with this phone. I can't zoom in with this phone, so I'm going to get a better shot from over here. That's them pulling up right now. There's Alessi. There's Action Jackson. There's Karen Reed. That was them pulling up right there. All right, I'm gonna walk down this way, come back, and then I'm gonna take a break and go try to figure some things out, and then I'll probably go live again. So that was a little bit of bad timing. I was gonna pull out my other phone and get more clear video. Like there's a new streaming app that you can get basically crystal clear video. I've been seeing it used a lot lately. I think I'm gonna try to upload that. But as you see, guys, I've been down here for now a total of 40 minutes, and they haven't said a word to me besides one cop challenged another cop to tell me to stop recording, and they laughed about it, which is pretty cool. But this is what happens, and this is the part that I really want to stick out is it becomes discriminatory because they learn who you are and that you know your rights and your laws, so they'll either leave you alone or they'll push on you harder. Thankfully, they have left me alone for the most part. Initially, when I first came here, Cummings had an issue with me, but we got Hardman over here. This is the one that arrested Bao. He just pointed at me. Yeah. I'm gonna go ask Hardman real quick. He knows about one. Yeah, I'm happy to.
Brother, you got to keep moving, okay? Just as long as you're moving, you're good.
I have to just keep walking.
Yeah, just keep walking as long as you're moving.
All right. Does that go for all? Does that go for all press?
With us,
No. Okay. Do you know where they took the other gentleman earlier?
come walk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
He went to SP Framingham.
Framingham
Will be arraigned here.
at district court.
Yes.
He's not going to get a
Right
bail.
within an hour.
Not going to get a bail in
That's not
between.
up to me.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he'll be released.
All right. Cool. Thank you. You know what they charge him with?
Nope, you'll find out when you get there.
All right. That's the one that made the arrest right there, guys. So he is going to be coming to district court. I'm going to, he's not going to, it sounds like he's not going to get a bail. They're going to bring him right here. So I'm going to cut the live. We got that. If you guys want to clip that and get it out there, that's fine with me. Just give me the credit. And yeah, I will come back. I'll be live again. And I appreciate everyone for joining. I'm going to try to go figure this thing out with Bao. And he said, as long as I keep walking, but thank you. All right, I'm going to end the stream, guys. I got to go do this. I got a couple my dogs with me, so we got to go get them some water, and I'll be back. So make sure you're notified, subscribe, all that shit to all my social media platforms. I appreciate everyone for joining, and maybe my next live will be when Bao's walking out the front courthouse. This courthouse, district court. Appreciate everyone for joining. Much love, respect, and appreciation.
Is he 17
Yeah,
or
he wasn't even 18 years
he
old.
wasn't even 18
Yeah.
years old, and then just completely ruined his life, robbed him of his future, and he is constantly in a deep depressive state. That's why he got so fat, because he was in bed
Yep.
and was stress eating and just like emotional eating, because that's the only time he had any sort of comfort was when he was eating. And so then there's even like recording like where they recorded a conversation with his mom where he's like, I just don't know who I am anymore. He didn't have a sense of identity. Well, what do you think is going to happen when you tell a kid that they can be the gender that they're not? They will never be that. You are setting a person up for a life of misery because they want to be something, and they're going to try to be something that is impossible, that they can never ever be, instead of embracing who they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's incredibly well said. I don't see any scenario here where
23 to control. So done. You can have Gabby down here. Still don't know what's going on. Roger, I'm trying to get a hold of Gabby. She went to a meeting. Do you want an ambulance to respond as well? Can you repeat that? I'm trying to get a hold of Gabby. She went to a meeting. Do you want an ambulance to respond as well? Roger, have an ambulance come. Roger.
we don't battle just against flesh and blood, but of evil forces and principalities, as the Bible tells us. So, yeah, this is an example of that. I don't know how people can live in an atheistic mindset when they see true evil that exists in this world at this capacity. But it exists.
Yeah, it definitely does. And for me, that's a no from me, dog. Like, no more of this stuff. You're dooming these kids to a life that we already know now.
Yep.
They used to say, like, oh, do you want a trans kid or a kid that's no longer alive anymore? Well, now we know that this doesn't even help them.
Right.
And that for that. It's just weird medical experimentation.
Yep.
Let's go to, I kind of had the chat disappear on me here. Where is this? Let me reopen. I'm already figuring out some adjustments I need to make. I'm going to get some desk risers. I think my chair's as low as it goes, but I'm going to get some desk risers to raise the desk up like just a couple inches.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling my back's going to, like, if I'm like leaning over like this all the time to see.
Right.
So I, like, while we were talking, I'm like ordered some desk risers and I want to get this out of the shot. So I ordered a boom mic thing so it'll just stay out of the shot. And marginal improvements on the way. Let's go to the chat. Martin says, Mekong is 180 degrees of misogyny. Trans issues come from weak parenting that lets us in through the maternal feminist. Keep the focus on cultural poisoning. Yeah, I mean, I do think that gender dysmorphia is a thing, but it's also like 0.001% of people ever deal with it. What I think apps like, I think transness is, yes, weak parenting, but I also think it's a social contagion, where people see it as a way that people will think they're cool. People see it as a way for, all this kind of stuff that is just simply not correct.
It's also a lot of these groomers who are preying on autistic children, because when you look at the data, you look at the statistics, a large number of kids who have been put on these puberty blockers and stuff are autistic. So they already feel different inherently. Well, how easy is it to groom a child who already feels different because of their autism and tell them, oh, well, this is why you feel different, because you are the other gender. It's so easy to manipulate and groom these children into that. And I think that's a huge thing. And obviously the autism rates being as high as they are, that's another thing that needs to be studied and figured out, whether that be like from the food, vaccinations, whatever it may be. But that's also a problem. And it's sad that these kids have been so easily groomed because of their autism.
Well, and the parents kind of get groomed too.
They do too.
Parents are like, they would tell them, do you want a trans kid or a dead kid? Well, what would most parents say?
Exactly.
Most parents, I think, were like bullied into transing their own kids. Now, I do think there are parents out there that are like psychos that like get off on having a trans kid, and it's like a big deal to them. They get excited about it. But I also think that there are plenty of parents that are like, well, I don't know. The doctor that I trust told me that I'm supposed to trans my kid, and I don't want my kid to die. They say, oh, well, there's a 47 or whatever % suicide rate. I don't want that to happen. And so like, I think I understand how some parents got kind of bullied into this.
Right.
And, it's not good. It's not, I'm sliding all over the place too. I'm not used to, like, I have thick carpeting upstairs. Now I'm on like LVP floor down here. I put a rug down a little bit, but Chad, how's the echo? Do I have a lot of it? Like,
I don't hear it.
You don't hear, when I did my solo videos for today, I picked up, I'm like, obviously I was like looking for it, but like, it's kind of echoey, but I have those bass traps. I just really don't want to put tape on my walls.
Right.
I bought like there's like this nice 3M double-sided tape that supposedly comes off, but these are all taped on. So those are going to be here forever.
Also, like if you got like a big rug for the other part of the room, Like,
Yeah,
not
once you get
just
up
for
the
here.
stuff off the, I put
That
one here
helps.
and one over there, but then there's like a lot of room over there that I could probably put.
Yeah, because I had a big echo in here until I just putting down this rug made a huge difference with echo.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll just
Yeah.
I bought, you know what's crazy? I bought these rugs from Amazon. So we bought when we were decorating this house where we live now,
Mm-hmm.
we hired an interior decorator and we bought a bunch of rugs. Those rugs were like, some of them were over $1,000.
Oh wow.
And I bought 3 rugs from Amazon for $79 each, and I think they're the same rugs I bought.
That would not surprise
they're
me.
like no different than the rugs I bought from Steinhafels.
Right.
And I was like an 8x10 rug, $79. And I was
Right.
like looking at because we have some credit on our account at Steinhafels. So I was like, well, maybe I'll get my rug from there. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh wait, no, duh, this is stupid. I could buy like 12 rugs for the same price.
Mm.
But yeah, chat what says on the echo. Let's see the feedback. Put carpets in the walls. Yeah, I will do that. Good rugs you need to take care of. Yeah. That's true. We do take care of them though. Very few people. Oh, no echo. Okay. It's not bad. Sound is good. You just need to adjust your camera. What does everybody not like about the camera?
I
I'm,
don't
like,
understand.
totally
I
in
think
frame.
I think this
Yeah.
camera setup is way better. I
Yeah.
don't understand the
What is
criticism
it?
for it.
Yeah. What is the camera that now the desk will be raised up a little bit higher and the mic won't be in the shot anymore, but this is like, I don't get it. What is it that people don't like about do you want a wider shot or a tighter shot? Because it's maybe people aren't used to it. I did this like because it's in a corner, so you have like some more
Right.
room to like got to work on lighting. Yes, 100%. All my lighting is ceiling mounted, and I just haven't had time to put it up yet. So I just had like these old stands that I quick threw together. You're a half mile away. No, what? I don't get it.
No, this is a good setup, especially with with the podcast type setup. This isn't a, hey, I'm a streamer playing a video game. Like this
Yeah.
is a podcast talking about like
Looks like public
look at
access
how-
TV. That's what
does-
I want.
Does
Yeah.
someone like Joe Rogan or something have the camera just here? No, he's got like a
Yeah,
wider
he's got a wide shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the camera could get a little lower and it could get a tiny bit tighter. White balance is off. Well, I think when I'm looking at it, it looks like it's not totally level, so I could fix that. Yeah, maybe we're used to the closer shot. Yeah, I mean,
I think they're just
people
used
are
to it.
people are
It's-
just used to the tight shot. Yeah,
It's just gonna take getting used to.
Yeah.
But I do genuinely think this is a better setup and it looks more professional. It definitely for the broadcast type setting of like here's a podcast, a show.
Yeah, when we have like
it's better.
30,000 people, the camera goes like 1.3 degrees off. It's triggering my autism. Yeah, I can see when I'm looking at it now that it's a little crooked. Just placed my first CBC order from Amazon. I'll be sure to leave a review. Thank you, Wayfast. Very cool. Old cam got bumped a lot. I know that's the only reason I did this. The whole reason I set it up this way is first that old camera really struggled with autofocus, but then also it every time I bumped the desk, the monitor would shake and the camera would shake. My question is, does this camera not have any zoom? Like,
What camera is
It's
it?
a Panasonic Lumix GH5, and I don't know how to zoom it in at all. So, like, I'd rather put the camera further away, use a little bit of optical zoom. Maybe
You might
Chad
just
could
want a
help me.
different. You could get a different lens for it.
Well, the lens I have for it is the one that fits in the teleprompter. So if
Oh.
I go with a shorter lens, it won't fit.
Okay.
But like, I know the brighter one, I agree it's too dark, but I can't do anything about it until I find, I don't want to buy more stands. I want to just mount them back up on the ceiling. Yeah, you're just trying to show off. Yeah, the Danny CVU looks great for the solo videos. Yeah, it does look really good for the solo videos. That's true. Does anybody know? Like, just got my coffee order in. We'll break it tomorrow and give her your thank you, Optimus. Enough with the chit chat. Nobody knows that it's a Panasonic. What did I say it was? GH5.
Lumix GH5.
Yeah, 4:3 is the issue. Okay, how do I change that? I think it just looks like 4:3 because oh, maybe that's
It
what it
does
is.
look 4:3. It does. I'll give him that.
Let me change it right now. How do I change it?
Okay.
Let me look. Panasonic. What is it? GH5? GH5.
Yeah, Lumix GH5.
Landscape, or I want it landscape,
Like
or
16:9.
or 16:9. Okay.
It could be the lens.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm confused. A $2,000 camera. It doesn't know aspect ratios of Reddit, of course. People are just like, GH5 can shoot in any of choice of ratios. However, do anything other than 16:9, you do something special. The default is 16:9. So if you just grab and shoot video in creative, where do I do the aspect ratio is definitely not 16:9. You can change it in the settings. All right, let me look.
Oh, here we go.
Ugh. All right. Menu.
Oh, is that Huck?
That is.
Oh, how cute.
Let's see. Oh wait, that's in pictures. Video. MP4. Recording quality. There's AF. Filter settings. Digital zoom is off. Where is it? Mic socket, HDMI output, color bars. I don't see aspect ratio.
Let's see.
Where is
Aspect ratio settings. Navigate to the camera's menu. Find. Wait, it's saying. Let me ask Grok. I'm gonna ask Grok. How do?
Maybe it's because I have it set to 4K.
Possibly. Yeah, I personally wouldn't do 4K on since the stream isn't gonna let it be 4K anyway.
This is just recording quality.
Oh, okay. It says navigate to the recording menu. Use the directional buttons or touchscreen to select the recording menu, typically indicated by a camera icon. And then scroll through the options in the recording menu, and there should be the aspect ratio option. It's usually near the top of the menu, it says.
Yeah, it's not here.
Interesting.
Zoom off. Color bars. Yeah, there is. It's try. Yeah, recording format FE4. Okay. Interesting. 1080p, 1920 by 1080p.
Okay.
Okay, that's there. It's not. Is it different for the GH5?
I don't know. I said GH5, but what crops the center?
There is. I guess I'll have to futz with it later. I can't believe there's not.
I think it is. Wait, you said it. Is it still on 4K? Because I think the 4K mode.
Just for pictures. If I go to the recording format, it's in 1080p.
Oh, okay. So that's odd because it's 1080p is supposed to default to 16:9.
Yeah, filter settings, dynamic resolution, digital zoom off, picture mode.
Wait, it says.
Yeah.
Wait, the notes here does say changing the aspect ratio crops the sensor, reducing resolution slightly compared to the. Oh wait, the native is 4:3.
Okay.
Except when shooting RAW, which retains full sensor data for post-processing flexibility. For video, but it says for video, the GH5 typically defaults to 16:9. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, I thought it looked 16:9. To be honest with you. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, that did change. That did.
It was under the camera,
Oh.
not the recording.
Oh, this is better.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have to
I would
adjust
just
the height
adjust
probably because it's a little low.
adjust the height, but that is okay. Okay, I
All
get
right,
it.
so
Chat was
chat,
up
what do
with
we think?
something. Y'all happier with this?
So let's change the. Gotta go up a little, right?
Yeah, chat likes it a lot better.
Much better. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's lock it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. That is better. They were right.
Don't tell chat they were right.
Y'all got it this time.
Yeah, all right. It did get, now the whole shelf is in. I'll probably have to zoom it in a
Okay.
little bit.
Right.
And power zoom depends on what lens you have. Perfect. All right, so chat one. No, tilt up the camera lower. Yeah, I'll worry about dialing it in a little bit more, because if I sit up straight, I'm at the top of the frame.
Right.
I wouldn't really want to go much lower. But I will. Much better already. Yeah. I'm glad I'm glad Melanie had the idea. Thank you for thinking about having this idea.
You're welcome. It's all me, not chat.
Yeah. Thank you for fixing my problem for me, Melanie.
You're welcome.
You're like literally the best.
I can change out your graphics cards if you need help with that too. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah. You'll have to get used to it. Mel would make a good COVID czar. Yeah, the lighting probably won't be fixed until Thursday, because I'm just going to buy another set of these standalone lights and use them for now. I'm very how do I say? Like, I don't like putting holes in my walls.
Right.
So we'll see. But so the 16:9 works. See, incremental improvements.
Very good.
Good thing I have such a smart partner on the show.
Yeah.
Who just knew how to do everything. So they'll be here on the 24th. That'll be 3 more of these lights. That'll be enough. I only have like 3 lights upstairs. So Webb says your camera has overheating issue due to prolonged 4K usage. Focus on issues when in 16:9. I don't think I'll have focus hunting issues. I'm not like flying all over the place. Okay, so now we're in 16:9. It's a whole new world. Everybody, I'm glad that we fixed it ourselves with no helps from chat at all. And then let's see. Here we go. I got one more story. I do. A woman that is baffled.
Oh.
How men can connect on like a primal level without well, you'll see. Yeah, thanks for the help, chat. Big help. Now I know Maggie's gonna put LED strip lighting behind the stuff, which will help brighten it up too.
That will be good. Accent lighting.
Yeah. So that'll be good too. All right. So this is a woman who is completely baffled that men can carry on like a great relationship and not really give a crap about other details. So let's go here. Oh, Haka Papa. They brought his bed down here. Hey, Baba. He's just zonked out. You're a good boy. Go back to sleep. All right, let's go here. Which one is this? Yeah, chat, incremental. So we'll have better lighting on Thursday, and we'll have backlighting hopefully today. And then, and less echo tomorrow. So we have a little bit of an improvement every day. So this is a video of some woman who really should understand how freeze frame works when she's doing a video. But she shares a story, and I just wanted to get your take.
I swear this is only possible with men. I swear to God, I didn't think this could ever happen in any situation, but for men, apparently it's completely normal. I started off 2 new guys this week, right? And now, granted, we don't have a huge staff. You could literally learn everyone's names in like 10 minutes. It'd be that fucking easy. There's not that many. So I pair these new guys up with 2 of my other guys so that they can train. I let them pair themselves off because I don't want to get involved in that shit. Whoever feels it necessary to train someone, even if I try to instruct him and say, you're training so-and-so, that's not how.
Oh, now people are saying it's too loud.
Oh.
Boy, you chat, you're just never happy.
Divas.
Yeah.
It would work out. Might as well let them figure it out themselves. Anyways, 2 of my guys get paired up, and I asked the new guy, how's your trainer? He's like, oh, I love him. He's a really great guy. We get along on so many levels. I'm like, oh, who is training you? And he's like, I have no idea what his name is. I'm like, you spent a 12-hour shift with this guy. You've got no fucking clue what his name is. He's like,
yeah,
no. Great guy, though. Figure out who's training him based on the small characteristics of curly hair and glasses. And I'm like, hey, Adam, how's training the new guy? And he's like, oh, yeah, the new guy, really great guy. He's catching on really quick. And I was just like, which one of the guys do you have? And he was like, the taller one. I was like, yeah, okay, but what's his name? And he's like, oh, I have no idea. 3 days in, 3 12-hour shifts into our week, 36 hours. They have no idea what each other's names are. But wait, it gets weirder. And I know every guy that's watching this is going, what's weird about that? It's fucking weird. Okay.
I was just saying, yeah, it's not weird. Like guys are just on a different level. Like they just don't care. Like I've definitely known people that I've hung out with and like given big hugs and like told them like love you, bud, when I leave from the pub, and I don't know their names. Like it's a very guy thing.
Okay, 36 hours, you don't even know dude's name, but your best friends. It's fucking weird. I asked my trainer, like, so how's it going? And he goes, dude, this new guy is so clutch. Now I think he's going to say something about the job. No, he says, today I forgot my lunch, and this guy shared his packet of tuna and his banana with me.
Bros. All I'm hearing is bros being bros.
That's pretty amazing. I love that's totally like a dude lunch to tuna and banana.
She's like raging.
Just straight up picture me dumbfounded, okay? 36 hours together. They're literally sharing a packet of tuna like 2 homeless people just trying to survive together. They fucking love each other. They've asked to only work with each other. They have no idea what each other's names are. And neither of them seem to care. That's all you need to know about men.
They're awesome.
If there's food involved and you share it, fucking great. Besties. Do I need to know your names, Chris? Nah. Fuck it.
I mean, I
love that. But that's the thing is that's one thing that is great about the differences between men and women and why we work well together, because we have like different perspectives. Our brains are completely functioning differently, and that works together as a team. And so like sometimes women will complain because like, oh wow, men don't focus on unnecessary details usually. Like, oh, what color is fuchsia. It's just like, oh, that's pink. Like, whereas a woman might know every little detail about, oh, well, no, this particular shade is actually this or that or the other.
Yeah.
And so whenever women try to shame men for not having essentially more feminine qualities, it just makes no sense, because then they want to complain that men aren't masculine enough, but then they also want to say, oh, I'm not going to be with a guy unless he's in therapy. I'm not going to be a guy unless he can talk about his feelings. I'm not going to be with a guy unless this, that, or the other. And then they want to be like, oh, why are men not men anymore? Well, society keeps trying to feminize them, and then they shame them for things like that make them men. So,
Yeah, like, yeah, when I saw this video, I was like, yep. Like, I was just, there was like at no point in this video was I like, that's not normal. Like, guys don't care about that stuff. I'm sure there are women that also don't care.
Right.
But like, this is a very dude thing. Like, we don't care. You could sit next to somebody, watch a whole baseball game with them, have a bunch of drinks, talk about your wives, do whatever, and then like never talk to anyone again, and like, or never talk to him again and be like, that was cool. And then like women will be like, what, doesn't she doesn't like me? How come we didn't hang out again?
And that's the funny thing too, with women, that's asking each other our names. That's like one of the first things we do. Like when we talk to a woman, I mean,
sure.
I can be at the store shopping, and like, if I have any amount of conversation with a woman, like it's very normal for them to bring up their name or ask your name. And it's like, oh, what was your name? Oh, well, it was great meeting you, Melanie. And it's just like, that's so normal for women.
Yeah, not for me. Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's one problem I'm gonna have to fix, that monitor thing. Like, it's like maybe I've got a bad cable or something. Like all my monitors turn off for a second and then they turn back on. Knowing your friend's name is lame. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's sound is fine. No need for bass traps. IMHO. Yeah, maybe I'm just hearing my own echo, but I turned up the noise gate on the mic, so like, so it wouldn't pick it up so much. So I figure it's probably going to be fine. But I bought them, so I might as well use them. Yeah, men are judged on performance in every aspect of life. Yeah, nicknames also work. Guys, I've often referred to people as like, oh, the guy that drives the Chevy Nova, or the guy who wears the Trump hat, or the guy who, it takes a long time. A long time. I have a lot of people saved in my phone by how they look or where I know them from, as opposed to their name. Like, it's just, I don't know. I'm not sure. Somebody in chat says, yeah. My boy and I have been best friends for 15 years. I didn't know his name for like 6 months after I had his phone number. Yeah, well, it's because if you don't ask it early, then it becomes like a thing.
And it's awkward,
Yeah, then it's like, oh, well, now I don't even want to ask, because, they're going to be, they're going to wonder why I didn't ask or what the situation was. So I don't even want to go down that road. And the whole thing just gets weird. But yeah, that's kind of like the dudes in a nutshell video. Today the news was kind of light, so I didn't want to like belabor the same few pieces of data. Oh, do I just lose? We just lost Melanie. It's just us now. All right, well, now the chick's gone. I guess we could talk about farts and stuff like that. By the way, I was going to tell everyone, she's here, but she took herself out, so maybe she's having a diarrhea or something like that. There, she's back.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
It was you or me, but it sounds like it was me.
Yeah, you just disappeared. I told everyone you were having a diarrhea.
Girls don't poop.
That's true. That is true. I mean, that's a myth. You want to remind? I was gonna say, you want to remind everybody where they can find your content and what you got coming on.
Yeah, you guys can find me on Rumble at Melanie Mac, or on YouTube at Melanie Mac Go Boom, where I talk about a lot of like social commentaries, mostly about nerd culture type stuff. And I do stream every Wednesday, so I will be live tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Central Time. And then you can also check out my Bible channel at Bible Time with Melanie Mack on YouTube and Rumble. On Rumble, I'm still working on catching up the uploads. I'm almost done uploading all of Exodus, and I do have all of Genesis uploaded there. And then I have all of it on my YouTube channel. But
yes, go follow. Get her up to 20,000 followers here on Rumble.
Let's
make sure
do
you go.
it.
Yeah, make sure you go and you have tune into her live stream tomorrow night. You guys all know me. Just a huge shout out to Meta PCs, promo code Rumble when you're ready for a new computer. And please do pick up your Mother's Day gift box or some of our other coffee over on Amazon's on the Amazon website. The link is in the description. The mods are putting it in there. You could also just type in Coffee Brand Coffee. Some of our stuff will come up probably on Amazon these days now. Wookie Tank says we go name bro. We go to the name bro dude boss bud or buddy. Yeah, that's basically good for everybody. I use Playa a lot. Or my man. Cat, freaking cat. Let's see. Any other messages I missed? PMA, did you try turning it off again? Also, try a blueberry squishy. Web says your camera is. Oh, I got that. Where's the? Ow, frick!
Oh, what happened?
Kitty, Bolt is very fat.
Oh.
And he tried jumping up on me and didn't make it.
Oh,
and as you know, when that
guy.
happens, like you get scratched. Huck came to check on me. Thank you, Huck. Scratch the crap out of me. That's all right, Colt. That's okay. Okay. Wait, what's up with the hexagons? You in a blanket fort? Yes, I am. And I think that's it. So we'll be back tomorrow. What day is it today?
Tuesday.
So back tomorrow at 2:00 Eastern, same time. Hopefully you'll tune in. If you haven't yet, make sure you follow the channel. There's a green follow button. Make sure you follow the quartering, and you make sure you go follow Melanie Mack. Do it today.
Yeah.
Get her over 20,000, and then because you won't get notified when we live stream if you don't follow. So that'll be good. Yeah, heckin' chonker. He is a chonk. There's no doubt about that. Maximum chonk. All right. Thank you all so much. And we're going to go join Viva Frey. So go watch Viva. Hold on a second. I thought we were going to go join Viva Frey, but maybe not. I missed his return of HCB. I have not asked her to return yet. I'm just letting her kind of, do her thing. Read the paid chats. I read them. What are you talking about? What did I miss? If I don't read them,
$1.
yeah, I can't get to every $1
Right.
one all the time. Like there's only so much time.
Right.
Dark Seed says Muslims and visions and transgenderism are doors to pedophilia. Sure. Melanie gets spell checked into Mekong thanks to the Chinese programming.
Wow.
Tim Cook, no echo. Mekong will make a good wife for a strong man. Jeremy, did you catch the PCAT yet? Yes, she now lives in the bathroom. I put 2 cat trees in there. I put a little heated house in there. And then I cram her sister in there with her every couple of days. So she's got somebody to play with. So, and that's where she's going to live now. Cause the other alternative is putting her down. Cause I've talked to a bunch of people who've had this problem. Nobody's solved it.
Right.
They just say, yep. Usually they're like kind of ashamed about it. They're like, well, and I'm like, did you put it down? Yeah. I'm like, okay. So I'm not doing that. So I've lost my bathroom to the cat. Just all right, here we go with the raid over to Viva. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And I hope you're all
to you from El Salvador.
I can't help myself. If you can't understand what this mumbling buffoon is saying, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter from El Salvador, they've all taken a taxpayer trip to El Salvador. I'm sure it's very nice there. Very low crime, by the way. Homicide, 1.9 per 100,000. That is a 20th of what it is in Baltimore. I'm going to shut my big mouth, play it once through, then we're going to go through this. Listen to this.
Congresswoman Maxine Dexter here, coming to you from El Salvador. I flew here last night with 3 of my colleagues to demand that Kilmar Abrego Garcia be released. He is being held in violation of a Supreme Court order expressly telling the Trump administration to effectuate and facilitate his coming home. That is being ignored. This is not just a threat to all people in the United States who could be illegally abducted, detained, and transported internationally against their will. But it is a fact that our president does not recognize the branches of government and the balances of power. This is what we all have been calling a constitutional crisis, yet it is more severe than anything we've seen. We cannot stay silent. We must stay loud. I am here because I refuse to wait for something to happen. We are here to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
I refuse to wait for something to happen. There has not been the manifestation of political retardation to a greater degree than this in a very long time. We're going to start this from the beginning, but I love, by the way, right at the end, they just say the quiet part out loud. But we'll get there. There is so much wrong with this, I don't know where to start. They've flown down to El Salvador to demand the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who's being detained by El Salvadorian authorities. They seem to think that not only do the American courts get to bind the president, the American courts are now the executive. Speaking of separation of powers, the courts not only get to bind the president, they get to bind foreign presidents. The Supreme Court of the United States, in as much as it says what this nutcase says they said, which it doesn't, thinks that the Supreme Court can now order a foreign president, Bukele of El Salvador, to release someone who they are detaining for reasons of El Salvadorian law. Who the hell does this idiot think she is?
Congresswoman Maxine Dexter here, coming to you from El Salvador. I flew here last night with 3 of my colleagues to demand that Kilmar Abrego Garcia be released.
We came to a foreign country to demand of a foreign president that they release one of their own citizens that they are currently detaining in whatever very beautiful accommodations Kilmar is getting in El Salvador. They came to demand of a foreign leader that a foreign leader release one of his own citizens that they're detaining under their own domestic law. Holy hell. You want to talk about entitlement? You want to talk about privilege, Maxine? Point 2.
He is being held in violation of a Supreme Court order expressly telling the Trump administration to effectuate and facilitate his coming home.
That's a lie. Effectuate and facilitate, that is called a conjunction. It didn't say that. It did use the word facilitate, which seemingly would require that the Supreme Court dictate to a foreign country, to a foreign president, what they do with one of their lawfully detained own citizens. The Supreme Court didn't say go kidnap Garcia from El Salvador, where he's being detained under El Salvadorian law by El Salvadorian authorities. And if that's what the Supreme Court thinks that it said, congratulations on talking about not respecting the bounds of your own lawful authority.
That is being ignored. This is not just a threat to all people in the United States.
It's not really a threat to all people in the United States. It might be a threat to illegal aliens in the United States, and that might be the point, you vapid idiot of a politician. It might be the point. What else does she say that it's stupid beyond Billy Madison words?
Who could be illegally abducted, detained, and transported internationally against their will.
You think citizens can be detained and transported internationally? I mean, maybe they can go to Guantanamo if they're deemed to be terrorists. Or maybe, if it's Obama, they'll just get killed in a foreign country. Obama didn't worry about, let alone taking back actual American citizens. He just killed them. This is not a threat on everyone in America. It might be a threat on illegal aliens in America, but more specifically, the gangbanger, gang members, wife beaters, alleged human trafficker ones of those. It might be. Suicidal empathy. Won't someone please think of the illegal alien gang member, wife beaters, alleged human traffickers? Oh my goodness. Oh, what's that? They're being lawfully detained in a foreign country of their own citizenship? Let's order them to bring back the illegal alien? This, as far as I'm concerned, should be illegal. I don't know if it is. We'll talk about it Sunday with Robert Barnes on Viva and Barnes, Law for the People, Sunday Night Law Show Extravaganza.
But it is a fact that our president does not recognize the branches of government and the balances of power.
This coming from the woman who's suggesting that the Supreme Court can dictate what a foreign country and a foreign president has to do to their own citizens. These people are idiots.
This is what we all have been calling a constitutional crisis, yet it is...
You've been calling it a constitutional crisis. The true constitutional crisis is that of the courts usurping the power of the executive and the commander-in-chief during what he has declared to be something of a time of war, something of a predatory incursion. That's the constitutional crisis. You can call whatever the hell you want. You call boys girls. You know, I'm sure you'll call this a constitutional crisis. The actual constitutional crisis is your unwillingness to respect the Constitution and the separation of powers between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, and between domestic and foreign policy, foreign law.
More severe than anything we've seen. We cannot stay silent. We must stay loud. I am here because I refuse to wait for something to happen.
I refuse to wait for something to... I don't even know what that means.
To release Kilmar.
Release Kilmar. Won't someone please think of the gangbangers? I would say stay there, but I don't think El Salvador wants them. A bunch of freaking lunatics. But you want to talk about suicidal empathy? A woman, and yes, I checked, unless I'm mistaken, she was born a woman, is out there defending a wife beater, is out there trying to get the wife beater back to his wife. So that presumably, I know, so long as it's someone else's wife that's getting beaten, I don't think Maxine Dexter cares. It's quite ironic that her last name is Dexter, much like the serial killer. Although that serial killer in the series Dexter, which was one of the greatest series ever made, at least he only killed bad people and the pedophiles. Yeah, that woman is out there trying to get a wife-beating gang member, illegal alien, back into the country into which he illegally entered so that he can beat his wife some more. But so long as it's someone else's wife, Maxine Dexter is willing to take that risk. But we're not done yet, because we're going to go from one idiot to another. That other idiot, you know who he is. Ironically enough, shares the last name. I wonder if he's... I'm not... Congressman Robert Garcia. We just returned from El Salvador. By the way, we know the taxpayers are paying for this shit. They should all have to reimburse this. Other than the fact that it should be charged under the law. If it's not under the Logan Act, because not a fan of the Logan Act, Barnes and I discuss this all the time, maybe under aiding and abetting and trying to facilitate transportation of a terrorist. I mean, he's designated MS-13 gang member. Due process. Yeah, he had his due process, you dumbasses. 2, at least in front of judges on bond hearings who declared him to be MS-13 gang members based on the evidence. But I don't like your assessment of the evidence. Well, tough shit. Become a judge then. Don't do that, actually. You're going to be one of those activist judges who are going to tear down the country, much like we see these activist judges doing right now, Boasberg in particular. Let's hear what Congressman Robert Garcia, in his infinite wisdom, has to say after captioning a tweet with the following: "We just returned from El Salvador and demanded that Donald Trump follow the 9-0 Supreme Court decision to return Kilmar home. We must fight for due process and the Constitution. In fact, when Kilmar gets back, we're going to give him a gun. Second Amendment, bitches. You don't want to deny him his rights there." Let's hear what this guy has to say.
Yeah, I think it's really important that people are there and continue the pressure on what is clearly an illegal deportation of Kilmar Garcia and so many others. To be really clear, the United States Supreme Court has voted a 9-0 unanimous decision that Kilmar needs to be facilitated and have a return back to the United States. Lower courts have affirmed this. The Trump administration themselves have admitted that they sent Kilmar Garcia there on accident. So there is no reason why he should not be back home. And the real issue is really beyond an immigration story here or an immigration crisis. This is about the rule of law. It's about due process. It's about everyone in this country.
He was before, I believe, 17 judges over the course of the years. He was in front of 2 bond hearing judges who, after due process, declared him based on the evidence to be an MS-13 gang member. He was, based on due process, accused by his own wife of beating her. I don't know, but due process means we get our way, not that he gets deported. Constitutional rights for illegal aliens who have stolen them and are criminals.
Who under the Constitution is afforded due process, whether they're a U.S. citizen, a temporary resident, on a student visa. That is a bedrock.
Whether or not they're a U.S. resident. What did you just hear? I can't believe the level of dishonesty.
Citizen, a temporary resident, afforded due process, whether they're a U.S. citizen, a temporary resident, on a student visa. That
a U.S. citizen, a temporary resident on a visa. Well, none of those 3 apply to Garcia. He was an illegal alien. The only administrative error was that they deported him back to El Salvador, where they deemed it to be a risk, which is why they had that prohibition from removal, because the rival gang members in El Salvador would have viewed him as a problem and maybe exacted some violence on him. That was the basis for withholding his removal to El Salvador, because of it predicated on his gang membership. We all know this. You've been around the channel for a few days now.
That is a bedrock of the United States of America. Now, we had meetings yesterday,
Is she wearing
classified briefings with the...
Is she wearing sunglasses because this was after he beat his wife? Is she wearing sunglasses to cover up the scratch on his eyes when he threw his boot at her? I wonder. Maybe someone should ask her. Oh, wait, that's right. Someone did ask her and she didn't answer.
U.S. ambassador, folks on the ground, Kilmar's family, very, very productive, putting a lot of pressure on the Salvadorian government and press to ensure that he is brought back home, but also lifting up
back home. He is home. This is not suicidal empathy. This is civilizational destruction. This is the deliberate attempt to undermine Western society, to destroy America from within, and to basically demand that the president, the commander-in-chief, who has not just the authority to do this, but the obligation to do it because he was elected upon it, to ensure that he can't do it. I don't know. Garcia is an American citizen. You can't deport him. And I don't support shutting him up either. Let him speak, but let us all make a whole hell of a lot of fun at him. Let's be Ralph. Whoop, 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 whoop. Point and mock these idiots. Lunatics is right. Liney Bell. That's all we have on the suicidal empathy portion of this. That's the latest updates of what's going on there. Did I get everything here? Yeah, I think I did. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. It's afternoon in California as well. The Quartering, thank you for the raid. This is a wonderful, wonderful, flattering thing to be part of the Rumble lineup on a daily basis. Viva Fry, for those of you who don't know who I am, make sure that you are liked, subscribed, shared. The podcast, unless I forget, go on podcast format as well via audio. I put the clips on CommuTube. The weekly live streams at the Rumble lineup are exclusively on Rumble. Now, let me go see what's going on. We got this. Forced name change says, find the ex another city to live in, a new job, a house, new school, where her former boyfriend's associations can't find her, and see if her story changes again. Yeah, because when she was on with, what's that guy's name on Good Morning America? Doesn't really matter. Ooh, the woman looks terrified, but I might just be totally projecting that which I want to see on her. She doesn't look very happy. My husband's alive. Ray Kujua in our vivabarneslaw.locals.com community says, for the Dems, they want to make up what due process is. Due process is a magical phrase for them now. It never had any place in the Trump warfare. No. The due process of the Jan 6ers, nothing. Lock them up. Deny them bail. Give them excessive terrorist enhancements. They gave Enrique Tarrio terrorist enhancements, or at least they wanted to. I think they did, actually, because that's how they got to a wildly insane sentence. Terrorist enhancements for the Proud Boys, who did jack squat. They did not only nothing that could be considered terrorism, I think they actually did things which could be considered civism. Yeah, they were protesting the trans stuff. They were protesting BLM. They gave terrorist enhancements to the Jan 6ers, to the Oath Keepers, and to the Proud Boys, unless I made a mistake, in which case I'll correct, but I don't think I have. But no, MS-13, wife-beating, human trafficker, illegal alien, due process. All right, people. We're going to have a guest on at 4:30 to talk about the Canadian stuff, because we need to talk about the Canadian stuff. It's the final stretch of the insanity in Canada. But before we get there, I want to highlight something here. Let me see something here. Oh yeah, on the news, just to finish up the news of the immigration in the courts and whatever, and the news of the days, there's a split decision where what's his face? Gorsuch Roberts side with left-leaning Supreme Court justices in immigration ruling. It sounds very bad. Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote the majority opinion in the 5-4 case, a possible sign of the court's thinking as it gears up to hear high-profile immigration cases next month. Sounds scary. Sounds consequential. I don't think this decision is scary or consequential, nor is it an indication of what's going on here. This, unless I'm misunderstanding the scope and extent of this, it's almost a procedural decision. Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch and Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the left-leaning justices in an immigration appeals case, a narrow ruling that could portend the court's future thinking amid a flurry of legal cases centered on immigration. For those of you who don't know what portend means, it means like bookending, could be a sign or warning that something, especially something momentous or calamitous, is about to happen. Portend. The 5-4 ruling in Monsalvo Velasquez versus Bondi centered on the government's interpretation of a 60-day, quote, voluntary departure, end quote, deadline, which authorities can use to allow certain immigrants deemed to be of, quote, good moral character, end quote, to depart the U.S. on their own terms within that time frame. Supreme Court ruled, with the backing of Roberts and Gorsuch, that any voluntary departure deadlines for immigrants under the 60-day departure time that fall on a weekend or on a legal holiday in the U.S. should be extended to the next business day. That doesn't seem like a consequential enough decision, in my view, to even warrant the 4 dissenting. In fact, in law, let me finish this up and I'll get to it. Writing for the majority, Gorsuch noted that this interpretation of the 60-day period aligns with long-standing administrative practices, including in immigration law. When Congress adopts a new law against the backdrop of long-standing administrative construction, the court generally presumes the new provisions work in harmony with what came before. Since at least the 1950s, immigration regulations have provided that when calculating deadlines, the term day carries its specialized meaning by excluding Sundays and legal holidays if a deadline would otherwise fall on one of those days. Okay. I'm actually curious what the dissent is in this. While the case is questioned that centers largely on technicalities of certain immigration proceedings, a slim majority ruling offers nothing. Thomas, Alito, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett dissented, noting that in their view, the court lacked jurisdiction to weigh in on the matter. So just another purely procedural issue as to why they can't even interpret the regulation. While Thomas said he would have remanded the case back to the lower court to consider other outstanding issues, Barrett took issue with the nature of the appeal filed by Monsalvo. Alito. I'm actually just encouraged that Amy Coney is defying the liberals this time. We'll see where that goes. In his view, the 60-day period imposed by the government is straightforward, should include weekends. There will always be sympathetic pro se alien who is a day late or two, said Alito. Unless the court is willing to extend the statutory deadline indefinitely, it would be presumably forced to say in such cases that a day late is just too bad. For this reason, sympathy for petitioner cannot justify the court's decision. It's very funny. In Canada, for those who are interested, we had a Supreme Court justice. Her name was B-I-C-H. They used to call her the Bish on the bench. What was her name? Her first name, Bish, Supreme Court, Canada. Come on, what's her name? Bish, Supreme Court Justice. What's her first name? AI, the name Bish is most probably associated with. What the flip is going on that I can't find this Supreme? Am I pronouncing?
B-I-S-H.
I'm pronouncing B-I-C-H. I'm spelling it B-I-C-H. The current Chief Justice, Richard Wagner, in the Supreme Court. Okay. What the Supreme Court Justice, meet our justices. I don't think she's on the bench anymore. I met her at a cocktail.
B-I-S-H, not C-H.
Yeah, I'm doing B-I-S-H. What's her name? Well, what's her first name? Just tell me her first name. It's going to drive me crazy. No, it doesn't matter. We'll get it in a second. Judge Bish, out of Canada, once said that sympathy cannot guide the court, and we all agree on that. For anybody who has never practiced law, by the way, I used to practice law. I practiced for 13 years. I was always standing. 2007, I was sworn in, and I voluntarily relinquished my license, give or take, in 2013. And I did that only because I was no longer in Quebec, no longer practicing in Quebec, and all the people were filing anonymous bar complaints because they didn't like my tweets against Justin Trudeau. Plus, I don't need that license. Not gonna practice. Even if I go back to Quebec, I'm not practicing law anymore. At least not in the court setting. Sympathy can't guide the court. Everybody knows that. When it comes to calculating delays, you go by clear juridical days. And if a delay to do something ends on a day where the court is closed, they extend it to the next court day. That decision is irrelevant. Nothing big, nothing nada, whatever. Where it's going to be really big is when the Supreme Court came down with that one paragraph ruling staying deportations of Venezuelans that are currently being held in Texas. The question then is going to be, are they going to stay Trump's ability to deport under the Alien Enemies Act indefinitely? Or are they going to say that we need a formal declaration of war? Or are we going to say that it's not a predatory incursion unless there is something of a formal declaration of war, and that Trump now has to go through individual hearings to deport any one of the upwards of 20 million illegal aliens in America, thus effectively making it impossible to undo the problem that has been 4+, maybe more than that, years in the making under Obama, under Biden. Although the irony is that under Obama and under Clinton, they deported a whole hell of a lot more illegals than Trump has deported, and they faced no impediment whatsoever. In fact, nobody really speaks of the amount of illegal immigrants deported by Obama and Clinton. It's in the millions. I'm just wondering if it's in the 10 million. So that's that. Let me just see one thing here. I'm gonna go make sure my guest is coming. I will say.
Would you be talking about Madame Justice Marie-France Biche?
Marie-France Biche, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Her name was Biche, and they used to call her the bitch on the bench. I didn't make that up. And yeah, that's it. What else is going on? Let me bring this up actually before we forget. King of Biltong in the house, and there's another super chat. Let me bring this one up here. Biltong, I got the latest shipment and it's freaking delicious. The piri piri is my favorite. King of Biltong, try our Biltong, almost 50% protein, packed with B12, creatine, iron, zinc, and much more. A perfect snack addition to your weekly meal prep. Go to biltongusa.com. Code VIVA for 10% off. And I was just talking to one of my kids about Anton because we were talking about, or she was learning in school about the slaughter of white farmers in South Africa. And I'm like, that's good that they're actually finally teaching that in school, because for a long time it was basically verboten in Canada. You couldn't talk about the slaughter of white farmers in South Africa. You couldn't talk about the deliberate racial targeting of whites in South Africa. They were getting no preferential treatment when you talk about actual, legitimate, bona fide asylum seekers. And I told my kid that Anton of Biltong, who sends us all of the Biltong, it's South African jerky, was from South Africa and can attest to the abject, racially motivated, won't use the word genocide flippantly, but slaughter that's been going on in South Africa for decades now. Speaking of Canada, this is forced name change. Did you all see that the civil unrest in China I mentioned a month ago has finally started to make the news? No, but I do know, forced name change, that you did absolutely mention it a little while ago. Our guest coming in, we're going to jump to the Canadian side because it's the last week of the election and basically the future of Canada, depending on how this goes. The middle finger meme is taking off as it should. And we should milk that. I still will not endorse the Conservatives, period, full stop. I'm not even going to apologize for it. I will never tell anybody who to vote for. Even when I ran for the PPC, I did not tell people to vote for me. But I will tell people that if you vote for the Liberals, you are unhinged, stupid, politically ignorant, politically amnesic, or dependent on the government, and in which case, I pity you, but at some point, it's not just that you live with the consequences of your vote, it's that everybody else does as well. That middle finger...
I'd like to add evil in there as well.
Yes, we'll definitely admit of the possibility of evil. For some, I mean, some are cowardice and evil. You know, the difference is taking pleasure in what you're doing for the self-preservation. Meghan Murphy, for those of you who don't know, is currently running for the People's Party of Canada. Meghan Murphy, for those of you who don't know, and I was on her show yesterday. She's going to publish that interview later. She's had her bank account frozen. I want to say anew because I don't know if her bank accounts were ever frozen before. She's had her Canadian bank account frozen as she was running for the People's Party of Canada. Now, that's to say that the government has yet again gone back to freezing bank accounts for reasons unknown, but we're going to present to the world a PPC candidate, and not because I have any favoritism for the PPC, although they do align with my values more than any other party in Canada. I've extended the invite to any conservative who wants to come on. Roman Baber was on once upon a time. Maybe he'll come back on. But Megan, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm excited to be here.
This is going to be, well, it's going to blow the minds of people out there, because I heard about this story. I wanted to make sure the details were accurate. About 2 weeks ago, people were like, Viva, have Megan on. Her bank account was frozen. They're doing it again. Tell the world who you are, for those of you who might not know. You got your own channel. You got your own podcast.
I'm Megan Murphy. I am a Canadian in self-exile in Mexico. And my podcast is The Same Drugs. I've been, I guess, a controversial figure in Canada for as long as I've been figuring in Canada. But yeah, I decided to run for the People's Party of Canada this election on very short notice. So I had very little time to campaign. I mean, they obviously called it snap election, so none of us had very much time. But I mean, I'm not sure how much of my story you want me to get into right now.
Everybody, well, let's start from the beginning, real quick. Like, where were you born?
Vancouver, BC. So I was born and raised in Vancouver, actual Vancouver, not the suburbs. Vancouver thing. And I actually did a BA in women's studies and a master's degree in women's studies, which, I mean, I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who's ever done anything useful with those degrees, which is, you know, to criticize gender theory and all the nonsense that you learn in these programs. And I was one of the only, I don't know, maybe even the only feminists in Canada to speak out against gender identity ideology when it first came along. So back in 2016, the Liberal Party presented Bill C-16, which is Canada's gender identity legislation. And I just killed myself trying to get the word out about what I saw as dangerous legislation. You know, this is going to nullify women's sex-based rights. Nobody would publish me on this. Luckily, you know, I had my own channels and website and social media to talk about it. But, you know, I was basically blacklisted in Canada for speaking about this.
Let me pause you there just for the Americans who might not appreciate. C-16 is the bill that I want to say Jordan Peterson was already on the map, but this is the bill that added gender expression to aggravating factors for so-called hate crimes under the criminal code. It basically resulted in what Jordan Peterson back in 2016 was calling compelled speech, where if you didn't gender someone properly, you could face criminal charges. That's the C-16?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So Jordan Peterson and I were probably like the most well-known people who spoke out. So I testified at the Senate against the bill in 2017. Jordan Peterson did also. Gad Saad did also. And, you know, obviously everything we said was ignored, but I thought that it was important to get on record. And I've been advocating against gender identity ideology and in favor of women's, you know, sex-based rights, and against men in sports and men in women's prisons and men in women's shelters and transition houses ever since, you know, in Canada, but also all around the world. Canada has just been, you know, a nightmare on this. Every time I try to speak in public, first we lose the venue, then we're protested, I'm threatened, I get death threats. It's just been terrifying. Like, part of the reason I left Vancouver was because it was, you know, it was during the draconian COVID mandates and things appeared to be getting worse. And I was like, I'm getting the hell out of Dodge before things do get worse, before I'm unable to literally speak or work, or somebody tries to drag me through a human rights tribunal or something like that. Because not only at that point was I criticizing gender identity ideology, which was unacceptable in Canada, and particularly in Vancouver, which is a very woke, very leftist place, but I was speaking out against the mandates as well. But, you know, it became scary for me to walk around in my neighborhood. I was living in East Van, and, you know, there's a ton of trans activists there. I'd been screamed at, I'd been stalked, I'd been threatened. I just didn't feel safe even just walking my dog around, and I was like, I'm getting out. This is crazy.
Wikipedia says you're 47 years old.
I'm not. I don't know why. I'm actually 45, so it's not that far off. But I don't know why the internet has
No, but
decided
first of all,
I'm 47, and I keep trying to figure out why. I'm like, why would they lie like that? Like, okay, it's not that, but it's
No, first of all, I couldn't even believe that you're in your 40s. That's why I brought up. I thought it was a different Wikipedia profile.
I know no one believes me. I'm very youthful.
When's your birthday?
79.
Yeah. What year? What month? I mean,
October 79.
I'm 6 months older than you. 5 months older than you. Okay, so
it's that Mexico sun.
It's got, and the Florida sun. Actually, look what it brings out nice highlights in the hair.
Yeah.
So your East Van is East Vancouver. You're born and raised in Vancouver. Just unless you don't want to answer, how many siblings do you have, and what did your parents do?
I have a sister. She's actually a twin, which people find hilarious, but she's fraternal, so people don't attack her on the street. Also, she doesn't look anything like me. My parents, my sister and her family and my parents all have moved over to the island. So now when I've gone back to BC, I usually just go straight to the island and avoid Vancouver entirely. I'll go there for a night, maybe.
You go to Vancouver Island.
That's right. Yes.
Well, that's the woke epicenter of British Columbia.
Yeah, but you can kind of hide out in the forest.
Okay. When I was there with my wife 20 years ago, we went.
Victoria is bad, but I don't go to Victoria. They're like in the woods.
Is it the furthest point is Port Albert or Port Albany? If you drive all the way down. Anyway, we went down there. It was a little bit a rough town. It's at the end of the road on the Never Eat Shred on the west side.
Yeah, I've never been that far down. But yeah, so I totally forgot what you just asked me. What did you ask me?
Siblings and that, but Bill C-16. So I don't want to pull up something just on the spot, but I actually bookmarked it before going live. Do you know who Faye Johnstone is in Canada?
Yeah, he came when I testified at the Senate to protest me.
Okay, because it's really funny. I bookmarked this before the show. She says it's insanity. I didn't know who this person was. Then I go to the profile and see that not only is it a man who identifies as a woman, but as
a very unattractive man who identifies as a woman.
He says the Conservative Party platform includes 4 mentions of women. 3 of those are related to anti-trans policy. That says everything that needs to be said about the Conservative Party and gender equity. Then I go to the profile, gay trouble personified. She, they, which is where I got really confused. And then I go look at this, and then sure enough, it's a guy wearing a shirt that says protect trans kids. And this is what's going on in Canada, where the Conservatives, who I think are milquetoast fence-sitting cowards when it comes to this stuff, are taking heat for being too far right on this, what I believe to be fundamentally homophobic and fundamentally misogynist trans ideology in Canada. So you know that person.
Yeah, I'd have no idea what he's talking about. I can't even imagine what would be on the CBC platform that would be anti-trans, because they barely said anything about it at all. But yeah, he's been around from the get-go. Like I said, he literally showed up in Ottawa when I was there at the Senate in 2017 to testify against this bill, to protest me. And he gets a ton of funding from the government. So he has all these ridiculous projects, that queer momentum, yada, yada, yada. He makes money through these endless tens of thousands of dollars of government grants to promote his little ideology and wear ugly lipstick on the internet.
Protect trans kids. He's interested in the kids. That says all you need to know. Okay, so
I want to tell you, actually, because you asked that question about my parents, and I just want to briefly say, because I think I have a humorous background, maybe. But so I grew up, my dad was Marxist when I grew up. So he was like a union guy. Like we were NDP people for our whole lives. So I was like a communist. And eventually, I sort of settled into socialism, which I thought was much less extreme. But so I was like a Marxist and a feminist for most of my life, and like a very dedicated NDP voter until I really started getting involved in all this gender identity stuff and started becoming a free speech advocate and realizing how bad these parties were sort of probably around 2013, 2014, 2015 was when I was really done with all that.
What did you do for a living before say 2016?
Oh,
for
all sorts of
work?
things. I mean, I was a student for a long time, right? I did a master's, and I also actually did almost an entire master's degree in journalism. I dropped out of journalism because I dropped out of the program actually just because I had started working in journalism. So I was like, I don't really want to spend more money and time in school. The whole point of this is that I was working. So, prior to that, I was in school forever. So doing, all sorts of all the jobs,
Pro-
like working in cafes,
professional
research
academic.
assistant. Yeah, sort of. And then, but I was poorer than everybody else. So I was always working like 3 jobs and then trying to finish school at the same time. This is why it took me so long to finish my degrees. But yeah, at a certain point, I got into journalism and I really just started working for myself mostly. Like I had been doing community radio, which turned into podcasting, and then I was blogging, and then I was able to start freelancing. And so I just managed to sort of piece things together that way. So that's what I've been doing for the past like 10 at least years.
Very cool. Now, I want to bring this up just to clarify, or at least explain if someone doesn't understand why I call the trans movement homophobic. Because they take gay kids and tell them you're not gay, you're actually a boy in a girl's body or a girl in a boy's body. Let's cut that dick off, or let's cut your boobs off, and sterilize gay kids. That's basically what the trans movement is doing. It's telling people you're not just gay, you are in the wrong body, and we've got to go ahead and sterilize you. And particularly vulnerable children who are, I would not say disproportionately, but maybe statistical overrepresentation of on the spectrum, and therefore are easier to manipulate and easier to induce into panic. When did you leave Canada?
January 2021.
This is COVID related.
Yeah. Yeah. So this was during COVID. This was just before the vaccine mandates came down, but they were coming down the pike, and they were talking about shutting down the border. And so I was just like, okay, I'm getting out of here. I didn't necessarily plan on staying forever. Like I just abandoned my whole life in Vancouver. I left my apartment, I left my truck, I left all my stuff there. I brought my dog with me, and then thought, I'll come here and I'll see how things go in Canada, not realizing how much worse they would get. And they did continue to get worse. Of course, we saw the vax mandates, and it seemed like there was no end in sight. So I just didn't go back. And, and to be honest, like I was so much happier here. I feel people always think it's strange that I feel safer and happier and more comfortable in Mexico, but I suppose it depends on your disposition. But I love, I have community here. I live in a small town, a small psychotic town, but
It's funny, like, people say Florida has a high crime rate, and it does in certain areas, and it doesn't in other areas. But when you've lived under curfew, and when you've lived under a vax passport for kids 13 years and older, and when you've lived through neighbors calling the cops because you're playing in a park, dude, you understand what safety means, and what the feeling of living in a prison means. So you end up in Mexico, COVID related, and it turns out to be indefinite. We got to get to the deciding to run for the PPC and the freezing of the bank account. I mean, how did you decide that, and what the hell is going on with your bank account?
I mean, I really genuinely like the PPC platform. And I stopped voting in 2015 because I felt like none of these parties, the NDP, Conservatives, Liberals, represented my interests. I was done voting for the NDP. I was not going to vote for the Liberal Party, and wasn't interested in the Conservative Party either. So I just didn't vote. And I didn't vote again until the PPC came along, and I was like, thank God there's a party with a platform that I genuinely like. I don't even feel like I'm compromising. I genuinely like the platform. And last year, and they were talking about gender identity ideology from the get-go. They were talking about free speech. They were talking about freedom. They were talking about charter rights. And, when COVID came along, Maxime spoke out so boldly and unapologetically against the mandates. He supported the convoy. This is what I want in a political leader and in a party. I don't care if they're not going to win. I did an event with Maxime last year in Nanaimo, so I met him, and I just really liked him a lot. I think he's a really nice, good, smart guy, and I had him on my podcast a couple months ago. And just before I did the interview, I looked up mild riding in East Van in Vancouver, and I was like, oh, there's no candidate running. So while I was talking to him on the podcast, I was like, I looked at my writing and I noticed there was no candidate. Do you think I should run? And he was like, yes. And he was very enthusiastic. And he called me the next day and he was like, I'm serious. I think you should run. And I was like, I think maybe I'm serious. So I thought about it for a minute and I thought, like, why not? I'm not going to win this riding. This is an NDP stronghold. But I just think it's important for people to have the option to vote for somebody that they actually want to vote for. And I'm positive there have to be some people living in East Van who don't think that men are women and who care about their charter rights and who care about free speech and feel totally abandoned and unrepresented politically.
I can't say I do feel the same way. It blows my mind. I don't consider myself to be a conservative by any stretch. I'll say a constitutionalist or a libertarian. But the fact that the conservatives or the so-called conservatives are, I seriously think they're on par with, or maybe even say left of the Democrats in some states in America.
Yeah.
Which was the bill, the conversion therapy ban, which the conservatives voted unanimously for. What year was that law in, or that bill?
Oh my gosh. I
It
remember
was,
doing some events around this, but gosh,
hold on.
2019, 2020? Am I totally off there?
No, I think what year was the conversion therapy ban in Canada? It has to be pre-COVID. But like,
was it pre-COVID?
Let's see, the
It
conversion
might
therapy
have
ban.
been passed during COVID because I remember
2021.
doing an online. Okay, yeah, I
That
did an online
actually
panel about it. So.
That actually makes a little more sense in terms of how it slipped through unanimous vote by the so-called conservatives, which is what Jordan Peterson talks about, criminalizing psychiatry, criminalizing therapy, criminalizing parenting. And everybody who's watching probably knows this, but the C16 fear, and I remember being neutral at the time and just explaining the law and how sometimes bad law makes for bad cases make for bad law. It has come to fruition. There was out of British Columbia, it was a cafe, an Italian name. I'll see if I can remember, Bonesta or something, where the cafe was fined, the restaurant was fined $30,000 for misgendering an employee. You have the father who was found in contempt for interfering with his child's transition, which led to criminal contempt. He was locked up for misgendering, among other things. It was a little more complex than that. So it's come to fruition. And then in 2021, the so-called conservatives vote unanimously in favor of the conversion therapy ban. And there's nobody in Canada speaking out about it except for the PPC. You're taking flack for running. I mean, from fellow Canadians, are they accusing you of being the vote splitter?
Yeah, always. I mean, anytime I post anything about the fact that I'm running, anytime I post anything about the PPC, anytime I post anything about Maxime, at least somebody will pop up and say, a vote for the BBC is a vote for Mark Carney, or, why? No, we all have to band together and support the conservatives. And it's like, first of all, no, we don't have to do that in a democracy. Supposedly, we live in a democracy. People should be able to vote with their hearts, as it were, their consciences, vote with their values. But, I just don't, I'm not, you guys are banking on the conservatives to save Canada, and I don't buy it. And I'm not saying don't support the conservatives. A lot of this is, if you're going to do strategic voting, this is riding dependent too. The conservatives aren't going to win in my riding. The liberals aren't going to win in my riding. The NDP is going to win in my riding. So you can vote actually for whoever you want, and it probably won't make any difference.
Well, and I ran in Westmount NDG, which went Liberal for 30 years. I ran against Mark Garneau. He got 53% of the vote. They get over 50% of the vote in these Liberal ridings. I might have been better off doing it in another riding, but then I'd have to move. Okay. So then the question is this, and speaking of, banking on whatever, when did your bank account got frozen?
Yeah. So the day that my candidacy was confirmed, which was about 2 weeks ago, on a Tuesday, and that very same day, I discovered that my bank account was frozen, and nobody told me. Like, I didn't get an email, I didn't get a phone call, I didn't get any notification. I just sort of found out by accident because something wasn't going through, and I called the bank to check, and they were like, "Oh, your bank account is frozen." And I was like, "Why is my bank account frozen?" "We can't tell you." It's like, what? And
May I ask which bank?
Van City Credit Union. So it's actually a credit union, not a bank.
Oh,
I've
that's
had a
a-
bank. I've had my account with Van City Credit Union since I was 10. It's been my only bank account in Canada for my whole life.
So I was hoping it was going to be TD or BMO or a big one where we could
Sorry.
hate the big men. So it's a credit union gets
Yeah.
the call or the letter
Yeah.
and says, we're freezing your bank. Did you say it was the day? Like, was it after you filed your papers? Was it after you announced?
I'd
Was it-
filed my papers. The deadline was the Monday. So we were like right up against the line because, as you know, you have to collect all those 100
Yeah.
signatures. And it was a real struggle for us because we had such a short timeline and I wasn't even there. And it's a brutal riding, like like I said, it's such a leftist riding. It was hard to get people to sign, but we did. So we were right up against the line. So we managed to get everything in by the Monday. So the Tuesday I got, like, it was officially confirmed. I'd done it. I'd submitted all the things that I needed to do, and I was a candidate. And so, I had filed some of the papers the prior week. So it was sort of on the record, as it were. But yeah, it was the very same day that this happened. And I called, so I talked to this useless person who wouldn't tell me anything. And then I called back again and I was told that, they'd frozen the bank account because they get these directives from the government and then they just have to do it and they can't tell me anymore. I was like, what is the directive? Like, what's happening here? Okay.
You have not seen a copy of the letter, the directive.
No, they won't send it to me. They said, okay, we got a fax.
Did they mention if it was federal or provincial?
It's that they finally told me there's a fax and there's a number attached from it with this guy from the CRA. And I was like, can you show me the fax? No, here's the phone number of this guy. So I called the phone number. The guy has a voicemail that says he's on vacation. He's been on vacation. He's on vacation all week, which is weird and convenient to me. There's another extension on the voicemail. He's away. I call this extension. I call the other extension. I leave a voicemail. Nobody returns my call. I call back later in the day, leave another voicemail. Nobody returns my call. I call back the next day, leave another voicemail. Nobody returns my call. I'm still calling, trying to call this guy. I call back again the next day. And finally, like, I call another general number who refuses to refer me to anybody I can talk to. I was like, my bank account is frozen. Apparently, the government has directed my bank to do this. I'm trying to find out why. She was like, well, I can't give you any information unless you give me more information about what's going on. I was like, I have no information. I've been calling all week. I have no idea what's going on. Calling you to get information. Like, it was an insane. The whole experience was insane. It was like, what? Nobody can tell me anything. Van City refused to send me anything in writing, period. I was like, can you send me an email? Nope.
And they said it was from the CRA, which is the Canada Revenue Agency.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't have a tax problem.
No, and also typically they garnish.
I don't even really make an income in Canada. I haven't for years. So, I don't owe them any, it's not like I'm owing them tens of thousands of dollars in taxes or anything like that.
No, but even still they would garnish or
they wouldn't freeze your bank account for that either way. But
so Van City's frozen it. They haven't told you yet why. You haven't been able to resolve it. And meanwhile, you're also still trying to run, presumably now without being able to dispense a fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to remember the process because I had to create a separate. I think I had to.
Somebody else has done this for me. Created the separate bank account so I can access the donation funds for my campaign.
Yep.
By the way, if anybody wants to donate to my campaign, please go to the People's Party of Canada website and find my name and click the donate button. We're still taking donations. Yeah, I mean, I was supposed to fly to Canada last Sunday. I had a flight booked, and then this happened on the Tuesday before, and I spent the week trying to figure out what was going on. And by the time it got to Sunday, I still had no idea what was going on, and I just honestly felt freaked out. And I was like, okay, I don't know what they're up to, and I'm not going to Canada to end up in jail or something. Like, I just don't trust this situation. This all seems super sketchy. Also, I don't have access to a Canadian bank account, which is attached to my Canadian credit card, and I don't want to travel under those circumstances. It's just like, so I couldn't even go to Vancouver to campaign.
I'm gonna give everybody the link so they can
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
donate
that.
if they are so inclined. But although I think you have to live in fairly certain you have to live in Canada or
Yeah,
be a
you do.
Canadian resident in order to donate. So
Yeah.
one of the lessons I remember from my stint of running for office.
What year was that you ran?
2021, the second
Okay.
cycle where they performed much better than the first one. But people don't understand what goes into starting a new federal political party and how long it takes to break through, and how the media can suppress and suffocate the existence of any party, especially a new one that they don't like, that they consider to be.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me, cause she got a bad little waist. And we tearing down this place, off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All